The players are virtual, but the competition is very real. Alongside Paul Sporer, MLB The Show player, friend of the community, and baseball writer, I'm Robert Flores. This is the Summit Summer Circuit Final. We started the weekend, Paul, with 64, but now we are down for 4, and these players are playing for some big prizes.
Not only are they playing for big prizes, but we're familiar with some of them. We have 2 previous winners plus 2 newcomers. The winners are squaring off. The newcomers are squaring off. Robert, it's great to be back in the virtual booth with you.
Absolutely. We want to remind you that if you're watching us on Twitch and on YouTube, if you're watching us on Twitch, reminder, drops are active. Make sure your account is connected. And Paul, as you mentioned, the 2 players in one semifinal, we'll get into it a little bit, don't have quite the resume that our other 2 competitors have, but that second semifinal is definitely going to be a lot of fun because it's 2 competitors, 2 former champions. As I said, we started with 64 on the weekend, Paul. When we got to the quarterfinal action, that's when it became a best of 3. Now that we've reached the semifinals, Paul, it's a best of 3, 9-inning games. And then the championship series. Once we get into that, it's a best of 5. So if you lose that game 1 in a best of 3, you immediately find yourself with your back against the wall.
Yeah, you're up against it there. You don't want to lose that first one for obvious reasons because then you are in the elimination zone. So that pivotal first game, all 4 competitors will be looking to pull that one in.
Yeah, they are playing for bragging rights, but Paul, they're also playing for some cold, hard cash, a $25,000 prize pool. First place winner gets $15,000 plus a gift card, and then it moves down the screen. At the bottom of the screen, Paul, let's not sleep on what the top three. They also get a signed Shohei Ohtani jersey and baseball, and the top four also get a baseball that will be used in the upcoming Home Run Derby at Dodger Stadium. I mean, that Shohei Ohtani jersey and baseball, that should be, maybe we're bearing the lead a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that should be in bold font up at the top. That's amazing. Of course, the cash plays, though, too. So a lot of great prizes going out, all four of them very deserving. And like you said, nobody's going home empty-handed today.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket here. We want to remind you that the two semifinals, they're going to be happening concurrently. So we're going to be jumping back and forth. Think of it as Red Zone or March Madness kind of a format. Bottom part of the bracket, Kreiner and Diurnal, two former champions. Top part of the bracket, it's Juksta against Zazie and another best of three. And Paul, this is what I was mentioning, and you brought it up. Two players in Juksta and Zazie. They're definitely worthy. They definitely can win the whole thing. They're just not quite as well known around the community.
And that's all it is. Maybe just not as well known, but you do not fake your way to this Final Four here. So while folks are going to be more familiar with Kreiner and Diurnal, they're going to learn about Juksta and Zazie today, two excellent players who battled their way through that entire bracket to get here.
And as always, Paul, these games are being played on Legend, and we'll dive into that in just a second. It's unbelievable what these players can do. Hey, happy Father's Day to all of you out there that are watching, and we want to extend our best wishes to all the dads out there. You can find Father's Day equipment in the Future of the Franchise East Conquest map. Complete all goals to earn 30,000 XP in the featured program, and look for hidden packs, plus the Father's Day batting gloves, a bat skin, those sweet stance socks, and a profile banner. How far along are you, Paul, on the old program there so far?
I'm just getting going, but I got to get those socks. Those are incredible. And by the way, does dog father count? Because that's about all I've got right now. I've got 3 dogs here.
Hey, dog fathers definitely count, and hopefully we can get an appearance from Charlotte a little bit later. As I said, these two semifinals, they're going to be happening concurrently. It's a best of 3, and we're going to be ping-ponging back and forth. So, Paul, I'm looking forward to that aspect. We can jump in when something compelling is happening, depending on what the series is.
Me too. This is baseball, but it's a little bit different than quote unquote real baseball in that the offense is going to be plentiful. So you can see a 5-0 game, a 6-0 game. It won't matter. That game will probably have a comeback in it to make it tighter. So we'll be bouncing back and forth. We're going to see lots of runs, lots of homers, and I can't wait. These two semis are going to be wonderful. Yeah,
as I said, as always, the game is being played on Legend difficulty. Many of these players have the same players. You're going to see a lot of Mike Trout, although we'll get into a surprise there in one person's lineup in just a little bit. But I think the most dominant player of the weekend that I saw from yesterday was Randy Johnson. He is a staple in all of the lineups.
Absolutely. And what he does, and something that you kind of hit on offline with me, was how can he neutralize George Brett? Does that kind of counterbalance the big lefty George Brett coming in? Who will get the edge there? Will somebody be able to go lefty crime and take Randy Johnson yard? That could be pivotal. So we'll keep an eye on that. We see a lot of switch hitters, a lot of righties, probably in order to combat Randy. So I'm eager to see how everyone does against Randy, because I imagine all 4 competitors have him in the rotation.
Yeah, and I imagine all 4 competitors, Paul, will put up a lot of runs. There's not going to be any pitchers duels in these matchups.
A pitcher duel is like 8-7. So let's get into our first group here.
Yeah, let's take a look at Kreiner, Paul, another former champion.
Unbelievable. Jack Kreiner, well known in the community, just 17 years old out of Pennsylvania, at Kreiner MLB, and then, of course, twitch.tv/Kreiner with the __ there. Just an absolute force. He's got a title under his belt already. He went on an 80% win rate here in 41 games. Just truly incredible. He's widely regarded as the very best player in the entire community, and his stats and performances back it up.
Yeah, and he will be taking on Diurnal. And Paul, Diurnal is a former champion. In fact, he won this event last year. Let's take a look at Kreiner's lineup here. He's got Mike Trout in center field, Ketel Marte. There's that George Brett card. And he's also got something that maybe is a little bit of a surprise, and Yasiel Antuna, the prospect card of the Washington Nationals.
Yeah, I wonder if that's maybe related to his Nats fandom there.
All right, he's also got Frank Thomas in the cleanup spot, his MVP card, and then the versatile Eduardo Escobar playing left field and batting 7th. By the way, Paul, he said after his win yesterday, he says he doesn't feel like he played well at all yesterday, so he has a lot of confidence going in, and he will be opposed by another former champion, Diurnal, Paul, who, as I said, won this event last year.
Dane's an absolute stud, another person very much in contention for the best player in the entire community. 19 years old out of Jupiter, Florida. Find him at Diurnal on socials and then twitch.tv/Diurnal. Just another brilliant player, has the hitting on lock, excellent pitching, 77% win rate in 39 matches. These two are both horses, and it's amazing the level that they hold themselves to, that they can play and get into a Final Four like this and still be like, I can play better than that. I wasn't at my best. That's incredible.
And Paul, we got late word, that he has made a late change to his lineup. Roberto Clemente is in instead of Mike Trout. So you see Mike Trout there playing right field. We're getting word now just a few moments ago that Diurnal has put in Roberto Clemente instead of Trout. So Trout isn't even on his bench. He's out.
Yeah, Fish Boy hit the bench, or hit nowhere, get out of here, and Clemente in, late change. I think everybody had Trout, so that's kind of interesting.
All right, we also want to remind you, if you're on Twitch, one, make sure that your account is connected because drops are active. And I'm hearing that those packs are extra juicy, Paul. Although I got my packs yesterday and I feel like I want to speak to a manager because mine were lacking in juice. Not a lot of juice in mine.
I thought there's streamer luck. I thought we were guaranteed all sorts of diamonds. By the way, I wonder who people are going to vote for here. We got a poll up right now between Kreiner and Diurnal. Two of the best, widely known. Who are you going to pick? I mean, it's so difficult. I'm not going to ask you to pick. We're going to remain neutral, but I wonder who chat's going to go with here. So make sure you put in your vote. Two of the very best here kicking it off in a semifinal. It's almost going to play like a final, but only one of these guys can make it to that final.
Absolutely. So a lot on the line, and let your voice be heard. Let us know who you think is going to win this semifinal series, this best of three between two former champions. And already Kreiner is out to a healthy lead. Hey, I should note about Kreiner, Paul. In his clinching game yesterday to get to today, he was down 6-0 with his opponent having Randy Johnson on the hill, and he scored and came back with a furious comeback against Randy Johnson.
It's truly amazing, and I remember all the buzz going throughout the community. You saw it on Twitter and throughout the Twitch streams. Kreiner's down. Oh my gosh, Kreiner 6-0. He comes back and wins, and it's truly incredible, and I wonder if that's gassing up that poll result there at 84-16. And it's like, it's no disrespect to Diurnal. It's really just a lot of love for Kreiner there. But I'm sure Diurnal's going to see that and say, okay, I'll show y'all what's up. Hey,
I want to give a shout out to our friend Thune, who was calling the action all day yesterday. It was a long, long day of games, and he was right there with him from start to finish. He did an excellent job. And shout out to those content creators that are hosting watch parties right now, and in particular ones that hosted yesterday. Ashley, Yayo Gaming, really.
Scan.
Scan, our good friend Scan. So really cool to have this really be a community-wide effort and event.
It's been truly incredible, and just bouncing in between the different watch parties, getting the different styles of those main four. It's been awesome, and really these have become events, and I've been here from the beginning. I'm an old head here, so to see the esports arise from where it's been has been truly incredible as we get in here to game one between Diurnal and Kreiner.
Here we go. This is Kreiner and Diurnal. We will get to our other semifinal in just a moment, but let's give you a taste of this one here. This is game one, as Kreiner is the visitor, so he'll be batting first. He's leading off with Mike Trout, Kyle Farmer, and Roberto Clemente as his top three. And Mike Trout facing, as we suspected, Paul, Randy Johnson.
And by the way, you saw Kreiner.
First pitch swinging, high fly ball, but playable.
Yeah, he had the PCI off of it a little bit. Looked a little decent for a millisecond off the bat. Ends up being a lazy fly. You saw Kreiner put that Aaron Loop in, warm him up immediately. That is his favorite reliever, and he says the biggest reason is the ability to get lefties and righties out. So keep an eye on what Loop can do for Kreiner as these games unfold, as Kyle Farmer steps in here against Randy Johnson.
And Kyle Farmer sends one deep to right center field, and that's out of here. Kreiner strikes first, 1-0.
You can't put that one there. That's just not a pitch that these players miss. Hung it a little bit, probably wanted it a bit lower there, did Diurnal, and Kreiner says, I got that one, 1-0.
Here's Roberto Clemente stepping in, also first pitch swinging. Also want to remind you, I want to focus your attention to the lower left-hand corner of your screen. If you are just jumping in, that is where you can find out the status of the series, who's at bat, what the status of the series is. As Roberto Clemente sends one deep to center field. Going back is the center fielder, and just shy of the warning track, he'll make the play, and there's 2 down. So, Paul, if people are wondering, hey, who's winning? What am I watching? That lower left-hand corner of your screen will let you know.
Yeah, and we know folks can't necessarily be with us entirely all day today, so you can always check into that bottom left corner to catch up as you're in and out if you have some festivities going on today for Father's Day or just any sort of Sunday shenanigans as we see 1-1 here against Frank Thomas. This is Kreiner's favorite guy. He hits .490 with him, which is truly absurd.
Ooh. Lazy fly ball to right.
It's going to be 48,
just
488
inside.
now.
Just inside fair ground, and that will retire the side, but a solo home run makes it 1-0 as Diurnal comes up to the plate. And leading off, Roberto Clemente. Remember, he was a late addition. Mike Trout, a late scratch, so put in Clemente at right field leading off.
And you see that that two-seamer there that Kreiner opened with. That's kind of the one that Diurnal wanted, that he hung a little bit, and Kyle Farmer said, no thanks, I got this one.
That pitch is low, and it's 1-2. Shout out to those of you watching on Twitch or on YouTube. We're glad you're here. That ball popped up just in front of the plate.
Completely jammed him up there. As we shift into the Diurnal view here, so you're getting the batter's view. When he swings through that
with Ketel, Ketel Marte had the PCI well below that splitter, and it's 0-1.
Uh-oh, that's a base hit.
That's going to be a base hit.
I'm not sure there's a Ketel Marte card I wouldn't be interested in. If you've got some sort of common from maybe a low A game or something, I'm interested. I don't care what it is. You've got a Little League Ketel Marte card. Let me put it on my team. I will try any Ketel Marte card you've got.
And this is the matchup right here. And George Brett, lefty on lefty. It's a base hit up the middle. And Diurnal has something cooking here with one away here in the bottom of the first. And that'll bring up Frank Thomas, batting .386, the cleanup hitter, his MVP card. And that ball sent deep to left field. The left fielder going back, but it is out of here.
Boom. Wow.
Ship it things in game 1.
No, this is Laughing Mountain.
It's Laughing Mountain?
It's the new Ship It, because Ship It's been nerfed, so now they're becoming to Laughing Mountain a lot more often because it has that elevation.
Well,
and
Frank Thomas thought it was hilarious.
Eduardo Escobar is another one of those guys that I do not care what card it is. I want it because Eduardo Escobar rakes.
And
plain and simple.
Very versatile. Notice the PCI. There is so little room for error for our competitors here, but yet they make amazing contact.
We will mention probably 500 times throughout today that they're playing on Legend, just to highlight how impressive their feats are because they come on Legend. Usually, we put up some runs on All-Star, we start feeling ourselves. They're going to put up All-Star type runs on Legend.
That one is sent foul, and it's going to remain 2-2. Eduardo Escobar at the plate, Christian Yelich on deck, and Sal Perez in the hole.
Good take there to run it full. Yelich on deck, as you mentioned.
Escobar, lazy fly ball to center field. Trout is there, and there's 2 down.
Just a bit late.
Here's Christian Yelich. Once again, lefty on lefty. Diurnal had great success with George Brett off Randy Johnson. Base hit up the middle. What can Christian Yelich do? He's down on the count, 0-1.
Between
Here's
the two,
fly ball.
And that'll be the third out. Between the two, Diurnal and Kreiner, there's only 2 lefties. Both are on Diurnal's team with the Brett and the Yelich. Kreiner has decided to go with all righties and switch hitters, obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but likely to combat the Randy Johnson that he knows he's going to be facing regularly. Chat mentioning that college lefty saying that Diurnal hit 2 walk-offs with Yelich yesterday, so he has some confidence in him without a doubt. We'll see what happens as this game goes on. Is that going to drop?
There's a sharply hit ball right to the left fielder there, and there's 1 away.
You hate to not get a hit on that one.
Here's Ketel Marte.
You really hate that. Jorge
Kreiner
Posada
with-
cards. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say Kreiner with a solo homer in the top of the first before Diurno responded with a 3-run homer of his own.
It'll be Marte and Escobar here.
And
in
this
order for
could be
Kreiner. That's a
trouble,
base
and
hit.
it will fall, and it'll get
that's
past
big
the
trouble.
center fielder.
Uh-oh.
It's
And it
going
can
to be
roll
a
for
double.
a while here.
So Marte is aboard with a 1-out double. And now comes Eduardo Escobar. You see Kreiner batting .409 with Escobar. Looks at a 2-seamer in. Kreiner had difficulty early in Game 2 of his quarterfinal matchup, hitting the 2-seam against Randy Johnson.
We
And
got
that ball
homer.
sent deep to left field. Drifting over is Yelich, and he'll make the catch. Runner at second will hold.
I tell you what, the right fielder backing up there on that play, keeping that from a triple to or turning that from a double to a triple. Sorry, vice versa. Keeping him at second was huge because if he'd had that runner on with fewer than 2 outs, maybe it would have been an easy run there on that sac fly. But instead, runner still at second, 2 outs, and a great chance for Diurno to get out of this and make sure that that error doesn't hurt.
Saw a question in the chat about pitching stamina. Pitching stamina will not come into play here. So Randy Johnson more than likely will be used in Game 2 by various competitors.
Game 3.
Stamina is only affected within game. Here's Randy Johnson. This could get him out of the inning, and it does. So an extra base hit, unable to produce any runs for Kreiner. And here comes Diurno batting in the bottom of the second, leading off with Sal Perez.
Diurno has to feel great getting out of that there. You know, a little bit of an error that was kind of beyond his control, just a tough in between for the center fielder. Nothing comes of it. He's got to be feeling pretty good there with Perez, Buxton, and then his pitcher coming up.
This is the Sal Perez live series card. Sends that one foul. He's down on the count 0-2. Getting back to what as Perez goes down looking. That's a nasty slider up and in. Kreiner mentioned that he believes the 2-seamer is the hardest pitch in the game to hit because it can be a variety of things out of the hand. I mentioned his troubles hitting the 2-seam in Game 2 of his quarterfinal series, but man, he was able to solve that riddle in a big, big way in his comeback win.
You can absolutely tunnel with that 2-seamer off of a lot of other pitches that are very highly used in the game, such as the sinker, the cutter, and the slider. So 2-seamers have become a weapon as he gets a second strikeout there. You don't see a lot of Kreiner striking out, especially with a swing and miss.
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. As this is Diurno here, batting in the bottom of the second, leading 3-1. Randy Johnson, 2 strikeouts already in the inning, and now facing his counterpart.
Good chance to strike out the side here.
This is like when Will Smith in that movie Gemini, or whatever that was, where it's Will Smith versus
Gemini
Will
Man.
Smith. Yeah, Gemini Man.
Boy, I thought you were going completely different with Will Smith there. I'm glad you chose that route.
Yes.
Let's continue.
Absolutely.
0-2.
Here's the 0-2.
And he
Got
swings
him.
through it.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that game as Diurno is now leading 3-1, but we want to prepare you for our other semifinal series, and that, of course, is Zazzy against Juxta. And it bears mentioning again, Paul, that we're not saying that these players aren't worthy, because one of these two guys can run the whole table, run the whole thing, and win it all here today, but they just don't have the resume or the cachet as our other two competitors.
Again, it's nothing against them. It's that the other two each have won a title. I mean, Zazzy was invited to the Invitational. So this is a big-time player. You're 17 years old, representing Canada, at Zazzy28 on the socials and Twitch. Another youngster, by the way. We're going to get to our final competitor, who's 21 and is the old person of the group.
Yeah.
But a 79% win rate for Zazzy in 34 games. He's a force as well. Again, just because we're not as familiar with them doesn't mean that they can't bring it. You do not fake your way to this point in a tournament without a doubt.
Yeah, and he will be taking on, as we get ready for to look at his lineup here, this is what he's going to go with. Mike Trout, George Brett, Frank Thomas are his top 3. He's got Jorge Polanco in the cleanup spot.
I love
and there's another Ketel Marte, and once again, we see Randy Johnson on the hill, Paul.
And we see just the one lefty in George Brett, again, likely combating for Randy Johnson. Polanco cards, a lot of switch hitters, Polanco, Ketel Marte, and Lindor in the middle there. With Escobar, that's 4 switch hitters in the middle. I love that setup for Zazzy's lineup.
And you see a gold bench there, including Jock Peterson Live Series. And this is Juksta, Paul, a player that has played baseball at a pretty high level.
Yeah, former college pitcher Mike, like I said, 21 years old, kind of the old man here out of Long Island. Jukesta with 2 H's and an underscore on the socials and Twitch, had a 71% win rate. And I asked him, I said, did your experience as a college pitcher help you in the game? And he says it absolutely does in terms of setting folks up, tunneling pitches, knowing what they're going to go for. So I found that really interesting there, that some of the similarities of real life and video games come through here as we look at his lineup.
Yeah, Mike Trout is leading off playing center field. What about the Xander Bogaerts Live Series card, Paul? In the 7th spot, playing shortstop.
But the only issue I might have with that a little bit is maybe some of the defense given back, but the hitting is unquestionably great. And I love the quirks of Live Series cards that can really take them up a level. So I like that sneaky card there. Just hopefully the defense doesn't cause any issues for Xander. He's
got Randy Johnson on the hill, and I hope you can see at the bottom portion of your screen, he's got Nick Castellanos, the Live Series card, Paul, on his bench. And I'm a fan of any Castellanos card, whether it's a rewards or a flashback, or in this case, a Live Series card. That card can rake.
Absolutely. Again, I would take a Bronze Tigers version of Castellanos. It doesn't matter. Give me any version that you've got. I'm taking it. Interesting to see the poll again lopsided. We got Zazie at 88%, Jukesta at 12%. And again, I think a lot of it probably comes with a lack of familiarity. I get it. You vote for who you know. It's nothing against Jukesta, but I wonder if that puts a little chip on his shoulder to say, hey, don't take me lightly just because I'm the veritable old man here. Which, by the way, what does that make us if he's the old man of this group?
I think it makes us decrepit.
Fossils, absolutely.
Yeah, so, all right, so here we go. Once again, these semifinals are a best of 3. Our championship series will be a best of 5, and of course, all games played on Legend difficulty, all games 9 innings. So we're about to take you out there. We're still going to have an eye on the first semifinal that we took you to.
That one has been tied up, by the way.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that, and thank you for those of you in the chat that are keeping us honest there. All right, so we already have a 2-1 game here. Jukesta is trailing 2-1. This is Zazzy's lineup here. He's the visitor, so he's batting in the top of the 3rd, and it's the top of the order with Mike Trout.
Wait, are they both the Huskies? How did that happen?
It looks like that way, yeah. Thankfully, they're not wearing the same uniform.
Yeah,
because that could be a little dicey here. So Trout looks at a ball away. It's 1-0.
Yeah, that would have been a lot tougher. But at least they just have the same logo there.
Ooh, awkward swing there from Mike Trout, and the count is even at 1-1.
That stuttered a little bit there. So these semifinals will be in red zone mode where both are going on at the same time. You can pop open another tab and get on Diurno or Kreiner's stream if you want to follow that game as well. We will be bouncing back and forth between the two. Both will be action-packed, and we will keep you updated on both. But if you want to have, every second covered, you can join the individual streams of those particular players.
All right, so here we go. Looks like we have a pause in the action here. Want to remind you, lower left-hand corner of your screen, that's our status graphic. That's going to tell you what the status of the series is. Obviously, this is Game 1. It's ongoing, so we don't have a Game 1 winner. But that bat logo is pretty self-explanatory there as Mike Trout looks at a ball up and away. It's 3-1, looks at it up and in, rather, with George Brett on deck. Top of the 3rd, Zazzy batting with a 3-1 lead. 2-1 lead, excuse me.
I wonder how much, it seems like there's a little bit of lag input here. I wonder if it's impacting either competitor here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Or if we're just seeing a lag, or if that's actually playing in game for them as well. That could be a little bit of a challenge, as if it's not already difficult to hit Randy Johnson as Trout draws the walk.
So that'll bring up George Brett. You see, he was 0 for 1 with a fly out in the first inning. And I think, Paul, this is quite frankly the matchup to watch in all of the games, no matter the competitor, because George Brett is featured in quite a few lineups, and Randy Johnson is on the mound in all of them.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 for George Brett and 4 out of 4 for Randy Johnson. So it will be those few lefties where if you can get the lefty-lefty crime, you could really gain an edge there, because normally Johnson is really, really difficult on left-handers. But these guys are a different breed.
And he looks at a slider low, 2-2. All right, we're about to give you dual action here as both of these semifinals. There's a base hit down the line. Mike Trout is going to head to third. So Zazzy looking for more, leading 2-1. Now he has something cooking here in the top of the third. Runners at the corners, no one out as George Brett with a base hit down the line. That'll bring up Frank Thomas. So here, dual action here. On the left, Zazzy and Juksta. On the right, we have Kreiner against Diurnal. And as we mentioned earlier, this game has been tied. Kreiner scored 2 to tie it at 3.
See how Laughing Mountain is the new Ship It, by the way. We're playing there for both. It's that elevation. Uh-oh.
And that ball is gone. That's a 3-run shot for Zazzy as Frank Thomas goes yard. So Zazzy has opened up a lead in game 1 of his series. Let's go full screen here to this one. Diurnal and Kreiner, the game is tied, bottom of the 4th. You see Diurnal is batting. He's got Eduardo Escobar, one down here in the bottom of the 4th. Little dribbler in front of the plate. This could be tough.
That's trouble.
Posada got a weird animation.
That extra
got a
step.
tough luck animation.
Yep, that extra step.
All right, here's Christian Yelich. Swing and miss at a slider.
Again, chat mentioned that Yelich had 2 walk-offs for Diurnal yesterday. I imagine he's not afraid to hit lefty-lefty. I don't know if either was off a lefty, but he has to have a lot of confidence with him, knowing how often he's going to face Randy Johnson.
All right, Yelich comes up empty there on a slider. You see the PCI just a little low. And he comes up empty there on the slurve. I love that pitch sequence, Paul. The slider, and then he dials it down even more with the slurve.
It's beautiful, and that's one of the best things that you can do with Johnson is tunnel and get pitches to play off each other. A lot of setting up, and that's probably the best way to get these guys because they are such good hitters. It is difficult to definitely garner strikeouts.
All right, here's Sal Perez. Ahead in the count, 2-1. Escobar aboard with an infield hit. That ball is
rips
foul.
that one foul.
Yeah, PCI was all over it, but early on the swing timing.
Ooh, nasty slurve.
So that strikeout will end the inning as Diurnal unable to cash in on an opportunity. Here's Kreiner batting in the top of the 5th. Kyle Farmer, 2 for 2, including a homer so far in game 1.
Ooh, that might have been the 2-seamer he was looking for when he gave up the homer. That one had the dip that he was looking for there for Diurnal. Good take there. I'm 1,000% swinging out of my shoes at that.
Split misses inside. Here's the 2-1 from Johnson. Fouled off. It's now 2-2. That ball misses low, and that count runs the count full with Roberto Clemente on deck.
Base hit.
Slapped the other way, and that's a base hit. So Farmer is now 3 for 3, including a homer.
You can't touch Kyle Farmer. My goodness. Nice base hit there to get him to 3 for 3.
That'll bring Roberto Clemente at the plate. He looks at a slider in for a strike. It's 0-1. Very early on the 2-seam. It's 0-2.
And now as we enter the 5th inning, we're in the 5th inning here. It's only a 57 pitch count. I don't even know. There's a ground ball. Oh, that was a line out. Never mind. Oh no, it wasn't. Ground ball. Wow. Because Farmer didn't move, I thought it was just a line out, but it was indeed a double play there. Wow. There's nothing you can do on that one. I mean, Farmer's not going to beat that out, and then of course the runner's not going to get down the line in time. So tough double play there when you hit it on the screws. And that's
perfect, and did he? No, I thought he trapped it. So it's a base hit. I thought he might have caught it, that sinking liner, but Frank Thomas is aboard with a perfect single to left. And here's Jorge Posada, the switch-hitting catcher, 0 for 2.
And Frank deserved a base hit, so he had to get one there. That's a rip in the gap.
And that ball is going to be in the gap. That's a base hit. Does Frank Thomas have enough speed to score from first?
I'd send him.
They're going to send him. Relay throw home. Not in time, and Frank Thomas is in safely. Kreiner has a 4-3 lead.
Frank too fast. Frank too speedy. Jorge Posada, huge RBI double in the left center gap.
Here's Ketel Marte.
I was going to say, as we get into the 5th inning here, it's going to start to be, when does Johnson come out? Because I don't think it's going to be so much stamina related, but rather how well these players are seeing him. They will kind of decide when their opponent has to take him out if they're starting to
Fly
crush
ball,
Johnson.
center field. A few feet in front of the track, and that will retire the side. But Kreiner gets the go-ahead double and now brings a 4-3 lead into the bottom of the 5th. For those of you asking in the chat, these games are 9 innings. Here's Byron Buxton. Chopper to third. Good speed. But Buxton is thrown out by a step, and there's one away.
And there we go. Oh, no, I thought he was going to take Randy out.
You see the bullpen. He's got Roy Halladay and Trevor Hoffman. A couple of right-handers warming up in the bullpen.
I think he is taking him out.
So it looks like Diurnal is going to have a pinch hitter for Nick Castellanos. And look at the numbers. 340 for Nick Castellanos.
Live series. I wonder how much of that's done on Legend, too.
He's ahead in the count 1-0, and he fouls that one back to even the count at 1. Here's the 1-1 from Johnson.
Oof.
Well out in
one,
front.
but too early.
Good, pretty good PCI placement there. Man,
Who's ready for that?
I don't know how he got to that, but that slurve was coming in pretty hot right at the knees, and he golfed it foul. Here's another 1-2.
Staying alive. He is absolutely fighting here with Castellanos.
Sawed his
What an at-bat.
Pitch number 62 about to be delivered from the big unit. Here's the 1-2. Little dribbler to second. Backhand stop, throw over to first in time, and there's 2 down.
So Diurnal no longer has Randy Johnson in. Choosing to pinch hit there with Castellanos, who gave a good at-bat but couldn't quite get a base hit. We go to the top of the order now. 0 for 2 for Roberto Clemente. A late switch in for Mike Trout.
That's right. Diurnal putting Roberto Clemente in the lineup in place of Mike Trout just moments before this tournament. Check swing did not go. It's 1-2.
1-2. Oh, good take there on the
Good take
slider.
there.
I think it goes for the slurve here and then a 2-seamer.
Pitch number 67 from Johnson. He went
He runs the
fastball,
four-seamer.
and that's going to fall in for a hit.
Oh,
That ball was well inside, but Clemente able to muscle up for a bloop hit. So he's at first with 2 down, and here's Ketel Marte.
can start a little fire here with that base hit. Get him going. Sometimes better be lucky than good, you know.
Marte 1 for 2.
Pitch 69 there. Very nice. Oh,
That ball, that check swing on the slider. It's 1-2. Looks at a fastball at 100 miles per hour inside to even the count at 2-2.
slurve piece right here.
Yes.
Splitty.
Went with the splitty. All right, so the runner at first will be on the move. 2 down, full count. As Marte calls time, and now we're back at it. Here's the payoff hit. Nope. Look, check over
He's
to
nervous.
first.
I mean, the runner should be going. Maybe he just wanted to reset his pitch. He's not so worried about the runner.
Here's the payoff pitch from Johnson. That
Uh-oh.
ball is sent deep to left field. Perfection. A 2-run homer for Marte, and Diurnal is back on top.
He was waiting for it. He was waiting for that 2-seamer there. He had to be out. I thought maybe he'd go slurve or maybe another splitter. He went with the 2-seamer, and Diurnal did not miss. What a hit. And now it'll be the lefty-lefty matchup here. George Brett, who's 1 for 2.
Sends that one foul, and George Brett is down in the count 0-2. Diurnal's Frank Thomas on deck, hoping to get a chance to bat here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 runs already in on the 2-run homer from Marte. Chopper to third. This should end the inning, and it will. That retires the side. We're through 5. Diurnal back on top, 5-4.
2-out rally uses a scratch hit to stay alive in the inning, and then Ketel Marte takes a full count pitch deep to give Diurnal the lead here, 5-4.
So Roy Halladay will come out of the bullpen. He'll deal with 7, 8, and 9 against Kreiner. Escobar, Trevor Story and Randy Johnson, assuming, Paul, that Kreiner does not opt for a pinch hitter.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised. Maybe if there's 2 outs, and depending on how he's feeling with them, but if there's anybody on, I can't imagine that we would see Randy Johnson bat.
We have almost 2,900 people in the chat here on Twitch, including All About the Mets, who says, as someone who plays a majority on All-Star, I have no clue how they hit anything. Just like that. It is a solo home run from Eduardo Escobar. As Kreiner says, all about the Mets, I'll show you how to hit here on Legend. And we're tied at 5 in the top of the 6th.
I mean, listen, I wasn't necessarily breaking news with it, but when I hyped up the Eduardo Escobar card, it was for a reason. The community knows how good he is, but if you are a little unfamiliar with it, I promise, try out an Eduardo Escobar card. You will not regret it.
So we have a brand new ball game here, tied at 5. I'm wondering with the score change, Paul, does that change the decision-making on whether or not Kreiner will leave in Randy Johnson?
I think if he gets a runner on here, he takes him out. And then if he makes an out, then we'll kind of see. I think it's a toss-up at that point.
All right, I'll give you the options here as we look at Trevor Story in a 1-2 count.
Good take.
Spits on that. It's now 2-2. Here are the options on the bench for Kreiner. Giancarlo Stanton, Castellanos, Young Jock Peterson, Sal Perez, and then Brandon Marsh. There's a chopper to third. Brett Fields fires, and there's one down. All right, here's the decision that we're waiting for. Well, it looks like we will. Well, I don't know what Kreiner's going to do.
I think we might see a change here to the Jock because he has the righty out. Yeah, there you go. And I think this would be the third batter for Halladay, so Halladay has to stay in.
So you see the numbers there for Kreiner using the Jock Peterson card. This is the Peterson Live Series card, batting a robust .444. Fouls that splitter. Look at that. That PCI is all over that baseball, but the swing timing very early.
He was 2 on it. He's too good. Now, I wonder, a guy like Halladay pretty much just works lower half. Is that an advantage for somebody like Kreiner who can essentially just sit there? You're not going to see much in the upper half here. His strengths are definitely low. We'll see if Diurno works anything
out at first, and there's 2 down. Here's Mike Trout, 1 for 3.
Even that sinker kind of dips back into the middle of the zone there. Not exactly where you want it, but Kreiner just missed it.
Yeah, the swing timing was good. PCI just a little to the right. Mike Trout swings and misses. He's down in the count 0-1. Roy Halladay, first inning of work, on in relief of Randy Johnson. This is going to be extra bases. Into the corner. Trout rounding first, and he's in with a 2-out double.
We saw a 2-out rally for Diurno when he hit the 2-run homer.
And here's the man, Kyle Farmer, 3 for 3, including a homer.
The stud. And I believe, and I know if I'm wrong, chat will help me out here, but I believe this Kyle Farmer has catcher on the card as well. He's a big-time super util, so you have the option to throw him back there if you need to in a pinch, if I recall correctly.
I think you're right. That's definitely good flexibility. Swing and missing at a cutter low and away. It's 1-2.
Does Halladay have Farmer's number? Oh, that was nasty.
That ball in the dirt. Mike Trout will stay at second. Good block there by Sal Perez. 1 run already in. We're tied at 5.
And he does. He got him. Wow.
Sinker in under the hands, and Farmer is retired for the first time today here in Game 1. And Kreiner will answer with Roy Halladay. And he'll have to deal with 4, 5, and 6. Thomas, Escobar, and Yelich.
Anything you can do, I can do better, huh? They're just kind of matching each other. And yeah, it is catcher, second, and third secondaries for Kyle Farmer as a shortstop card.
That's right. Thomas looks at a cutter at the knees. It's 0-1. Thomas 1 for 2. He has a homer in this Game 1. Fouls that one back, and he's down in the count 0-2. So Randy Johnson went 5 full innings, gave up 5 runs. Now it's a battle of the bullpens. Both have opted for Roy Halladay first.
As I mentioned earlier, it was never really going to be a stamina thing necessarily with Johnson. It was going to be when does your opponent kind of tell you have to take him out because they're crushing him. Oh, what a play!
An unbelievable play, and Thomas is thrown out at first. You got to L2 that.
That was fantastic. Trevor Story with the diving play up, fires. in time there on a 100-mile-an-hour rope. That's why they call it the hot corner, Ruffalo.
What a play there. Then there's one down here in the bottom of the 6th. Here's Eduardo Escobar. I know sometimes it's kind of frowned upon, but I would prefer if all of our competitors today L2'd everything.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As Escobar sends one lazy fly ball, Trout over to his left, and he'll make the catch.
Just to show some highlights there, not necessarily to rub it in or have any poor sportsmen, but just because those are the best plays, whether it's homer or amazing defensive play.
Seattle MLB fan, the semifinal series are a best of 3. They play 9 innings. The championship series, a best of 5. Once again, all 9 innings. Here's Christian Yelich 0 for 2.
As always, checking the bottom left of the screen whenever you're just joining us to get an update on what's going on. You'll see the little bat next to whoever's batting. And then, of course, you will see the little circles filled in once we get the games going there. Nobody's won a game yet, but that will indicate where the series is at as well. Oh, wow.
Christian Yelich fights that one off. That
one's at his chest.
That cutter came in pretty hot at 94 and about 4 feet off the plate, and he still made contact. Unbelievable. Check swing. He did not go.
Wrists of steel on that one. 2-2 now.
It's game 1
Good
of
take.
this semifinal series between Diurnal and
Best of 3 set.
Best of 3. I can tell you that Zazzy is leading Jukes to 5-3 in the bottom of the 4th. Check that. It's now 5-4. We'll go to that game shortly. But meantime, Yelich, fly ball, left field, playable.
Too big. Park too big.
And this should retire this. Wow. Whoa! Wait a minute. What the heck?
We didn't catch it. He just didn't get to it. We counted those chickens before they hatched.
I mean, sir.
He simply didn't catch it. I mean, hey, there's a ground ball. That'll get out of the inning, so no harm comes of it. But, you know, those long runs, those are tough. And I appreciate
just kept carrying and carrying and carrying.
And there's that elevation for you here at Laughing Mountain where that ball would have been a lazy fly out in so many other parks.
All right, meantime, no harm, no foul. We're still tied at 5, top of the 7th. This is Kreiner, 3, 4, and 5, starting with Roberto Clemente, and this could be trouble. And it is. Past the diving right fielder, all the way to the wall. Clemente is in with a leadoff double.
He'll keep him at 2 there. Wow, nice hit. Good effort there, but that one just got perfectly in the gap for a leadoff double. Big opportunity now for Kreiner. He's trying to steal this first game on the road. He has his best hitter, Frank Thomas. Says he hits .490 with him. He's a tank. That's why he's hitting number 4 for him.
So Frank Thomas facing Roy Halladay on for his 2nd inning of work in relief of Randy Johnson. He's behind in the count 2-1 to the cleanup hitter, Frank Thomas, who has gone deep.
That's a shot.
And I think he's gone deep again. No.
Nope, it's going to hit the base of the wall, but it's an RBI double, that's for sure.
It's an RBI knock for Frank Thomas. I've got to stop predicting because I'm not reading it well off the bat.
We're seeing why, that one that got over the head there after that long run, that one's not on you. That one just carries. We're going to see another pitching change here. It'll be Yohan Duran, the Minnesota Twins rookie who's been making waves in real life, too, with his splinker. His splitting sinker, which is nasty. And there you see it coming in at 95 for a splitter. That's just filthy and frankly unfair.
Here's Posada, 1 for 3. He has a big hit here in this game 1 of this best of 3. But he's down in the count 0-2 to Duran.
Nice.
Splitter underneath the hands, and there's one away.
Here's
Ketel Marte.
There. You know Kreiner desperately wants to get the 2nd run in here. He's taking a lead. You don't want to leave a man on 2nd with nobody out there and not cash that one in, too.
3rd pitcher of the day for Diurnal.
Is that one carrying? That's gone. Nope.
And make the catch. Tagging nope, he thought about it, but he'll hustle back to 2nd. Frank Thomas.
You can't make that 3rd out at 3rd, especially with Frank Thomas. You will definitely get reamed by the coach on that one.
That'll bring up Eduardo Escobar, looking to pick up his teammates here with 2 down. Looks at a curveball low to even the count at 1-1.
Ooh,
swing and a miss.
nice
And
cut
cutter.
piece there. This
Early,
Duran is incredible.
Too early on the timing, and the PCI was a little off, and he was well behind that 101-mile-per-hour fastball. That retires the side, but Kreiner gets a run. He now leads 6-5, going to the bottom of the 7th.
So we have one-run games on both. Zazzy up 5-4, still bottom 5 with 2 outs. Jukesta's batting. And then as we see the first out here in the bottom of the 7th, Roy Halladay retires Byron Buxton. That'll be a quick showing for Duran here. Definitely got to go to the pinch hitter if you're Diurnal. And he'll go to Willie McCovey, who's hitting a cool 455 off the bench for him. No big deal.
Roy Halladay on for his second inning of work.
First pitch
McCovey,
swinging.
first pitch swinging, shallow fly ball, and there's 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th. Here's Roberto Clemente.
That's got to bum out Diurnal. Yeah, I know whenever these studs have a one pitch out on a tough one, they beat themselves up. Like, why wasn't I more patient?
And there's a base hit up the middle, so another hit for Clemente, and that will extend the inning. And it'll bring up bring up Kyle Farmer. Nope, sorry, it'll bring up Ketel Marte.
Yeah, you had it right. Kreiner's got Farmer. Yayo's loving those Clemente hits, that's for sure. There's another first pitch
swinging here, and Marte is going to fly out in the infield, and that will retire the side. So Kreiner leading 6-5. Let's give you 2 full games here. Let's go split screen here as we take a look at our other semifinal. This is Zazzy and Jukesta, and Paul, as you mentioned, it is what do we have it now? It is 5-4. Zazzy leading Jukesta here. They are playing in the 6th inning here. As Bogarts fields and fires, and there's 2 down. Let's bring it full here. This is Zazzy against Jukesta, game 1 of this semifinal series. Roy Halladay on in relief, another player using Halladay out of his bullpen. As Zazzy, it looks like, is he going to have Randy Johnson hit for himself here?
No. Wow.
Okay, so Randy Johnson will start at least the bottom of the 6th.
That's kind of surprising, but hey, if he's pitching well with them, I get it. You want to stay with the confidence.
Here's a little chopper to first.
If he'd have ripped a base hit.
I thought that could have been something down the line.
Could you imagine?
Instead, it retires the side. So we go to the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, actually, with 2 outs, it makes more sense there. I didn't look at that. I thought it was 1 out, so pardon me on that. That makes a little bit more sense to keep them. If there's fewer than 2 outs, I think you got to make the switch. But with 2 outs, I get it, especially if you feel good with Johnson right now. 49 pitches. Jukesta really needs to find his patience a little bit here.
Lazy fly ball, right center field. Mike Trout is there, and there's 1 down. Yeah, the pitch count here is something that stands out to me, Paul. Usually these players are very, very patient. Part of the reason that they are so good, but yet just 51 pitches right now for Randy Johnson.
You never know how you're going to feel when you get on a stage like this. A lot of money on the line, big stage with the streams going on, and maybe Jukesta's just pressing a little bit. I mean, he's still totally in this. It's 5-4, so even with the low pitch count, he's fine. He just needs to maybe dial it down a little bit and find his comfort level.
He's ahead in the count, 2-1. There's a little chopper to second. And there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th. This is game 1 of a best-of-3 semifinal series. Our championship series, they will be best of 5. Here's Salvador Perez pinch hitting.
So that'll end Halladay's day for Juke.
As Perez looks at a 2-seamer on the black at 98. Good luck. Now he goes way too far inside. It evens the count at 1-1. Swing and a miss at a splitter. And Perez is down in the count 1-2. 2 down here in the 6th. Spits on that to even the count at 2-2. Clary 96, the finals are today as well.
We're finishing it all.
There's a fly ball. Lazy fly ball. Left fielder will come in to make the catch, and that retires the side. We are through 6th inning. Zazzy leading 5-4 here in game 1. As you see the bullpen activity.
Well,
and we will have a new pitcher. Yes.
Remember how highly used he was in our last tournament? Not as much here this year.
And another player using Johan Duran. We saw that in the other semifinal. Duran coming out of the pen. He's coming out of the pen here to face Mike Trout.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised if all 4 competitors had him in there. In fact, Juke did confirm to me that Duran is indeed his favorite reliever that he has, too. So that's 2 of the competitors, Diurnal and
Marte's going to have to hustle to make this catch. He's going back, and he will make the catch.
Nice play.
They were in the shift, and Marte had a lot of ground to cover, but he does so, and there's one away here in the 7th. Here's George Brett, 1 for 3.
So we're watching Zazzy and Jukesta right now. Always check the bottom left, folks, for an update on where the series is at and who's batting. You see the little bat next to Juke. That means he's batting. None of the circles are filled in because we haven't completed any games yet. This is game 1 of a 3-game set for both series. The other one, Kreiner against Diurnal, is 6-5 in the bottom of the 8th. As this one's flied out to left, Escobar makes the play for the second out in the top of the 7th.
So George Brett is quickly retired. Here's Frank Thomas, 2 for 3, including a homer, and that was a big 3-run homer. Instead here, first pitch swinging, another chance for Mike Trout, and that will retire the side. We're 7th inning stretch time here, 5-4. Zazzy leading here in game 1.
So great work there for the quick inning there by Duran.
All right, so this is Jukesta, top of the order. Trout, Marte, and Brett due up here in the bottom of the 7th. Let's give you split screen action here as we take a peek at our other semifinal, the game that we started with, a matchup of 2 former champions, Kreiner and Diurnal. Kreiner won the last event last fall, and Diurnal, Paul, won this event last year, the summer circuit.
Yes, he's looking for a second summer circuit. How incredible would that be?
Yes. Philanthropy 24 drops are active. Make sure that you have your accounts connected, as we'll give you split screen here, and we give it to you right now.
Oh, liner.
There was a liner there, caught by the third baseman. On the right, Kreiner and Diurnal. Kreiner leading 6-5 in the bottom of the 8th, but Paul, Diurnal has something cooking here. Runners at first and third, no one out. Eduardo Escobar facing Aaron Loop.
Let's
bring it
here.
full.
This is big time. Again, I talked to all the competitors, asked them a few questions. Kreiner said this Aaron Loop is his favorite reliever. In a little bit of trouble right now. This will at least be a sac fly, if not worse.
Yeah, deep fly ball. Right fielder makes the catch. The runner will tag and score. And we are tied at 6th in the bottom of the 8th in game 1 of this best of 3. And Aaron Loop now facing Christian Yelich.
It's not surprising that we've seen these two just trade counter punches. I expect that the entire series, to be honest.
Yeah, this feels like game 3, like a 3-game series here, as you see the pitch count in this inning starting to climb for Aaron Loop. Pitch number 24 about to be delivered, as that one is in for a strike. It's 3-1 to Christian Yelich.
Uh-oh.
That ball sent deep to left. No doubt about it. Kreiner.
Lefty.
Back on top. Lefty on lefty crime.
And that Diurnal hitting that homer there, that is huge. Off of Loop, like I said, Kreiner says that Loop was his favorite reliever, and he ends up getting hit in the first game. I wonder if that will dent his confidence at all in the Aaron Loop card.
Kreiner now down 8-6 here in the bottom of the 8th. Who do you think we see coming in to try to close this one out for Diurnal?
Wow, that's actually a great call. I'm not sure. I would need to know who's available to him. I wonder, because he's already used his Duran, who I believe will come up here. He'll come up next. So if Buxton gets a hit, that could change the dynamic of who he has to pitch for the 9th inning.
That's a great point. So there's 2 down. Here's Byron Buxton looking at an 0 for 3. Fouls that one back. It's now 0-2.
The beauty of Buxton is that even on an 0 for 3, he is the 8th hole batter, and he's in there for his defense as much as his offense. Oh, swings through that splitty. Nasty.
So Diurnal takes an 8-6 lead, 3 outs away from closing out game 1.
He's got Hoffman. He's got Hader sitting him down. He's going to bring up Devin Williams. So you got Devin Williams and Cishek. Remember, most teams aren't using all that many lefties. So I think I think Kreiner doesn't have any lefties. That's why he went double-barreled righty right there. He does have some switch hitters he'll have to contend with. But for now, it'll be Hoffman. 1 pitch, 1 out.
1 pitch, 1 out indeed as Roberto Clemente grounds out to short, and there's 1 away. Top of the 9th, game 1. Frank Thomas, 3 for 4, including a homer. 1 down here. Kreiner staring at an 8-6 lead here, down to his final 2 outs here in game 1.
8-6 deficit for Kreiner, looking to get a couple runs to keep it going, or 3 runs to draw a lead. Nasty pitch there. Good take.
Here's the 1-2 from Hoffman. Well out in front. It'll remain 1-2.
He's going to go with the high Chad. Not biting. Come back to the
Here's the 2-2.
Slider there. Not biting.
It's now 3-2.
Gonna have to come in the zone. This could be Hoffman's last batter.
Here's the payoff pitch from Hoffman.
Yeah, I knew where that's
Sent
going.
deep to left. No doubt about it. Big Hurt goes deep again. It's 8-7.
Honestly, the second he chose the pitch, I knew it was a homer. No joke. It was just, he wasn't going to miss that with Frank Thomas.
Perfect.
8-7.
Perfect.
You need 2 more outs before he gets 1 more run. Kreiner thinking, hey, I got 2 outs in the bank. I got plenty of time here. It's the beauty of baseball. There is no time. You judge the time based on your outs.
Here's the 2-0.
Oh.
Kreiner was sitting.
Doesn't miss that one. He was all over.
Sitting on that. It's now 2-1. Good pitch there to even the count at 2-2. It's Kreiner will take time and step out.
He thought that one might be the sinker. He's going to get up and in here. Easy take.
Well inside. It's another full count as Ketel Marte looms on deck.
God, he just puts so much pressure on him. Now he'll go back to Hader to get the lefty up. He originally sat him down to go double-barreled righties with Cishek and Williams. Full count to Jorge Posada. Kreiner already has a homer with Frank Thomas to cut the deficit to 1. Full count pitch.
We'll do it again. Alive. Almost 3,300 people in the chat here on Twitch. Payoff pitch in the 9th.
Good take.
And it's a walk, and now the go-ahead run is at the plate in the form of Ketel Marte.
He's got a pinch runner wait.
Check that, Brandon Marsh.
Oh, no.
So a pinch hitter.
I think he meant to pinch run.
Oh, I think you're right. I think he meant to pinch run Marsh for Posada. Instead, he has now Marsh batting in place of Marte. I was surprised by the move, Paul, but your guess makes more sense. Here's a chopper to first. Thomas gets 1.
He'll stay alive.
But Marsh, with good speed, able to beat the throw to first, so there are 2 down. Top of the 9th. Kreiner down to his final out.
Jukesta has taken a lead. We'll get out to that one after this. It's 7-5, top 9 in that one, by the way. Oh, Kreiner, I really think that was a mistake there. I don't think he meant to do that.
No, I think you're right. Here's Eduardo Escobar representing the last hope for Kreiner here. And you know what? We've all been there. We've all made that mistake. But you know what, Paul? We didn't do it with this much money on the line and this many people watching. So I feel for him.
2-2. Huge pitch. Look low.
Here's the 2-2. Good speed at first in the form of Marsh, and that's a base hit. Marsh will stay at second. The tying run is in scoring position. Trevor Story scheduled to bat, but are we going to see a pinch hitter? He's got Castellanos and Perez as his options.
I mean, it's a righty pitch, and I'm not sure the Castellanos is the better play here than Story. I would defer to Kreiner. He knows who he hits best with. Boy, he's got to be kicking himself with that.
Yeah. Big Sousa 98 says that could be a $20,000 mistake. Well, that remains to be seen, but it's definitely in the cards right now. All right, pitching change. Devin Williams, the airbender, facing Trevor Story. 2 down, runners at first and second. Good speed at second in the form of Brandon Marsh.
He doesn't usually miss those low heaters.
He's
just too early. He's like too early on it. He's like, you're too good.
Here's the 0-2.
Good take. Nice pitch, too, though.
Down in the dirt, it's 1-2. Kreiner down to his last strike here in game 1.
Ground ball.
And ground ball up the middle. Shortstop is there. Flip to second. That's it. That's all. Game 1 goes to Diurnal by the final
They
of
both ended
8
the same
to
time,
7.
by the way. Sorry to interrupt you, but both ended the same time. Juxta with the 7-5 comeback. So we see Diurnal and Juxta come back late to win the opening games and hold their home field advantage. Big, big wins for both.
So Juxta goes on to win, as you mentioned, 7-5, but Diurnal takes the win in Game 1 of his series. And I want to go back to what looked like just a blunder there by Kreiner late in this game, Paul.
I really think it was an unforced error. He gets Jorge Posada on. He does have Sal Perez on the bench as the backup catcher because you want to get Posada off the bases. He ends up pinch hitting Marsh for Marte. I just have to believe that he meant to pinch run Marsh for Posada because why would you want to take out Marte anyway? So that's a tough one there. Marsh ends up going into the fielder's choice, and it kind of derails the inning there.
All right, so if you're Kreiner and you lose that game in the fashion that you lost that game, what's your mindset going into Game 2?
Knowing what I know about Kreiner, he will be fine with it. He's not going to carry it. He's not going to sulk, not going to carry on. It's a mistake. It's okay. He still had an opportunity. He still gave it his best. I guarantee he's not worried. Or if he is, he certainly won't show it. He's got that ice water in his veins, even as a young kid.
All right, and Zazzy taking Game 1 in his semifinal.
No, Juxta got him.
Juxta, excuse me, over Zazzy. So Juxta a game away from advancing to our championship series.
Just added now, the new Diamond draft round in Battle Royale gives you a total of 3 Diamond players. Build a squad to earn flawless cards like Prime George Springer or Milestone Evan Longoria. Complete the mission, rack up wins to unlock the program reward, which is that postseason Christy Mathewson. Now, I know you're an Astros fan. Are you going with the stock answer here, or are you going to maybe go over to Evan Longoria? Who's your favorite here, Robert?
I would lean towards George Springer, but I have a lot of respect for any Evan Longoria card. The defense is elite, and this high diamond 96, you know it can rake.
I make a lot of choices based on card art. I will not deny that. So that George Springer is my number 1 right there, because that's a beautiful sideways card.
The Christy Mathewson windup gets on my nerve. It gets on my nerves after a while. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. With those old school pitchers, you're like, hurry up, old man. Let's go. Let's throw the ball.
It's a literal windup. A literal windup. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of the kids in the chat probably think we watched Christy Mathewson growing up. We're not quite that old.
Not quite.
So we did not see him growing up. But yeah, all 3 of those cards are great. Make sure you get out there in BR. You don't have to go 12-0. It's still difficult to get those cards. You still got to be putting a lot of quality out there, but you can get those cards for sure. We are in a unique situation here where both games ended at the exact same time. That's really kind of nuts. What did you see in those first games that really stood out to you?
I mean, I can't help but keep thinking about Kreiner's mistake in Game 1. And like I said, we've all been there. We've all made the mistake where you accidentally pinch hit instead of pinch running, but we've never done it under this kind of pressure. So I feel for Kreiner. I mean, I could see where this kind of thing could definitely happen, Paul, with so many people watching and, more importantly, so much money on the line.
Absolutely. You know, he's been here before, so he just went a little too quick, a little bit of an unforced error. It's okay. I say you wash it off, you don't worry about it. And listen, the old adage is a series doesn't start until the home team loses, meaning if you can hold your home field advantage, he wins this one and forces a Game 3, then no sweat off his back. So we'll see how it goes for both he and Zazzy. Kreiner and Zazzy looking to make comebacks in Game 2. They'll both be the home teams.
And the flip side, Juxta now a win away from the championship series, and Diurnal a win away from defending his title. Remember, he won this exact event this time last year, so he is now a game away from attempting to pull off the repeat. We're going to continue to bounce back and forth, give you the red zone style / March Madness coverage, as you can see there on your screen. We're about to take you to Game 2 between Kreiner and Diurnal. This matchup here, this series here between 2 former champions. I imagine we're going to see pretty much the same lineup, starting with Randy Johnson on the hill.
Actually, maybe for this one, but I can tell you, I see Zazzy and Juxta starting up. They're going double Roy Halladays. So we'll see here what happens. I see Kreiner, and then they're about to start their game. We'll see what happens when the lineup screen pulls up. But double Halladays in the other game, we'll see if Kreiner and Diurnal mix it up or if they both go double Randys again. Like we saw in that first game, you're not going 8-9 innings with Randy. You're looking to get 5-6 strong. So we'll see what happens. We are back into the Zazzy Juxta with Trout leading off.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, the double Halladays. Of course, he's going to immediately get Randy Johnson throwing along with Corbin Burns there as the 2 guys to warm up.
So Juksta is the visitor. He has a 1-0 series lead in this best of three. Trout, Marte, and George Brett due up to face Roy Halladay here in game number 2, and we're back at Laughing Mountain.
And it will be double RJs in the other game. I just saw the lineup screen as they get ready to go into game 2.
All right, Mike Trout is ahead in the count, 2-1 here, facing Roy Halladay. We saw Roy Halladay come out of the bullpen in game 1, swing and a miss at a 95-mile-per-hour cutter to even the count at 2-2.
I'm curious here if Juksta or Diurno will make this a 2-game set here and get the sweep. I'd be pretty surprised, and that's not to say nothing against them, but to prop up their opponents who are both tough as he gets the strikeout there on a nasty little sink piece that handcuffed him.
That'll bring up Ketel Marte. Lower left-hand corner of your screen, if you're just now joining us, it's our status graphic that's going to show you the status of the series and who's at bat. So obviously Juksta has that batting icon. He's at the plate. He also has that baseball next to him. He's leading this series 1-0 as Marte sends one to center field, and quickly there's 2 down here. In game 2 of this best-of-3 championship series, Juksta leading 1-0 and batting here in the top of the 4th.
He's got George Brett. He has to be happy that Randy Johnson isn't coming out. He'll eventually see him out of the bullpen for sure, but at least George Brett might get 1 or 2 at-bats against the righty here. Maybe can make a little bit of a dent before we get into the later innings.
All right, I'm getting some. All right, there's someone in the chat that's thinking that maybe going back to game 1, the Kreiner situation, that it wasn't a mistake, that he was pinch hitting for Ketel versus a right-hander and moving Story to second base.
Okay.
Okay.
I can understand that then. That checks out. And if the Kreiner says that that's what it is, then by all means, I'm going to take him at his word. And then I had it misaligned there. I thought he was trying to pinch run for Posada. So I'm curious why he wouldn't have still pinch ran for him, though, because you don't really want Posada on the bases as the tying run there.
That was the thing that stood out to me. Posada runs like he has a piano on his back, so you're looking for speed in that situation. Meantime here, game 1, George Brett, chopper to third, over to his counterpart at third base, and that retires the side. As Zazzy comes up to the plate, Trout, Brett, and Frank Thomas due up here to face Roy Halladay. It is Roy Halladay ×2 in this championship series. Hot shot by George Brett, throw across the diamond, and there's 1 down.
The hot corner stays living up to its name so far, with a lot of hot shots there for the third baseman in both games, I should say. By the way, I do see that Diurno has a 1-0 lead, just ripped a double into the gap, so he's got 1 on, 1 out, and 1 in, and that one, is that gone? I think Marte's given up on that. It is. There's a 2-run shot. Oh, no, it's a solo shot. Sorry, they already had him on first there. So Zazzy will take a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first with 1 out. 0-1 pitch now coming from Frank Thomas, or to Frank Thomas, pardon me.
All right, so Frank Thomas, 1 down here. And the bottom of the first of game 2. Once again, Juksta with a 1-0 lead, but Frank Thomas will send one. That's going to split the defense and roll all the way to the wall. And Frank Thomas is aboard with a 1-out double.
You just can't touch Frank. He's nasty. The Big Hurt is insane. Polanco, ooh. Gosh, that sinker just dies on you. Just has that last bit of dip that you're like, how? How did my bat have a hole in it? Another cut piece. Go back to the sinker here.
Cleanup hitter Polanco.
No. He's gonna go
another run out in scoring position, but he goes down swinging, and quickly there's 2 down.
Throws another splitty and catches the zone there.
Here's the tops now, Eduardo Escobar.
Best of 3 series here. Juksta's up 1-0. Zazzy has a 1-0 lead within this game, trying to draw even. You can see in the bottom left corner that Juksta's batting. He's got a runner at second with 2 outs and a 2-2 pitch coming to Eduardo Escobar. And he rips that one into the right center gap. That one's gone. Trout says, I'm not trying to run after that. And it's 2-1 now. Zazzy takes a 3-0 lead. Pardon me. I had Juksta batting because I looked at the graphic and I got misled there. Pardon me. And that's going to be a shot up the middle. Bogarts dives after it. Just doesn't look like he's giving effort there. A little bit of eye wash there from Bogarts. Trout will field it. Everything all right over there, Robert? Ketel Marte with the base hit. 2 outs.
Yeah, I had to do some housekeeping.
No problem. I got your back. As Halladay pops that cutter in. Oh, he's going to go right to Randy Johnson, not wasting any time. Wow. So gives up the 3 runs with Roy Halladay in the first inning. Says, should have just gone with Randy, and makes the change immediately. Which then prompts a change from Zazzy, who brings in Austin Riley. Interesting. So that was
Austin
Riley in.
Yeah, his number's 143. Rexy. I don't think this one quite has the distance.
Was that was for Lindor, so who's going to play short? I guess Polanco, but then Brett's at third. I'm wondering the breakdown of the defense here now for Zazzy.
Yeah,
I guess you can
big-time
put,
substitutions.
Actually, no, you could put Escobar in the infield or Marte and then Riley in the outfield. It all checks out. Anyway.
The good news is for Zazzy, he has a 3-0 lead in this game 2 as he tries to force a game 3. And there's one down here. As Eduardo Escobar comes up empty, it's 0-1. And looks at a ball low. It's 1-1. Top of the second here.
Juke's still looking to get on the board after a 3-run first inning from Zazzy, who's looking to draw even in this series. In the other game,
yeah, we'll take you out there in just a second. We'll give you some split screen coverage here and go full screen to Diurnal and Kreiner.
That's still a 1-0 lead for Diurnal, top second. He also just got a base hit to lead off the second from Christian Yelich, who's having a marvelous day already. Again, I'll reiterate for those of you just joining us, Diurnal has 2 walk-offs with him from yesterday, and then a key home run.
Oh, that ball sent deep to right center field, and it is out of here.
Ooh.
A solo home run for Eduardo Escobar as Juxta scores for the first time here in game 2, cuts the lead to 3-1.
Someone in chat asking about the Yasel Antuna. That is a prospect card for the Nats, and I've heard some of his proponents in the community really love that card. Yasel Antuna, Nats prospect card.
Here's Posada, 1-1. Fouls that one back early on a splitter.
No matter what,
1-2.
Whenever you have a deficit, you always feel good getting that 1 run back on. You're like, okay, I'm in this now. Get that goose egg off the board. It's just that little bit of weight off your shoulders. He's still got a couple runs to get, but at least he's on the board now.
Oh, sinker at the knees. Very nasty as Posada goes down looking, and there's 2 down.
That pitch is not safe for work. Absolutely gross.
Here's Xander Bogaerts' first pitch swinging. He'll ground to short. Jump throw. Got him. We're through an inning and a half.
So Juxta gets a run back on the home run, but Zazzy limits the damage there, and we go bottom second. Zazzy up 3-1.
Here's Joey Bart. Having to deal with Randy Johnson now.
Quick change there from Juke, going from Halladay to Johnson after the 3-run first inning.
Very short leash on Roy Halladay.
Yeah, he wasn't having it.
Here's a chopper to short. Bogarts is there. And there's 1 down.
And look, I don't blame him. You know, it's all about that comfort. And if you don't have confidence in a pitcher, you got to make the move.
As Roy Halladay steps into the plate against Randy Johnson. I want to remind you that all 4 of these players are playing for a prize pool that includes $25,000.
Will that drop?
No, it will not drop. First place winner gets $15,000. Second place, $5,000. Third place gets $3,000, and our 4th place finisher will get $2,000, as well as some other prizes, including a Shohei Ohtani signed jersey and baseball for the first place winner. Sign me up, yes, sir.
I think the top 3 all get that with the jersey and the ball from Shohei. But those gifts, you know, those keepsakes are pretty awesome. Obviously, the cash is king, no doubt about it. But you have those items as sort of trophies, right? You look at that Ohtani jersey, you always remember, hey, I won the summer circuit, or I was top 4 in that, as we see a 2-2 pitch there.
Mike Trout batting with 2 down here in the bottom of the second. Zazzy leading 3-1, but trailing in this best of 3, 1 game to none. After losing game 1 as Mike Trout draws a walk, and now it'll be George Brett facing Randy Johnson with 2 down here in the bottom of the second.
Catron as, oh, that's a
Hot shot
there in the hot corner.
caught by the third baseman.
Catron in chat said, what's the series at? And Robert, you just mentioned it's 1-0. You can always take a check in the bottom left corner to see where the series is at. The little baseballs will fill in the dots, and you can see the 1 next to Juke. He's up 1-0 in this best of 3. So anytime you jump in, you can immediately check there, bottom left.
All right, here's the aforementioned Yasiel Antuna.
Hitting .475 with him. Is that good?
Yeah, I'd say that checks out. Yep.
Okay. Pretty decent.
And as you mentioned, this is the Washington Nationals prospect card, and a card that's getting rave reviews from the community, as you mentioned.
Absolutely. You see those sneak cards, we all have some of our favorites, and Yasiel Antuna has his backers. I saw somebody in chat earlier say he's a 95 and an 84 body. That's
a little sinking liner caught by
catch.
Mike Trout. Wow.
Fish boy. Nice. Kreiner, meanwhile, has taken a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the second. He has a runner on second with 2 outs with Randy Johnson batting. We'll see if Randy can keep that inning going.
These two
Kreiner did take a
semifinals.
lead.
These 2 semifinal series are happening concurrently. We're going to give you some split screen coverage in just a moment, send you out there to that game 2, but we want to try to give as equal time as possible and give these 2 competitors some shine. Frank Thomas can't make the catch.
Look, Frank did everything he could there. You can only expect so much as Randy Johnson gets on base. He did not get on base for Kreiner, by the way.
Here's a chopper. Halliday's going to throw to second to get the lead runner, but Trout runs too well to get the double play. So there's 2 down and a runner at first.
I'm going to say I actually would have gone first there and let Randy Johnson be on second with 2 outs as opposed to the speed. With 2 outs, it's not the end of the world either way, but I think I'd have just gone to get Trout at first there.
Here's Ketel Marte, 0 for 1.
Because it'll take a pretty good hit from Marte to have scored Randy. Like this one wouldn't have scored him.
That's a perfect base hit. It'll move the runner up to second base. So runners at first and second as Jukesta has a 2-out rally here with George Brett stepping to the plate. And we will see Randy Johnson. He not rough the George Brett. Which, by the way, what a monster collection prepared for the George Brett card. My God, George Brett, however, bounces out, and that retired to the side. And now we go to the with 3-1, looking to add here with Frank Thomas.
We got Randy Johnson still on the mound here. It's going to be an easy fly out with Frank Thomas being retired for the first out in the bottom of the third. So 1 away. Randy Johnson's at just 15 pitches through 2 1/3. It'll be Jorge Polanco now. Randy Johnson, obviously the best pitcher in the game, or at least widely regarded as such. Tough part is you want to be patient, but then you see an appetizing pitch and you go for it like that one. You end up popping out, and boom, it's 2 outs already, and he's at 16 pitches. He could be through 3 innings with under 20 pitches. Now, again, I will reiterate, stamina is not necessarily what's going to decide when he gets taken out. It'll be once the opponent really starts to hit well against him. But the fact that you can get through that many innings on so few pitches, is huge. You a robot, and it's no problem. I got you.
Service provider immediately. All right, but we're back here. Randy Johnson dealing with Eduardo Escobar. With Zazzy leading 3-1.
You got to stop stealing your Wi-Fi from Wendy's, Robert.
that's you know. Oh, that's going to
drop in.
Escobar can't make the play. And there's a runner at first.
If there is a liability on that card, the defense is not great, and that was a little bit of a tough one there. He didn't quite have that extra step of speed, but a ground ball here will make nothing come of it, as Antuna will throw over to first for the 3rd out, and that will end the 3rd. Zazzy leads 3-1. As we kick it out to the red zone look here, we've got Kreiner up 2-1 in the bottom of the third, and the stud Kyle Farmer, who's 0 for 1 on the day, is batting. And then Jukesta will come up with Frank Thomas, still facing Randy Johnson. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, both of these players that are leading, needing to win this game, Paul, to stave off elimination. Let's bring it full here. Kyle Farmer, who went 3 for 4 in Game 1, dealing with Randy Johnson as Kreider bats in the bottom of the third, leading 2-1. One down here, and Farmer down in the count 1-2.
I love the phrase stave off elimination. I'm convinced that the phrase stave off is only ever used in sports in a pivotal playoff game. I've never heard the phrase used anywhere else.
I think you might be right. All right, here's Roberto Clemente is on deck as the count is full.
Kyle Farmer was, what, 3 for 4 last game? And he rips
was,
that one just
and
foul.
that one is foul.
He was
Look
all
at
over
that
it,
PCI.
though.
Look at that PCI. Goodness gracious. The precision in which these players play at. Out of here. Oh, no.
I thought that was fair.
I thought it was fair, too.
I missed the read. It said, you know, how many feet outside. It couldn't have been more than 3 feet.
3.1 feet.
There you go.
Outside the fair pole.
That is crazy. Oh, wow. I thought he had it. I
thought he had it, too.
Even though the game has literally never been wrong on fair foul, I find myself checking them sometimes like, I swear that had to be fair. Uh-oh.
That ball sent deep to left. There's no doubt about that one. That is fair and gone.
Robert, I'm just going to level with you. I am behind on my tops now. I have the market tab pulled up right now. I just put in an order for Kyle Farmer because I don't have him yet.
As you should. Diving stop by the shortstop. Throw over to first, not in time.
Oh, what a play, though, to even save that one.
Kyle Farmer has been Kreiner's MVP thus far through
I'm sold.
A game plus.
I'm in. Give me some Kyle Farmer action. Unbelievable.
All right, we do have a pitching change, and it will be Roy Halladay. So Kreiner leading 3-1 in a game he has to have in this best of 3. He lost Game 1 to Diurnal. Here's a perfect shot to left.
Who'd I tell you was his favorite card?
Frank Thomas.
He said, I just can't pick anybody else. I hit 490 with him.
Here's Jorge Posada.
And Bird's on the bat. He might have called it the fair pole, which is what it should be called, because if you hit it, it's fair. So why was it called the foul pole?
Oh. Fly ball. Medium depth and left. Yelich is there. And there's 2 down. Here's Ketel Marte. He has scored a run. He's 1 for 1.
Got under
First
that
pitch
one.
swinging. Yep, got under it. You see the PCI was a little to the left, and that retires aside, but Kyle Farmer does the deal. Again, 2-run homer.
Of course he does. He's nasty. He's been absolutely filthy for him.
Meantime, Frank Thomas sends one the other way, and that one is foul. Again, this is being played on legend difficulty. Facing Randy Johnson. Facing pitchers with extreme velocity, and our players are all over it oftentimes on the PCI. It's amazing. It's absolutely remarkable how good these guys are.
To be like early/very early on 102 is wild. Zazzy has a 4-1 lead, by the way, bottom 4, so he's batting with 2 outs against Randy Johnson still in that other game.
There's a shot up the middle. Diving stop.
Play.
Kyle Farmer is doing everything.
You absolute god.
Kyle Farmer doing it with the stick and the glove. What a play.
We get it, Kyle Farmer. You're a god. Chill. Chill, Kyle Farmer. You're too good.
And just like in this game, Paul, Zazzy in the other series needs Game 2. And he's leading in Game 2 of his series. Meantime, Kreiner pitching with a 3-1 lead with Randy Johnson in the top of the 4th. If you're just now joining us, check out the left-hand corner of your screen. That gives you a status on the series and who's batting. Meantime, Christian Yelich on deck as Escobar is ahead in the count 3-1, swinging. Early side of good is the timing.
He would kill for that one back.
Yeah.
It'll be 2 outs on that 3-1 pitch. He was on that, but he just missed it. And that's the thing, too. When these guys fly out or pop up, they're so on it.
Whew. Boy, the slider's, it only reads 92, but I swear it looks like it's 102.
Right.
Love that
Yelich.
pitch sequence there. Slurve after the slider. Here's the 1-1 to Yelich. Chopper to the right side. Thomas is there. He'll step on the bag, and that will retire the side. Here's Eduardo Escobar. Went deep with a 2-run homer his first time up. As Kreiner's working with a 3-1 lead. First pitch swinging. That's also foul. We'll check in on the other series between Zazzy and Juxta. They're in game 2 of their series. Semifinals best of 3, championship series best of 5. All games 9 innings, being played on legend difficulty, and Roy Halladay, the legend, striking out Escobar for 1 down.
Austin Riley steps in now for Kreiner, 1-for-1. This is game 2 of a 3-game set. Kreiner is down 1-0 to Diurnal here, but leads this game 3-1. He needs it to force a game 3. Takes a pitch there, makes it 1-1. Zazzy up 4-1. He has a 1-0 lead in the series, so he is looking to make it. Or no, excuse me, Juxta won. So both people who are winning right now are in position to force game 2, but they have to hold leads, which these games are in the 4th and 5th inning respectively. I think the series will change, the leads will change hands a few more times.
Oh yeah, these guys aren't through scoring.
Not even
Fly
close.
ball, left center field. Clemente is there, and there's 2 down. Bottom 4 here, and it'll be Randy Johnson hitting for himself. In case you're just joining us, you saw Clemente make that last catch there. He was inserted into Diurnal's lineup about 15 minutes before we began gameplay. So a late lineup change
Took out
for
Trout.
Diurnal. Yeah, he took out Mike Trout for Roberto Clemente. Trout is not even on his bench as Randy Johnson swings and misses at a splitter, and that will retire the side.
That's a great pitch.
All right, here we were talking about the other series between Juxta and Zazzy. And Zazzy, Paul, as you can see, left-hand portion of your screen, leading 5-1 in the 5th in a game that he has to have.
Absolutely. Got to be feeling pretty decent right now. Obviously knows it's not over as we see Trout let that one drop in front of him for Diurnal leadoff hit. Zazzy up 5-1 and batting here against Corbin Burns. That's going to be a base hit for Eduardo Escobar as Trout plays it. Nice little 2-0 knock.
That's the tops now, Eduardo Escobar, and that'll bring up Ketel Marte with 2 down here in the bottom of the 5th. Game 2. Oh, pitcher wall!
Oh, that's going to work beautifully.
It's an infield hit for Marte, and a possible 2-out rally here for Zazzy.
That's a tough break for Juxta
in the bottom of the 5th.
There. He gets what he wants. You know, you get the weak contact. It just bounces off of Burns' foot. And that's baseball, folks.
Austin Riley 1 for 2 with a homer.
Nice pitch there.
Cutter at the knees. It's 1-2. Just gets a piece to stay alive, and we'll do it again.
1-2 pitch now, looking for that front door
Got
cutter,
him.
and there it is. Nasty. Good pitch.
That will retire the side. A couple of runners left stranded, and we go to the top of the 6th. Juxta trailing 5-1, trying to mount a comeback, and it's not going to be easy with facing Randy Johnson. But clearly, Paul, as we said, all 4 of these players are capable of scoring runs, and all of them, they're not really bothered by deficits.
No, absolutely not. I do want to point out here that we are in the top of the 6th, and Randy Johnson has 25 pitches. Oh, wait, he didn't start, though. This was the Halladay game. Pardon me.
Yeah.
Pardon me. It's not as impressive.
As he gets a strikeout there for out number 1, now facing Ketel Marte. Lazy fly ball. Right fielder is there. And quickly, there's 2 down.
Yeah, I forgot this game here. They both went double Halladay. Ended up getting both of their Hallidays came out pretty quickly. In fact, Juxta took him out in the first after 3 runs, said no thanks. And Zazzy took out Halladay somewhat recently.
This is lefty on lefty. This is the 99 George Brett. The latest featured collection reward.
Nice pitch there.
And got him. Slider up in the zone.
You freeze on those, man. You just, yeah, that one's tough. I mean, it's really, really tough.
As Zazzy cruising, everything going his way here in game number 2. Lazy fly ball for Trout, and there's one down.
D-Shep asks, why would these games be played at the same time? Not to be snarky or anything, but it's just we don't have all the time in the world either. We can't play each one individually. Or, you know, we've already got an action-packed day planned, so it makes sense to have both going. And I love the red zone feel of it bouncing back and forth. All 4 competitors are streaming, too. You can dip into the individual streams. If there's a game you want to stay with a bit more, you can definitely do that. But we will keep the action going for you.
Yeah. I also like when the chat can give us some updates in there and keep us honest. We definitely appreciate that. So
here
we go.
Randy
Johnson looks at a ball inside to even the count 2-2.
2-2 from Burns.
And Randy Johnson will line out to Frank Thomas.
Frank isn't giving up a Randy Johnson base hit.
Here's 0 for 2. Mike Trout is 0 for 2. First pitch swinging here. In foul ground. Trout is going to fly out to Frank Thomas, and that will end the 6th. So a quick inning.
Very quick there. Little quick on the trigger there from Zazzy. Couldn't quite get on those pitches. It'll bring Jukesta right back up. Now he has a chance to start to cut into that 4-run deficit.
Here's Frank Thomas 0 for 2. NJS finest. Actually, SLS with the in the chat saying Farmer doing more yard work for Kreiner. So apparently Kreiner has added to his lead.
Wow. I mean,
Frank Thomas sends that one foul.
I think my Farmer order went through. I think I got Kyle Farmer on the squad. Now I could just play the tops now moments, but I had to buy him right away as Frank Thomas strikes out there for Juke.
Look at that pitch placement. Two-seamer, 98 miles per hour, darting away from Thomas right on the black. Unbelievable
just exactly
stuff.
Where you want it, right?
As Frank Thomas flies out in shallow right field, the second baseman went out there to make a play. That'll bring up the switch-hitting catcher Jorge Posada, who's 0 for 2. As we bat here in the top of the 7th, Jukesta, who leads in this best of 3, 1-0 but is trailing here in game 2. Nasty splitter there. All right, let's bring in our other series. Let's give you split screen action here. Jukesta and Zazzy, that is on the left-hand corner portion of your screen. On the right-hand portion of your screen, 2 former champions. Kreiner against Diurnal. Diurnal leads 4-1 as that ball over in the Jukesta-Zazzy matchup is sent deep to right, and it is out of here. So George Brett adding to the lead for Zazzy. It's now 6-1. Back over to Kreiner and Diurnal. Kreiner's leading 4-1. He's out in the field. Randy Johnson on for another inning facing George Brett. There's a chopper to the right side, fielded by the second baseman. Spin and throw, and he's gone for out number 1.
Didn't go for 2 there. Interesting. I mean, maybe just conceded the speed there, running from first to second.
Kreiner just looking for outs here at this point. I would suspect that neither one of these competitors are done scoring runs. But
No shot.
Kreiner does lead 4-1 as we enter into the final third of this game. Frank Thomas, right center. Trout camps underneath. Runner at second will stay, and there's 2 down.
Looking at the replay of that play, by the way, the second baseman was kind of throwing off of his back foot. So I understand Kreiner being a bit more conservative, not trying to go for the double play and just getting the sure out at first. Smart move there, especially when you have a lead. Don't let any sort of unforced error kind of open the door here.
Eduardo Escobar looks at a splitter at the knees. He's down in the count 1-2. 2 down here, top 6.
We switch back over to Diurnal's broadcast here, if you notice that little jump.
Fouls that
Way
one
to
off
stay
to
alive.
stay alive. Yeah, a slider at 91, darting in.
That's a
Fly
shot.
ball,
That's in the gap.
left field. This could be trouble. Trout dives and does not make the catch.
That could be 3.
It
Yeah,
will
he's
go
gonna go
all
3
the
here.
way to the wall. He's thinking 3. He's got 3.
Wow, what a hit there. Trout gave a great effort, but there's too spacious of a left center field
Look
there
at that.
for
Look at
Trout
that
to track it
PCI.
down.
Look at where that ball is and where the PCI ended up. Just a remarkable piece of hitting.
They're on everything. It's unreal. 4-2 now with a runner at third. 0-2 here quickly to Yelich. This could be a key run to get in with 2 outs, though. And he strikes out. That's tough.
So Randy Johnson does strand a runner at third, but Diurnal creeps closer, now trailing 4-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Remember, this is the closeout chance for Diurnal. As you see, left-hand corner of your screen, that's our status graphic. You see that baseball next to Diurnal's name? That means he won game 1, and he's trying to close out Kreiner here in game 2.
Diurnal no doubt feels good to get at least that 1 run there. Cut into the deficit. That's a base hit up the middle, though. Leadoff hit for Kreiner's always scary.
So Kreiner trying to get that run back.
Zazzy's now pulled up 9-1 in the top of the 8th, so he's in a good spot to force that game 3 against Juksta. And that's a shot.
That's perfect shot.
Base of the
Off
wall.
the wall.
Holy smokes.
Wow. It's going to be a long single, but it does move the runner to third. So runners at the corners, no one out here for Kreiner in the bottom of the 6th, and he's got Austin Riley at the plate.
The real tough part here is you score a run, and then you immediately give up 2 hits to put runners at the corners. You're likely giving that run right back, if not more.
He'll bring in the airbender, Devin Williams.
Very difficult spot here for Diurnal.
Austin Riley looks at a ball inside. It's 1-1.
Oh, gross pitch.
Screwball on the corner. It's 1-2.
Juksta scratches one with a home run from Nick Castellanos, make it 9-2, top 8 in the other game there. That's going to be...
That ball sent deep to left field. Going back as the left fielder. Yep. It's up against the wall.
That's
One run will score. They're sending the runner around third. He will score. It's a 2-run double, and Kreiner extends to a 6-2 lead here in game 2.
That's got to feel great for Kreiner. He gave up that run last inning, but then stemmed the tide on anything else. Comes back, gets 2 of his own. He's just a force. Kreiner is just such a force.
And he will make a move for a pinch hitter, and it'll be the live series Jock Peterson card. So that's all for Randy Johnson. Coming out of the pen, gave some productive innings on in relief of Roy Halladay, as Kreiner now leads 6-2 in a game that he must have to force a game 3, a deciding game 3. Remember, our championship series is a best of 5. That ball is chopped to right. Thomas will step on the bag, and there's 1 down. Runner does go to third, so Austin Riley at third, less than 2 outs, and it's Mike Trout.
Don't forget, this was actually double Randy's starting here. The other match was one where the 2 Hallidays started. So that was Randy getting through, 5 innings, 5+ there, but ended up giving up 6 runs to Kreiner. So tough one there. And by the way, Zazzy got that run right back, made it 10-2, bottom 8 in the other match.
Early on 98 miles per hour.
Imagine. Fish Boy's 0-for-3, though. Trout doing nothing today.
These guys are just different. And
Mike
Mike Trout, just as you said, right on cue, Paul.
Yeah, I talk trash, so he had to put me in my place.
RBI knocked the other way, and Kreiner is up 7-2.
He's like, I'll show you, you geek. There's a base hit.
There's another base hit. Kyle Farmer again. I will say that Kreiner, after his quarterfinal win yesterday, said Giancarlo Stanton is the best card in the game.
Yep.
He's had great success, and now Stanton is on his bench. But I'm wondering if the Kyle Farmer performance is changing even his mind.
I know, because Kyle Farmer's been seriously incredible. He said Frank's his best card. He said Giancarlo Stanton's the best card in the game. And then Kyle Farmer making his way up to the top saying, hey, what about me?
Here's a chopper to third. Could be 2.
Great play.
It is 2. But the damage has been done.
Meanwhile, Zazzy adds another one. It is 11-2, bottom 8. He's setting himself up very nicely for a game 3 there.
Yeah, so I think we're staring at dual game 3s here.
Which is what we deserve, let's be honest.
Roy Halladay on in relief. Working with a 7-2 lead.
I asked Kreiner
Diving stop, knocked down by Austin Riley. Sal Perez doesn't run well.
Nice play.
And a nice play indeed by Austin Riley for out number 1. Here's Byron Buxton.
It helped that it was Perez, but that's still a fantastic play. As Buxton comes in 0 for 2 on the day. Ground ball to short. Easy play. 2 away. Halladay coming in relief for Diurnal. But I asked Kreiner, you know, when did he realize that his talent was on another level and he wasn't just good, but he was good. He said probably at the end of 18 playing BR a lot and getting 12 and O's consistently. And then at the beginning of MLB 19, he was competing for top 50s on a flat screen TV. He wasn't even using a monitor while he was decimating everybody.
I mean,
and for those that don't know, there's a big difference between monitor and TV just with the input lag. And when you make that change, even if you're just a run-of-the-mill clown like myself, you will notice a change, let alone an absolute stud.
As Willie Stargell, a pinch hitter, grounds one to short, and quickly that will retire the side. All right, let's give you a peek at our other semifinal series.
Juke trying to make a game of this.
Yeah, it looks to be like we could be staring at a game 3 as Jukesta is trailing Zaz 11-3.
He got to run this inning, and he has a base runner on, so he's got the first 2. And it'll be Frank Thomas against Steve Cishek. You know, obviously it would be huge to make this comeback all the way, but I do not rule out the potential of it.
Yeah, 9th inning here. No one out. Jukesta needs base runners, obviously. Duh. But it appears, in all likelihood, that we will have a third and deciding game. Check swing. They say he went.
Got him.
And there's one away.
That's huge.
Jukesta won game 1. Zazzy on the verge of winning game 2.
Zazzy
is the best of 3.
Zazzy, you see him in those beautiful reds. As we'll see if we can make a play here. Riley was under that one easily for the second out. He's representing Canada, our lone Canadian entrant here of the 4. Loves baseball and hockey more than anything, he says. I think the hockey you have to, but then he might have added baseball to the mix there. But I think once you're born in Canada, if you don't love hockey, they send you down here to the States.
You might be right. Here's Jorge Posada, 0 for 3. Fouls that one back, and he's down to the count 0-2. Jukesta down to his final strike. Posada remains alive as we on the verge of a third and deciding game between Jukesta and Zazzy in this semifinals.
Draws it even now, 2-2.
Fouls another one off, and we'll do it again. And the count's run full. Runner at first will be on the move. And another foul ball. There's a pretty good AB here being put up together by Jorge Posada. Scorches that one, but well foul.
He's just fighting here. What is this, pitch 9? This at-bat here has been wild. You see the hit difference, 16-3. Zazzy's just been putting up base hits left and right.
And in case you're wondering, stamina does not carry over from one game to the other.
No, so we will see similar pitchers.
And another foul ball. Payoff pitch.
Oh, that's another foul ball, but that one's going to be playable.
That one is playable. And we're going to game 3. Zazzy rolling over Jukesta 11-3 to force a deciding game 3. Still work ongoing in game 2 in the Kreiner-Diurnal series. As we move, let's bring it full here. We are in the top of the 8th. Diurnal is batting, but trailing 7-2 with George Brett at the plate. Our status graphic in the left-hand corner will show you that Diurnal is leading this series 1-0 and at the plate, and now Kreiner will step to the plate in the bottom of the 8th. Kreiner 3 defensive outs away from forcing a deciding game 3.
5-run lead at this point, feels really good for Kreiner. Of course, nothing's out with Diurnal. We know that, but I feel good about our chances at dual game 3s here. He's going to let Cishek bat. Or Halladay bat.
He's going to let Roy Halladay bat to face Steve Cishek.
Halladay hitting a hot
2.
0-59.
There's a little dribbler in front of the
he might
plate.
beat that one out.
This could be trouble. Head first slide, they got him.
It's not beneficial to slide there. You're faster to just run through it. But I
Here's
love it.
Mike
I love
Trout.
Roy Halladay getting dirty there.
Mike Trout has an RBI knock in this game. Sends that one foul. It's down to the count 0-2.
Yeah, someone in chat asking about, what makes a player good, like what kind of rating.
Yep.
And truthfully, 800 plus is a good player. It's not the cream of the crop. We think, cream of the crop, 1,000 plus all the time, competing for top 50s. Wait, what's going on there?
Whoa, wow.
Just a little lag there.
Yeah,
that was weird.
He's saving that for posterity.
Yeah.
He's saving that clip.
Kyle Farmer here.
Three for another 3-hit, at least another 3-hit day for Kyle Farmer as he's looking for a 4th hit, but down to the count 0-2. Lazy fly ball, shallow center field.
Yeah, I think it's
And
something
there's
like
2 down.
10-12% or something. I don't know what the numbers are this year, but last year, like 10-12% are 800 plus. Like that's really good. I know the Twitch community, there's a higher standard because there's like a selection bias there. Better players are inherently going to be on Twitch because they're more serious and they're playing it more often. So we see a bunch of folks in the 1,000s and above, and we're like, well, if you're not at 1,000, you're garbage. And in the general pool of all MLB, you're quite good at 800 plus, which means even if you're in the 700s, that you're right there with more practice and improved hitting, you can get up into the consistent World Series and then maybe even start getting into the 1000s.
All right, so full count here. Frank Thomas on deck. Here's the payoff pitch to Clemente.
Base hit.
Runner.
Oh, diving catch.
Wow, diving
I called it too soon. Oh, my bad.
What a play by the shortstop. And
who did I shade there? That was Ketel Marte. My bad, Ketel. This is a best of 3. We're looking at game 2. Kreiner trying to win this one, shut this one down here in the 9th. That's going to be a shot foul to force a game 3. Meanwhile, Zazzy forced a game 3 against Juksta. That one will get started in just a bit. If you ever need to know what the status of a series is, check that bottom left corner. You'll see a little baseball filled in next to Diurnal to show his 1-0 lead, and then the little bat next to his name to indicate that he's batting.
And Frank Thomas will send one the other way. This could be extra bases. Up against the wall, they're going to hold Thomas
Play conservative
to
there.
a single. Yeah,
you don't need
base
that
runners.
base. Yep, you need folks on bases. You do not need to push that base. That's
Eduardo
gonna get
Escobar.
through.
There's a base hit to the left side, past the diving George Brett.
2 on, nobody out. It's a good way to start when you're down 5. I'll say that. And then Yelich, one of his kings. We're talking up Kyle Farmer, but Yelich has been Farmer-esque for Diurnal, not just today, but also yesterday with 2 walk-off homers. He had a lefty-lefty shot earlier today as well. And there's a shot.
That's perfect.
That's gone.
Left center field.
That's 7-5, folks.
It's
Christian
gone.
Yelich.
And it's now a 2-run deficit. Still no one out.
You
And
can't
we're going
touch
to have
that
a pitching
Yelich.
change. Going to have a pitching change. Trevor Hoffman now dealing with Salvador Perez. Unless we have a... No, he was just checking his bullpen. Now he's thinking about a pinch hitter. He's going to stay with Sal Perez, who's 1 for 3. No Limit Cal in the chat says, uh-oh. Uh-oh, indeed, Cal. Because Diurnal is not done yet. But he's down on the count 0-2. Looks at a ball low. It's 1-2. That evens a count at 2-2.
These guys simply don't quit.
No, they don't.
And that's the thing,
They're relentless
Confidence
is what
yes.
they are.
Confidence in yourself and not giving up is huge. And it's hard to develop. There's a nice
big out
strikeout
there.
right there. Disgusting pitch to get the first out. But, knowing that you're in it and believing, it sounds a little cheesy, believe in yourself. But if you get down and you're like, well, I lost this one, and you never think about trying to get those 5-6 runs in the 9th to make the comeback, you kind of take yourself out of games. There's a shot. I think it'll probably stay in the yard, though.
Yeah, it's going to stay
Just
up
under
there.
it.
Just a few feet shy of the warning track as Byron Buxton flies out, and there's 2 down. Now we will see a pinch hitter, and it will be Willie McCovey facing Trevor Hoffman.
That's going to be a base hit.
That's a base hit, and the tying run will step to the plate.
Here we go.
For Diurnal, and it will be the man who got inserted into his lineup just moments before we began play today, Roberto Clemente, who Diurnal subbed in for Mike Trout in his lineup.
Fish boy hit the bricks. It's Clemente time. Yayo's pulling for this one right now, big time.
Roped foul early on a circle change. Diurnal down to his final strike. Here's the 1-2.
Good
That
take.
one misses wide. It's now even at 2-2. Fly
Got
ball.
under it.
Got under it. Should be playable. And it is playable. We're going to a game 3 in both of our semifinal series as Kreiner wins game 2 after dropping game 1. And there will be a game 3 in both of these semifinals as Kreiner takes it 7-5. But it got interesting. Diurnal made it close there in the top of the 9th.
You know, you take a little moral victory out of that just to say, hey, I was in it. You can't do much with it. Moral victories aren't going to get you that money, but you feel good about battling back if you're Diurnal. You know that you can hang with Kreiner. You took the first game, but you knew Kreiner wasn't going to go down without a fight. He forces a game 3.
Yeah, I'm wondering what your thoughts are and what do you expect to see in game 3. Let's start with the semifinal game 2, or game 3 that we're about to see between Zazie and Juxta. What are you looking for in game 3?
I really want to see if Juxta can kind of calm himself at the dish a little bit. Seems like he got down early there, and then he was swinging quickly in counts there. Wasn't really taking the pitches like he wants to, and get deep into counts. And Zazie just kept answering every time and really pulled away in that game. I also want to see if they go double Randy Johnson's or if anybody gets cute with something else like a Halladay again or somebody else. I imagine both will go back to Johnson in the Zazie-Juxta match.
Yeah, in that game, too, between Zazie and Juxta, both started with Roy Halladay, but Roy Halladay did not last very long before both of the players decided to bring in the big gun, Randy Johnson.
Juxta took him out in the first inning after 3 runs. It wasn't too much longer than that for Zazie. Even though he had the lead, he said, let me just get to Johnson where I need to be and feel comfortable. Meanwhile, Diurnal and Kreiner both started Johnson. I imagine they will for a 3rd game here. I would be interested maybe down the line in the next tournament if we set up something where you do have to kind of use a rotation in the semifinals and finals. It'd be hard to police. If it can't be programmed in, it'd be something like this where we can see the pitchers every time and maybe you just can't use the same pitcher twice in a row. Just something simple like that. I'm okay with it as is right now because that's the rule. I would use my best guy as well.
Sure.
But it'd be interesting to throw a little quirk in there next time where you can't use the same pitcher every time.
Yeah, just so we can see how the players and competitors, how they navigate the strategy in a situation like this. But you're right. The stamina does not carry over, is not affected carrying over from one game to the other. Obviously, stamina does play a part in game, but I imagine we are going to see Randy Johnson again for all 4 of our competitors. So, remember, our championship series will be a best-of-5 series, but we're about to embark on what should be an exciting Game 3 in both of our championship series.
Make sure you look for new moments to play based on recent MLB action. Earn Tops Now players, including these players from the June monthly program. We've seen a lot of Eduardo Escobar.
Yeah.
He's awesome, switch hitter. Dylan Moore got some power speed. Taylor Walls, switch hitter. And Jose Trevino, what a walk-off hit there. Giving some love to his dad, a fun little catcher behind the dish there for the Yankees. So get those cards, and you can work your way up to this beautiful
card.
Jared Walsh. First off, Jared Walsh cards absolutely rake. And how sweet does he look in the City Connect? We've talked about it before, Robert, but we didn't love these on Twitter when they were just shown. But once they were on the players and on the field, these uniforms really hit. I had a turn of opinion on these City Connects for the Angels.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I kind of felt the same way about these jerseys and uniforms, the same way I felt about the Rockies City Connect jersey.
Yes.
When I saw just the jersey on Twitter and on social media, I wasn't sure, but when you pair them with the full uniform and the pants, I like those too. But here, these cream-colored uniforms here by the Angels, I really think they're definitely one of the nicest City Connect jerseys that they have right now. And I'm with you. I'm a fan of any Jared Walsh card. I think his swing is very glitchy. So that's definitely a card that I'm eager to put in my lineup and have disappointing results with.
Yeah, as we go over 4 with our guy and be like, hey, we're trying to emulate what these guys can do on our lower level.
Yeah.
And City Connects have been fun, though, too, and I've really enjoyed that they've implemented those into the game this year with the programs. My favorite one is still the Marlins. Those reds are so beautiful. But the City Connects have been a win overall, and I like that they're now part of MLB The Show as we wait for the both Game 3s to get going. And I will tell you, Kreiner and Diurnal are getting going. It's Randy for Kreiner. It's Halladay for Diurnal.
Interesting.
So he's going to have RJ out of the bullpen, and maybe that's a purposeful strategy. Hey, when the going gets tough in the middle innings, I want to be able to go to Johnson fresh there. So we're going to go out to that game where we will see those two going. And then I believe that Juksta and Zazzy both went double RJ. They did start a little early. They've since paused to kind of wait for things, and I think they are going double RJs as well.
All right, you see Randy Johnson already up in the bullpen, and it's Roy Halladay. And as you suspected, Paul, he's Diurnal wants Randy Johnson for those middle innings as Mike Trout, a liner to center, but right at the center fielder. One pitch, one out here in this deciding Game 3. If you're just now joining us, thank you for joining us on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all of you fathers that are watching out here. The left-hand corner of your screen, that's our status graphic. You see Kreiner has a baseball next to his name along with the batting icon. And Diurnal has a baseball next to his name. So that means both have won a game in this best-of-3 series. Obviously no score here in Game 3 as we're just now underway. Kyle Farmer, who has been fantastic for
He's made
Kreiner.
a name for himself today. I think a lot of folks either have already gotten him in the tops now but kind of had him buried in their collection. They're dusting him off to see what's up with Kyle Farmer.
Kyle Farmer, 3 hits in Game 1, 4 hits in Game 2. Batting in the 2-hole here in a 2-2 count, facing Roy Halladay. Here's a chopper to the left side. Halladay nearly did the splits. That was interesting.
Look,
I didn't know Halladay had it like that.
I'm not going to lie. That animation's been in the game for a while, and frankly, I don't want him to fix it. I kind of like that one.
Yeah. That's the kind of flexibility and dexterity you want to see from your starting pitcher.
Yeah,
as here's Roberto Clemente.
Jump off the bump there and get that ball for me with some nasty little splits. I like it.
2 down here in Game number 3. Diurnal, the home team. He's got Roy Halladay on the bump, but Randy Johnson is already warming in the bullpen. Here's a grounder to the right side. Second baseman will field, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the first. Clemente, Marte, and Brett due up here in the bottom of the first for Diurnal, facing the big unit. 99 Randy Johnson, first pitch swinging for Clemente. That's a base hit. And I mentioned it a couple of times, but I think it's very interesting. Diurnal, few minutes before we began play today, took out Mike Trout, put in Roberto Clemente.
Yeah, that was really shocking to us. And nothing against Clemente. It was just surprising to see Trout come out of a lineup. And he made that change there. Probably a comfort level situation. And, you know, he really had that flourish there in the 9th inning. I wonder if he'll bring that into this game. He opens with a base hit. Diurnal would love to get a lead going here after losing that second game. And that's a rip. It's going to get fouled, but he was on it.
Now, that's almost a good point. Can Diurnal carry over the momentum that he seemingly found at the end of Game 2 here into Game 3? Here's a slow roller to short. They can't get 2, but they will get 1. So runner in scoring position in the bottom of the first.
Kreiner's really smart about just taking the outs that he has guaranteed there. He doesn't force things, because the worst thing that you can do in that is to force it over to second and then you get nobody. So smart on him to say, hey, it was a little bit of a short hop there. Let me just go get the runner at first and get my guaranteed out.
Diurnal will send up George Brett to face Randy Johnson. Ball on the dirt, runner can't advance. It's 1-2. George Brett just gets a piece. We'll do it again at 1-2.
Both series at 1-1. Decisive Game 3s here. The home teams were the Game 1 winners, Diurnal and Jukesta. We'll check in on Jukesta and Zazzy in just a moment as we get a payoff pitch coming here from Johnson to Brett. And he rolls it over, but it'll get foul.
That's going to be foul ball. He was very early on that two-seam. Kreiner has called the two-seam fastball the best pitch in the game. Will he use it here? No, it's a four-seamer that Brett fouls off at 102.
Breaker here?
I would. Here's the payoff pitch.
Base
and
hit.
That will sneak through the left side. It's a base hit. Clemente, however, will hold at third. And that was a good decision. Yep, good decision here. Runners at the corners, less than 2 away. And here's the cleanup hitter, the big hurt, Frank Thomas.
Could Diurno hurt Kreiner with Kreiner's favorite player here?
Kreiner says Frank Thomas is his favorite card, but it's Diurnal that will employ the big hurt here in this situation. Down 0-2. Runners at the corners, less than 2 outs.
Fastball.
Big moment early in game 3.
Got him with the two-seamer there. Got him swinging that, not out, but makes it 0-2. Come in with the slide piece.
Oh, he just gets a piece. How did he get a piece?
Wow.
Out there.
What a double play.
Out there. What a turn by Kreiner.
That was sick.
And he's out of the inning. Diurnal with 2 hits. But he can't push across a run. Big moment there. Keep that in the back of your mind as this game moves along here. This deciding game 3 in our semifinals, Summer Circuit Grand Final.
Diurno got to be feeling a little sting on that one. That one's tough. Brilliant play by Kreiner, though. He gets the hit he needed and turns a nice double play. It'll be Frank now against Halladay here.
Oh, that's going to be in the gap.
Back up to 490 with his batting average.
It's going to be an easy stand-up double for Frank Thomas. I feel like Diurnal is trying to steal my gimmick by hitting into double plays. If people watch my streams, they know that no one hits into more double plays than I do.
There really is nothing more painful.
Oh, I hate it, Paul. I hate it. Makes me want to fight someone.
Yeah, the rally killing aspect of it. That's a rip too.
Base hit to right. You're not going to send Thomas there on a ball hit that hard. But now Kreiner, after getting out of a jam in the bottom of the first, now has something cooking here in the top of the second. Here's Ketel Marte. Looks at a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. It's now 1-1. Big moment here. Runners at the corners. Fly ball. Right at the left fielder. Is it deep enough to score Thomas? They're not going to send him. Big out there for Diurnal.
Neither of them are taking major chances on the bases because they know that their hitting can do the job for them.
There's Eduardo Escobar. Eduardo Escobar, 452 batting average, the 7-hole hitter. He's got an RBI chance, but count is even at 1-1. Here's the 1-1 from Halladay.
Ooh, nice pitch there.
Yeah, really good pitch, the splitty. And Kreiner will step out and call time, try to collect himself. Big pitch here early in game 3. Halladay trying to navigate his way out of a jam. Count even at 2-2. Runners at the corners.
Kreiner's at second base Marte's at second base for Kreiner. Wazoo.
Just inside. Now the payoff pitch. Runners at the corners, 1 down. Got him. That is a dot. Dottie Pippin by Roy Halladay, and quickly there's 2 down. Here's Austin Riley. Paul, what does this do for Diurnal if he's able to get out of this?
Oh, you got to feel amazing. Are you kidding me? Those were 2 rips to open the inning. You got to start feeling a little bit of sweat building up there when you got Kreiner, runners at the corners, nobody out. If he gets out of this, he's got to do a little fist pump and then get back to the dish there. You can never carry anything too long, no matter how well it goes, but he'd be feeling himself a little bit if he gets out of this here.
Well, Diurnal's a strike away. 2-2 count to Austin Riley. You got a base open. Just saying.
And he might not be afraid to use it with the pitcher coming up here. I would not throw him anything close.
Here's the payoff pitch from Halladay. Ooh,
that one probably caught a little bit more over the zone than he wanted there.
Riley just gets a piece.
Payoff again.
Oh, fly ball. Going back as the center fielder. Is it deep enough? No, sir.
He got out of it. Wow, what
Diurnal
an
gets
effort.
out of a nobody out, runners at the corner jam, and we're scoreless through an inning and a half.
That was seriously excellent. Great work there by Diurnal. I will quickly mention that it's 0-0 bottom three for the Zazzy Jukesta game. We will get into that a bit later. But we have Eduardo Escobar leading off here against Randy Johnson. Excellent pitching there by Diurnal. He made some wonderful pitches to stop that would-be rally by Kreiner.
Now Escobar is ahead in the count, 2-0, as Diurnal steps to the plate, having just gotten out of a very sticky situation in the home half of the first. It's now 3-1. Escobar, Yelich, and Sal Perez due up here in the bottom of the second. Fouls that one back, a two-seam at 100 miles per hour.
So we'll have a payoff pitch here. Nasty. Gets him to swing over top of that split piece for the strikeout. It'll bring up Yelich, who has been the Kyle Farmer of Diurnal's team, which just means amazing.
Here's Christian Yelich. He's homered in this series. Looks at the ball low. It's 1-1.
These series are both best of three. We are in decisive game threes. We will get you out to Zazzy and Jukesta momentarily as the second out here for Yelich brings up Sal Perez. Diurnal is the home team. He's batting right now. Kreiner pitching to him.
That ball is rolled. Oh, knocked down.
Oh, if he could have caught that, how huge would that
Wow.
have been to yoink that one. Gets him 0-2 quickly.
Jeez, I don't know how you make contact with some of these pitch locations and speeds, man.
The funny thing is, we're impressed by their foul balls. Like that just speaks to their skill, that their foul balls can impress us. What a take. Their takes
Slider
impress me
misses.
too. There's no way I'm not swinging at that. There's no universe.
Tries the outside part
gonna
of the
stay
plate.
in?
Meantime, is that going to be playable for Posada?
It
Yes, it
is.
is, and that will retire the side. Okay, let's give you our other semifinal. That one also in a deciding game three. Left-hand portion of your screen, it is Zazzy and Jukesta. No score there, and no score in the game that we were just watching here. I think we're going to go full screen on Zazzy and Jukesta.
We will.
As Frank Thomas steps to the plate, and yes, we are. Frank Thomas, 4, 5, and 6 due up here in the bottom of the fourth for Jukesta. So it's Thomas, Escobar, and Posada, Paul, facing Randy Johnson.
It's a good trio to have there. You got the righty and two switch hitters against the lefty, Randy Johnson. You've seen him a ton. Obviously, he's difficult, but it's not a bad 4-5-6 setup after that dot, though. Now you're down 1-2 with Frank Thomas. Oh, wow. Hey, good swing there, because if he takes that, that's strike three for sure. So good fight off.
Oof. Here's the 1-2. And that's, pitcher wall. Frank Thomas might have himself an infield hit. And
he
he
deserved
does.
that because that was a base hit up the middle all the way. So the fact that it clipped off of Johnson there to slow it down, at least it didn't cost him the hit because he deserved that one. That was crushed.
Here's
This
another
one will get
another
through.
chopper up the middle. That will get through. Runners at first and second now here in the bottom of the fourth, and no one out. As Jukesta has something cooking here in the bottom of the fourth, and he'll send in the switch hitting catcher Jorge Posada.
So this 4-5-6 setup here that was, well equipped to handle Johnson. It's gotten a couple clean base hits. The first one was really nice. It looked soft because it bounced off Johnson, but that would have been easy up the middle if it hadn't clipped him.
Strike there at the knees. It's 2-1. Lazy
got him.
fly ball, right field.
That's huge.
No one can advance, and there's one away.
Zazzy breathes a little sigh of relief on that one. Knows he still has plenty of work to do, but now a ground ball at the right spot gets him out of this inning.
Here's live series Xander Bogaerts for Jukesta. Paul, I think this is the only Bogaerts card in the tournament that's a base hit to left, but not deep enough to score Frank Thomas. So bases are loaded, and here's Yasiel Antuna, the prospect card for the Washington Nationals.
Chance for him to make some noise and see if some people would want to get on board with him. Some folks were asking about him earlier. This is the prospect card for the Nats, as you mentioned, and he has his believers. There's some folks who really love this card.
Swing and a miss there at 102, too late.
Including Juke, of course.
Too late there, and a big out number 2.
That's huge. And now you got Johnson coming out. Do you take him out? Would you do it, Roflo? You're looking at the bottom of the 4th.
I'd keep him in.
Bases loaded, 2 outs.
I'd keep him in. I will keep him in. Hey, notice where we're at in the look at the hit column here.
I know, 0
6
to
hits.
6.
6 hits for
Jukesta. He's taking him out.
And Zazzy has yet to get a hit here as we continue play in the bottom of the 4th.
He's contemplating it. Oh, he's nervous. He's nervous. He doesn't know if he wants to do it.
This
I
is
don't
a big
blame
decision.
him.
This is a big decision.
Huge decision. He did it.
This is a multi-$1,000 decision potentially here.
Oh, man.
Salvador Perez will indeed bat for Randy Johnson. Bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch swinging foul. Early on the swing timing, but the PCI looked good. Here's the 0-1. Looks at a slider in to even the count at 1-1. Big moment here early in Game 3. The winner of this game moves on to our championship series, which will also be played later today. That championship series of best of 5. He's got to come see Sal Perez. And that's a base hit up the middle. That decision pays off for Jukesta. Runner rounding third, and he's in. It's a big 2-out RBI single for Sal Perez.
Now, I would say no matter what happens, the decision is a win. He may, and he's going to get the 3rd out here. He may lament not having Johnson for these next couple of innings that he probably would have pitched him, but you got 2 runs there. It absolutely worked. Great call by Jukesta. He now has a 2-run lead in the decisive Game 3, excuse me.
So it's going to be interesting to see. It looks like we're going to have Roy Halladay out of the bullpen.
Now remember, Zazzy busted him up last time.
Antuna makes the the stop, and he got him. In shallow right field, Antuna, in his shifted position, is able to make the stop, spin and throw, and got him.
What a play there by Antuna. We were talking about his hitting and how some people really like his hitting. Excellent play there to stick with that and get the out in short right field. But I was mentioning how Zazzy really took it to Roy Halladay last game to the point where Jukesta took him out in the first inning after 3 runs. Will Zazzy have a similar fortune against him this time, or will Jukesta be able to deal a little bit more with Halladay and protect this 2-0 lead somewhat? Good pitch there, but he spits on it. Good take by Zazzy as well.
Zazzy's still looking for his first hit, Paul. We are in the
Well, he got it.
He might have gotten it. He's got his first hit, and he has his first run. It's a solo home run. And Zazzy is on the board, cutting the lead in half. Escobar goes yah-yah.
That Eduardo Escobar. I can't speak highly enough of Escobar cards.
And there's a shot to left. That's going to be over the head of the left fielder, Escobar, up against the wall. It's a double back-to-back extra base hits for Zazzy here as he tries to even this game up in the top of the 5th.
So I think we're seeing at least an early answer that Zazzy is not having a problem with Halladay this time around either. And that's going to be a shot.
That sounded good. It is good. Zazzy is exploding at Laughing Mountain.
Another 3-run effort in 1 inning off of Halladay for Zazzy. Just like he did last game, he instantly flips the game here, makes it 3-2, and then flies that one out for the 2nd out. Wow. Absolute pandemonium here.
And the other interesting thing, as we mentioned, Paul, Zazzy entered this inning without a hit, without a run, but now he has the lead as Randy Johnson steps to the plate.
And it goes back to that confidence I was talking about earlier. These guys don't get down on themselves. This is how you get to finals like this. This is how you consistently go 12-0 and push your win record into the your rating into the thousands and 1100s. You don't get down when 1 or 2 things go wrong. You trust your abilities and you use all 27 of your outs, and that's what these folks do as well as anybody in the community.
3,100 people in the chat on Twitch. Thank you very, very much for joining us here. Happy Father's Day to those of you that are fathers and celebrating. As we go now to the bottom of the 5th, Zazzy turning this game around and now takes a 1-run lead into the 5th, dealing with Ketel Marte. Now, I'm seeing some people thinking, all right, well, this is Zazzy's game now. These guys are too good. They're too good offensively to think that a one-run lead at this stage of the game is safe. It is far from it, Paul, as a line out there is out number one.
It's a one-run lead. It doesn't mean anything yet. One run's nothing. And I got to be honest, I still don't think this calls into question the Randy change. He got 2 runs off of pinch hitting for Randy. It was the right move there with the bases loaded. I firmly believe that.
All right, so George Brett steps to the plate, 1 down here. He's 1 for 2. Lefty on lefty matchup, sends one to center field. Mike Trout is there, and there's 2 down. Shout out to those of you watching on YouTube as well. Glad you're here with us. Paul Sporer, Robert Flores, thank you very much for watching here on this Sunday, Championship Sunday. We are in 2 deciding Game 3s in our semifinal series, leading you to the Championship Series as Frank Thomas fouls that one off. Our Championship Series will be decided in a best of 5. Sean, we're playing 9 innings. That's right, Sean. All games today, 9 innings.
And don't forget, 5-game series for the final.
This could be trouble. But the second baseman over the shoulder catch, and that retires.
Was that our boy Antuna getting to that one?
It was. I believe it was.
So now we've got Duran coming in. Yohan Duran going to face the top of the order for Juksta, which will be Trout, Marte, Brett.
And this is this card. The Duran card is one that we have seen a lot throughout the weekend. A lot of players like this card out of the bullpen, and why not?
Yeah, it's a favorite for sure.
So Mike Trout down in the count.
Nice strikeout there. With George Brett coming up 0 for 2. Little tapper to Antuna. That'll be an easy play. 2 away. 2 up, 2 down. Top 6. I asked Zazzy what's one tip he'd give an aspiring comp scene player to improve their game. He said the first things that's necessary is acquiring a 1 millimeter response time, 1 millisecond response time monitor. Gameplay wise, he says be consistent with your PCI movement. And that one's going to be a shot to Duran. This game is tied, baby. Frank Thomas, deep to right. Says, who run? Makes it 4-2, excuse me. I had the wrong person batting there. I think we have the wrong indicator, and I was going off the indicator there, so pardon me. So Zazzy takes a 4-2 lead here. Pops that one up. Brett will be under it for the 3rd out. So Zazzy expands the lead with a Frank Thomas shot to deep right. We'll go bot 6. Jukesta will be up now. Flip that indicator back over there. Yeah, Chad, I made a mistake. I was going off the indicator there, so, pardon me on that. It's all right. We're moving forward. Duran's in for both guys. A lot of similar players, so it's okay. And 1-1 count now here to Escobar, who's 1 for 2 on the game.
And he sends one deep to center and right on the edge of the warning track. Allowed out number 1 here to start the bottom of the 6th, and here's Jorge Posada. And he first pitch swinging by Posada, a liner caught by the shortstop. Hashtag ban the shift.
Yeah, that one was definitely a shift out right there.
Ooh, right on the top of the zone as Duran starts Bogarts with a strike. But Bogart sends one deep to center field. Going back is Trout.
Deep part of the park.
But he'll make the catch and to retire the side. Wow.
He put a shot, he put a charge into that one. He's leading in hits now 7-4, but he's down 4-2 in the game.
There's a mound visit there for Duran as he deals with 5, 6, and 7th here in the bottom of the 7th.
I will mention it's 0-0 top 5 Kreiner against Diurno, and
Boy,
we talk about how
surprising.
We rarely see pitchers duels, but we do have one developing there as they go into the 5th inning. Now, I will say Kreiner has a runner on with 2 outs, but he's facing a 1-2 count with Kyle Farmer, who's 0 for 2 on the day. That's a shot.
That ball sent deep to left. Escobar making a diving attempt, but it's
5-2.
all for naught as Polanco goes oppo. And it's now 5-2 as Zazzy extends here in this deciding Game 3. Pitching change now. Corbin Burns, and he's greeted rudely.
That's gone.
That ball is gone. Back-to-back jacks for Zazzy.
Zazzy pulling loose. Meanwhile, Farmer did get a hit. You knew he wasn't going to go hitless for very long. So it's now, he's sending the runner. Kreiner trying to take a lead in his game, and he does on an RBI double for Farmer. So it's 1-0 Kreiner as Zazzy makes this 6-2.
This ball smoked to center field. Trout going back, and he'll make the catch with his
casual
back
catch.
right up against the wall at the 420 sign here at Laughing Mountain.
The swag with that catch.
Here's Joey Bart. So back-to-back homers already in this inning as Zazzy leads this deciding Game 3 6-2. And that ball is smoked to left, but it is curling foul. I'm guessing 5 feet foul? Oh, we don't get the indicator.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty close to the foul pole to get the indicator. I love that, by the way. That's such a fun addition there to know how close it was. It could be infuriating, but I love the aspect of it. That's popped up.
Yeah, that's going to stay in the infield as Bogarts will make the catch, and there's going to be 2 down.
So Duran probably getting replaced here. It'll be Jock.
We'll bring in, it'll be live series Jock Peterson for Zazzy here. Some
Not
of his
sure
his bench options are Peterson, Story, Brandon Marsh, and Austin Riley.
Not sure there's ever been a bad Jock Peterson card.
Smoke to left, but right into the shift. Smoke to right, rather, and then Tuna makes the play, and that retires the side. But back-to-back homers there, and the lead has changed. All right, so
lead's changed in our other game as well.
Yeah, we have Kreiner has taken a 1-0 lead on Diorno. This is Diorno batting in the bottom of the 5th. There's 1 down. Christian Yelich facing Randy Johnson. As you see on our other game that we just left, that's extra bases for Jukes. No, they're going to hold him to a single.
Better of it. I get it, down 4. I think he might have been safe there, but that was a heck of a throw in. And Yelich.
Meantime, we're tied. Christian Yelich, no doubt about it.
Boom! Off of Randy, lefty. I'm telling you, this Yelich has been insane. And I mentioned it earlier. I'll mention it again. Chat said he hit 2 walk-offs with Yelich yesterday. He has his 2nd homer of the day today. That one might be gone as well.
Sal Perez. It is. Back-to-back homers for Diurnal, and he's back on top 2-1.
Wow. Duran getting warmed up.
Getting his bullpen in order. As Randy Johnson has been rocked here in the bottom of the 5th. Buxton first pitch swinging on a 2-seam at 98. Just early. Swings at that pitch. Just got a piece of it. It'll find the seats, and Buxton is down to the count 0-2.
I asked Diurno what, who's his best non-God squad card, not the 99. And he mentioned the Yelich, unsurprisingly, and it has panned out brilliantly. He said he's so used to his swing that he just feels comfortable, even knowing he would face lefties with him.
Sends that one foul. He's putting together a good AB with this Buxton card right now. Johnson about to throw his 61st pitch here. And that is a perfect foul ball.
Ouch.
Man. Boy, that's frustrating.
And here comes the flood.
Oof. Boy, Diurnal is fighting in this AB, man.
He is
just gets a piece to stay alive. Here's a 2-2.
That's a shot.
There's a shot deep to right. It's out of here.
Wow.
Diurnal is putting together an amazing bottom of the 5th here at Laughing Mountain. 3 homers in the inning, and it's 3-1.
Wow.
Man.
This has been crazy. I mean, this is a huge storming on Randy Johnson here for Diurnal. Let's be honest, he deserved a little love there after getting a perfect foul. He rips that one into the right field bullpen there to make it a 3-1 lead, and Kreiner will go to Halliday, and that will cause Diurnal to take Johnson out and go to Stargell.
Still just one away here in the bottom of the fifth. Diurnal has exploded for 3 runs here on 3 homers.
Got him on that one, though.
Yeah, awkward
kinda
swing
nasty.
there. That was a nasty, nasty pitch there. So there's 2 down. Back to the top of the order for Roberto Clemente. Clemente facing Roy Halladay. Clemente 1 for 2. Here's the 2-0.
Didn't go there on the check.
As Clemente looks at a strike on the inside corner, he's still ahead in the count, 3-1.
Comes the pitch. Oh, gets that one.
That
gonna
ball
stay up,
to
though.
left field. It'll stay up for the left fielder, and that will retire the side. But what an inning for Diurnal. 3 homers. The latest from Byron Buxton.
You know, in any offense he gets from Buxton, I think is kind of a gift because he's really in there to play brilliant defense in center field with that speed and cover
That's a
the
good
big,
point.
spacious Laughing Mountain. So, you know, he bats him 8th as well. I don't really think he's even worried. Any offense, I think, is a bonus. So to get that homer to make it a 2-run lead, he has to feel amazing.
No, that's a great point. He came through in a big way there in that bottom of the fifth. Part of the reason that Diurnal has a 3-1 lead here in this third and deciding game. But you know Kreiner can come back.
Absolutely.
Frank Thomas, lazy fly ball. Clemente is there. And it bears mentioning again that in his second game, in a clinching scenario in his quarterfinal series, Kreiner was trailing 6-0 before he stormed back. And much of that comeback against Randy Johnson.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, and you know, 2 runs here, like, a 2-run lead is like nothing. It really is like nothing for these guys. And Diurnal knows that, too. He knows he needs many more, and Kreiner is not even panicked. So he retires the side there. And we go to the bottom of the 6th. It'll be Halladay back out with 8 pitches to face Marte, 2, 3, 4 in the order.
So what kind of reply, or what can Diurnal do for an encore after that amazing 5th inning?
Just foul.
2, 3, and 4 due up. Marte, Brett, and Thomas due up here.
That's a shot.
Marte
Foul.
sends one to left, but that is curling and will find the seats. It's 1-2.
Zazzy now up 7-2 in the bottom of the 8th. Juksta does have 2 on, though, with 1 out. So he's trying to mount a comeback here against Aaron Loop. He'll have Eduardo Escobar stepping up.
And we'll take you back out there. Fuzz1, appreciate the scoring update from that other series. Thank you very much. Marte, meantime, 0 for 2, 2-2 count, stays alive.
You know, and Jukesta's like our old head at age 21, and he said that he just, you know, he started playing in MLB 20, realized he was getting a lot of improvement, and then by 21 he realized, hey, I'm kind of better than the average bear here.
Must be nice.
Yeah, I've been playing forever. I'm regressing in talent. I'm not getting better.
Yes.
These guys get better year over year. I'm getting worse because I'm 1,000 years old.
Here's George Brett, 1 for 2. 1 down here in the bottom of the 6th. That cutter misses inside. Really good take.
I do wonder how many times that you and I say good take that, like, good players laugh at it because, like, we would have taken that easily, and you and I are like,
yeah, absolutely.
we just swung at that for sure.
I think the patience of all these players, the patience and the ability to take pitches, I think, is one of the many things that sets them apart. Let's give you split screen action here. Zazzy and Juksta. Zazzy leading 7-2 now. We are moving into the 9th. We're going to keep an eye on Kreiner and Diurnal. That game is running a little bit behind the pace set by Zazzy and Juksta. as the Zazzy Juksta game has moved into the 9th inning. So we're definitely in the final stages here. Zazzy is batting, leading 7-2, and trying to add here in the top of the 9th.
We have not seen much Chapman in this turn. In fact, this is the first we're seeing of him. I do feel like at the top level of play, he's become a bit meat because folks have been seeing him for 4, 5, 6 years of gameplay now. Like he's just not as fresh as he used to be, and I feel like a lot of top players, because they can time the velo. The key has been that splitter, though. That has given him a little extra life in the comp scene. But as far as the heat goes, it's not as scary coming from Chapman these days. But there's that
Trevor
splitter
Story,
for the strikeout.
Yeah, Trevor Story goes down swinging. There's 2 away. So Juksta has a big hill to climb here, this deciding game 3. And remember, Paul, he jumped out to the lead and had held Zazzy in check until the fifth inning. He had held Zazzy without a hit.
Not only that, he's leading in hits 10-8. And, obviously that's not the only indicator, but that's a big indicator is how many hits you get. It's got to be tough to actually be leading in hits and yet face a 5-run deficit. And here's a
chopper
ball
to short. Bogarts
That'll
is
end the
there.
inning.
All right, so Juksta down to his final 3 outs.
So here we go.
Big hill to climb. Posada, Bogarts, and Antuna due up here in the 9th. Trevor Story will... Where did he have him? In left field? That can't be right.
No, third base, I think.
Okay. All right, so here's Posada. 0 for 3. And we will have a pitching change as Zazzy will bring in the submariner Steve Cishek.
Zazzy did mention to me that Cishek was his favorite. He's his closer. He throws from a funky arm angle with velo that seems more like 100 than 93, 94, were Zazzy's words. And I agree. That's that effective velocity there based on how the ball comes out. See? I mean, that's plays
a sinker
faster,
at the knees.
And that looks nasty.
Here's a little weak fly ball to left field. This could drop.
Oh, it drops.
And it does. Wow.
Oh,
okay.
Filthy.
So Juksta, yes, he's got a big deficit, but you got to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And this ball is smoked to left field, but it will curl just foul. Wow. Just over 8 feet outside the fair pole.
Talking with Juke, I also asked him about his favorite non-diamond card. He mentioned this Xander Bogaerts, who he's 2 for 3 with, although that's going to be a ground ball fielder's choice.
Yeah, Bogaerts runs too well for that ball that was hit that slowly. So the lead runner is out. There's 1 down here. Here's Yasiel Antuna, the 8-hole hitter who's 2 for 3. Here's a chopper to second. This could be it. Flip it for 1. Fire it for... No, he beats the throw to first. And we're extended by just that much as Juksta now will send up Willie McCovey down to his final out.
Quickly 0-2.
Steve Cishek trying to close it out. Trying to send Zazzy to the championship series.
Here we go.
Got him. That's it.
Wow.
So Zazzy, after dropping game 1 of his best of 3, ends up taking 2 straight, and he is on to the championship series. And, Paul, he will get the winner of this game, where in the bottom of the 7th, it's a relatively low-scoring game considering the level of these players. Diurnal is leading 3-1, batting at the bottom of the 7th, with 2 down, and he's got a runner at first.
Yeah, this is absolutely a pitcher's duel. When you consider the caliber of these players here, it's going to be a full count with 2 outs. Pitcher spot due up now. Let's see what happens with Diurnal on this one. And he's going to roll over that, but the speed could play a role here.
99 speed from Buxton. Got him.
Nice throw.
Great play by George Brett there to end the inning, and we go to the 8th. Kreiner down to his final 6 defensive outs. And he'll lead off the top of the 8th with the top of the order. It will be Trout, the dangerous Kyle Farmer, and then Roberto Clemente due up here in the top of the 8th.
It's a great trio to have. And again, we've talked about it multiple times, but it bears repeating. Kreiner does not worry. He has ice water in his veins. He's not panicked by a 2-run deficit with 6 outs to play with. Duran has a 5.83 ERA, and somebody mentioned in chat that for all his popularity, and it is a quality card, the Duran across these 4 competitors has not fared very well today. He has been hit up a good bit across both games, or across both series, I should say.
Hayes asking in the chat on Twitch, is this game 3? It is, sir.
It is.
And if you will look in the left-hand corner of your screen, that's our status graphic. That tells you what the status of the series is and who's batting. So Diurnal, he's got the batting icon, that baseball bat icon next to his name. He's obviously at the plate. Both of the players with the baseball emoji.
The icon's not updated. It's Kreiner batting.
Oh, it's Kreiner. Yep, Kreiner batting, excuse me. But the series is tied at 1.
Because that's how you
sharply hit to the shortstop, who will fire across to first, and there's one down here in the top of the 8th.
We're pronouncing Duran's name that way because that's how you pronounce it. Zazzy won. Zazzy's on to the finals.
Zazzy is on his way to the championship series, so he will get the winner of this game. This is also a deciding game 3. That ball sent deep to left, going back as the left fielder, and it's gone.
Kyle Farmer, baby.
This Kyle Farmer card has been a force for Kreiner today.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Kyle Farmer's insane.
I love the positional flexibility, but I love the pop even more. Oh, that ball is roped to left. That's going to roll around in the corner. Back-to-back base hits for Kreiner here in the top of the 8th. And the tying run is in scoring position.
I mean, it's pronounced Duran, so.
Here we go. Frank Thomas now facing Steve Cishek, as you correctly pointed out. Paul, Steve Cishek, funky arm angle.
Nasty.
95 feels like 98, and that sinker gets up on you quickly, too.
But it's Frank. It's Kreiner's best card. He's in his comfort zone here. He's got one of the runs back already. Clemente on second. Frank looking to do some damage here.
Yeah, I think moving forward, we're going to have to ask all the players to L2 every homer and every great defensive player. Every great defensive play.
I'm fully with it.
There's a chopper.
And he gets him to roll over that. Wow.
Chopper to George Brett, and there's 2 down.
That nasty high sink.
Game 3. Deciding game 3. And that is
that might tie it up.
Base hit. We could be tied. And we are tied. Kreiner comes through. It's a brand new ball game at the top of the 8th here in this 3rd and deciding game. All right, we got a pause in the action, but it looks like it will be Ketel Marte. As again, Kreiner coming back in this tournament late in the game.
He's an absolute machine. He's an absolute machine.
And that is slapped to the left side. Diving stop by the shortstop. What a play, and that's going to end the inning. They get the lead runner, but not before. A big, big inning for Kreiner, and we're tied going to the bottom of the 8th.
I can't, how are they holding the controller right now? My hands would be soaking wet with sweat.
There's $15,000 on the line and a host of other prizes. $15,000 to our first place prize winner, plus other prizes. Second place, $5,000. None of these players are going home empty-handed. We began the weekend with 64 players. We are down to 3. As Zazzy has already eliminated Juksta to earn his spot into our championship series, which will begin after the completion of this game. Kreiner and Diurno, 2 former champions, tied at 3 in the bottom of the 8th. The pinch hitter is Willie McCovey.
We still have an inning and a half left with these 2 amazing competitors tied at 3.
Special shout out to Zazzy, who is in the chat on Twitch. He said, I was shaking. I still am. Hey, well, congratulations, my man. You can
Great
sit
work,
back for
Zazzy.
a little bit as you await the outcome of this game.
Gets a little bit of a breather there.
Ooh, check swing. He did not go. What's that umpire's name?
Probably Ed Drummond.
Yeah, Ed Drummond. That sounds about right. All right, so we will have a pinch runner after McCovey draws the walk. We've got speed in the form of Kenny Lofton. Anything in the gap, Lofton is scoring.
For those of us just joining us, or for those of you just joining us, this Clemente in late for Mike Trout. Worth noting just because it's such a big change.
And that is just foul. Ooh, that could have been trouble for Kreiner. We'll do it again. The 1-2. That fastball misses inside. It's now 2-2. Ooh, changeup spit on by Clemente.
Wow. That pitch, like, how
do you start
spit
the
on
runner here?
that?
Paul, do you start the runner here?
Yes, I go for that. I try to force it here. And obviously it could go sideways, but you're pretty safe for the speed.
And he is. The runner is going, and we'll do
Obviously,
it again.
a
It's
line
Clemente.
out is the only thing that really gets you.
Runner is again. That's
Ripped.
perfect down the line. This should score.
It's going to score a run.
Lofton is rounding third. Relay throw. Over to second.
Wow.
Clemente is in with a go-ahead double. Wow.
That's incredible. So he had the
that's
premium
great
speed
managing.
going. Yep,
Yeah.
it really is. And then he blasts that one down the line. That one's going to get foul there. Just a great play there. And Clemente comes through huge.
Clemente rewarding Diurnal for his last-minute decision to put him in the lineup. Here's Ketel Marte, 0 for 3. Gets a piece, but fouls it off.
I just wish, like, I don't know, somebody like Yayo would maybe sing the praises of Clemente, because nobody talks about Clemente. That's the problem. I'm going to put that on Yayo. You got to start talking about Clemente more. Oh, that slurve was gross.
Yeah, a little inside-out swing, and it's a weak fly ball. Infielder will drift out to the outfield and make the catch, but it's a big out number 1. Here's George Brett, 1 for 3. And that ball gets away from the catcher, but the runner at second will hold.
You don't want to make an out there. It's just not worth it. You got a runner in scoring position. Why push it? Oh, that's usually one that
I thought that was going to be big-time trouble for Kreiner. Instead, it's a foul ball. Goes low in the zone again, but misses, and Gossage is down in the count, 2-1.
Good take.
It's now 3-1 to the dangerous George Brett. And he walked him.
So he walks him. Got first base open. Now sets up the double play. I don't hate that. You don't want to make a mistake, righty-lefty to Brett there. There's no sense in doing it. You do have to face Frank, but at least it's righty-righty. He'll bring in Duran.
All right, so here's Frank Thomas, 0 for 3. Big opportunity here. Oh, cutter. First pitch swinging very early. But Diurnal was all over it. Looks at a splitter on the outside corner, and he's down in the count 0-2. That breaking ball in the dirt.
Diurnal knows that a one-run lead is virtually nothing. Obviously, it is a lead, but he wants more here with this opportunity. Might
This
be a double
could get
play,
him out of
though.
the inning. Flip it for 1, fire it for 2.
Wow.
And Kreiner got a little wobbly, lost the lead, but the deficit is at 1 as he gets a big double play off the bat of Frank Thomas, and we go to the 9th. And look who's coming on to try to get these outs. It's Randy Johnson.
It'll be Randy Johnson.
Diurnal. Boy, things are setting up nicely for him, Paul.
This is what he wanted.
This is what he wanted. Randy Johnson, the 99 Randy Johnson, available and ready in a big spot.
This is about he couldn't have scripted it better. Let's just say that, right? Because when he didn't start Randy, you do risk, maybe getting down like 7-1 to Kreiner, and then what do you have him for? A 6-run deficit? But instead, it plays out perfect to script, where he has a 1-run lead, does Diurnal, facing Kreiner here, top 9, a chance at the finals, and he's got a fresh Randy Johnson. 7,
8, and 9 due up here for Kreiner. trying to extend this game, trying to take the lead here in this deciding Game 3. He's down to his final 3 outs as Escobar chops one foul. Escobar, Story, and then the 9-hole due up here in the 9th for Kreiner. That fastball at 101 at the knees. It's 1-2. And that ball sent deep to left. Going back as the left fielder, he will make the catch on the run. Wow.
Nice
wow.
play there.
That close to tying this game up.
It'll be Casty.
Yep, Castellanos
Against the
pinch hitting
lefty.
for Trevor Story. This is the Castellanos Live Series card. Sends
That's
that
a
one
shot.
deep to right.
I think we're tied.
And we are tied. Kreiner not ready to go home yet. Castellanos ties it at 4.
Insert PCI comments in 3, 2.
Whole
That was
good
destroyed.
night,
I mean, that was
nurse.
just destroyed there. You get the lefty, or you get the Castellanos against the lefty there. It is Randy Johnson, but it's Kreiner in control. So he absolutely blasts that one. And we're tied, of course. And nothing against Diurnal. It's just that I knew we would at least be tied.
Yeah.
Because that's just how good Kreiner is. And you know Diurnal probably felt like, hey, it's going to be difficult to hold this 1-run lead. Let's just pitch my best and try to get to the bottom of the 9th tied if I do happen to give up the lead. So I doubt he's panicked at all.
But he's got Randy Johnson out there. Tying run has already come across. Now dealing with Salvador Perez. Pinch hitter off the bench. Got him on a nasty slurve.
Gross.
Swing and a miss. It's 2-1. I feel like we should be doing the Castellanos meme now.
Right?
Right? Isn't that how this works?
Yeah.
As Perez is looks at a slider, it's 2-2. Two seam on the black, and there's 2 down. And that's it for Randy Johnson. We're going to see Devin Williams, the airbender. So Diurnal did not want to have Johnson, the lefty, facing the right-handed hitter Trout. Sharply hit to first. Thomas will step on the bag, and that retires the side. But we are going to the bottom of the 9th. Diurnal and Kreiner tied at 4. Castellanos will remain in the game. And we will have Corbin Burns on in the 9th for Kreiner. 5, 6, and 7 due up for Diurnal. Eduardo Escobar, Christian Yelich, and Sal Perez. Yelich has gone deep in this game. Escobar is 0 for 3.
Hard to keep Escobar at 0 for 4. Hard to keep him under wraps that long.
He was ahead in the count 2-0, but all he can muster is a lazy fly ball to center field. And Paul, if we do go to extra innings, the extra inning rules in Major League Baseball that we have this season will be in effect.
Oh, that's an interesting dynamic here.
Christian Yelich.
You answered Chat before they could ask it. Chat was just asking that question, so you covered that perfectly there. As we see 3-0 now with Perez on deck. He doesn't want to Yelich smoke, and I don't blame him. He doesn't want to get walked off here with the righty against the lefty.
He gave Yelich the green light, but he fouled it off.
Oh, and he rolls
little
over.
Chopper back to the pitcher. Oh, look at Corbin Burns.
Got them splits working.
Moving like a dancer. Okay, Corbin. Great, nice play. There's 2 down. Here's Salvador Perez trying to extend the inning. He's ahead in the count 2-0. It's now 3-0. We haven't had a
3-0 counts.
We have not had a walk-off yet so far today.
Are you trying to make a call here?
I don't know. Just saying.
Walked him.
So a 2-out walk, and that will bring up Byron Buxton. He went deep his last time up. As you see, Diurnal getting his bullpen in order should there be a top of the 10th. RKB, I believe this is live series Burns. Paul, can you confirm on that?
I think that's correct. Yes.
Okay.
Don't forget, the loser of this game will face Juksta for a third place game. There is still money to be decided there, and things to be determined after that. So obviously the finals matter here, and that's going to be rolled
Here's a chopper
over.
to left. Shortstop fields. They'll throw the short way and get the lead runner, and that retires aside. So we will have extra innings. We are in the 10th inning in this third and deciding game here in the semifinal series of the summer circuit. All right, here's the dangerous Kyle Farmer. Anything hit to the outfield, Trout is scoring, Paul, because good speed over at second base.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And so, that's the thing. Like, you're basically looking at this as though you need more than one run, because I think each team believes that runner on second will at least score, especially when you got Kyle Farmer leading it off here for Kreiner. Oh, wow, he misses that fat cutty down the middle.
Just early, and the PCI just below. Backs him off the plate with a screwball. It's 1-2.
This is game 3, decisive game 3. The winner will face Zazzy, who's waiting them for a 5-game finals, which we will have here today. So stick with us. Grab something to drink, grab something to eat. We got plenty of baseball left, y'all.
All right, here's Roberto Clemente on deck. It's a 3-2 count. Go-ahead run at second. We are in extra innings.
Samuel Adams points out that Buxton will be the runner at second for Diurnal, which again is basically an automatic run if the ball touches the outfield grass in any real capacity.
And
so that's a great call out. He walked him there. Now that does set up the double play, so it's maybe a little bit of an intentional walk. Don't give him anything to really beat you there, and now you can at least go for the ground ball and try to get 2 here.
Decent speed by Clemente.
Oh,
Swing and a miss. He's 0-2.
That was
early
like
on the
18 miles
change.
an hour. That was gross.
Oh, tried that outside corner, but just missed. It's 1-2. Tied at 4. Appeal over to first. No, they say he didn't go, so we'll do it. The at-bat will continue. It's now 2-2. Great call, Goobs. That's right. Meat of the order. Clemente, Thomas, lurking on deck, and that ball is sent foul. And Posada, the 5-hole hitter.
And he doesn't want to face Thomas.
No.
Especially with no outs. And now he's going to have a full count here. What do? You challenge him?
Here's the payoff pitch.
He does.
Fly ball. Deep center field. Going back. He will make the catch. Now Mike Trout will tag and head to third. Go-ahead run in scoring position with 1 away, and the dangerous Frank Thomas, who's 1 for 4.
That was basically hit 419 feet and 11 inches there. You see the 420 on the ivy out there. That was as close as you can get without being a homer. Holy smokes. But now it will be Frank against Hoffman. Hoffman comes in for the airbender, Devin Williams.
Hayes, this is the only semifinal series still ongoing. The winner of this game will move on to face Zazzy in our championship series. He has already won his semifinal series, and he's awaiting the winner in our title series as Thomas draws a walk. Now bases loaded for the switch hitter, Jorge Posada, who's 2 for 4.
So you come home with it on, you try to go for the double play. I think you still come home with it and try to go for the double play at first, though, and try to hold them to no runs, depending on where it's hit, of course. But if you can, I think I'm coming home with it personally and then trying to go to first for the double play.
Excellent speed with Trout at third, and basically 50-plus speed at second and first in the form of Farmer and Thomas. That ball smoked to right field, and Kreiner doing it at Laughing Mountain. Will he laugh all the way to the finals? A grand slam homer by Jorge Posada. He's now up 8-4.
Hip, hip, Jorge. Seriously, that was insane. Jorge's just unbelievable.
Wow.
We've said it about a few different players, but that doesn't matter what kind of card they get, and Jorge definitely qualifies. You give me a bronze New York Yankee rookie Jorge or something, I'm in. It doesn't matter. Kreiner's a machine.
I see some GGs in the chat. Not
Nope.
yet. Not yet, everyone.
First game you're ever watching? These people that want to declare games are over so fast. It's like, just
not
let
with
it
these
play
dudes.
out. Exactly. Here's the thing: you can only be wrong there, right? Because if you're right, quote unquote, and you called it, well, you called a 4-run game, big deal. But if you're wrong, then everyone jumps on you for being a goof and calling it too early. So there's like no upside to calling a game too early here. And Diurnal's
that's
not gonna
perfect.
Oh, wow.
And a line out to George Brett.
George Brett says, "Give me that."
I think what is interesting here is that really all Diurnal needs to do is get some traffic on the base path, which he is very capable of.
I mean, he'll start with some in the form of Buxton, too.
Yep. All right, so Nick Castellanos, the pinch hitter, will look at a sinker low and in. It's 1-0. Ooh, that cutter at 96 on the outside corner. It's now 2-1. We've seen Diurnal mash with the Castellanos card. Sent to straightaway center field. Buxton, ooh. Now, not deep enough to allow him to tag, and that's a big out number 1 for Kreiner.
That really
Here's
is
Roberto
massive.
Clemente. Roberto Clemente 2 for 4 as the top of the order back up for Diurnal. He took a lead into the 9th inning. He had Randy Johnson on the hill trying to get those final 3 outs. He could not. And now Kreiner answers with a 4-run top of the 10th, leaving Diurnal down to his final 2 outs.
Full count.
Here's the payoff pitch.
That's ripped, but right at the shortstop.
Farmer makes the play, and now Diurnal is down to his final out. Ketel Marte representing his last chance.
Last chance saloon.
Wow. It's 0-1. Corbin Burns, live series card, trying to close it out, but Marte sends one to right field, right to the right fielder, and Kreiner moves on.
What a series between these two.
Wow.
They battled. Diurnal played his butt off without a doubt. And obviously so did Kreiner there. It's really hard to have a loser. That one almost could have been the final. And again, that's to take nothing away from our other semifinalists. It's just that those are 2 former champions.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, Diurnal took that lead into the 9th, and he had Randy Johnson. It seemingly was set up perfectly, but Kreiner is so good at the plate. Just a very difficult task for Diurnal to try to navigate his way through those final 3 outs.
That's the thing. Getting 3 outs against Kreiner in any scenario is remarkably difficult. You saw that difficulty come through. Excellent series by both Jukester and Diurnal. They will now face off for 3rd place. Meanwhile, Zazzy and Kreiner are our finalists here. Don't forget, Zazzy was in the MLB Invitational, so this is not his first time on the big stage. He doesn't have a win under his belt, but he's been here before. He's representing Canada, and of course, Kreiner, widely regarded as the best player in the entire community by a lot of folks, setting up for a potential 2nd title for himself.
Let's recap and show you what you might have missed if you're just joining us. If you are just joining us, where you been?
Well, at least
Frank Thomas, Frank Thomas got the party started for Diurnal as he took game 1 of this series. But, man, this was everything you wanted, this series between these 2 former champions.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We saw so many back and forths between these two, and that's exactly what we expected. They both have their pet players that they do well with. We see Frank Thomas doing damage for Kreiner. He said that that's his favorite player when he went up 6-5 there. So, Diurnal wins that first game. Had to be feeling great, but in my heart of hearts, I just knew that Kreiner wasn't going to give up there. But this Diurnal comeback was impressive late. He got it tied in the bottom of the 8th, and it was off of Loop, who Kreiner loves. And then here, this play by Marte to end it, to hold that lead for Diurnal was really impressive. Then game 2, Kreiner just really wasn't to be stopped here. He gave up this one that ended up getting a run in, but for the most part, he ran game 2. Randy Johnson was definitely the go-to pitcher. Devin Williams pitched quite a bit. He had mixed success here. You see an RBI double. for Kreiner that made it 7-2. And like I said, or excuse me, 6-2. This one he just kind of pulled away. It was 7-5, and he finished it off to push it to a game 3, which we just saw as they tap hats. And then this shot here tied it up off of Steve Cishek to give Kreiner the 3-3 tie. And then that one was destroyed off of Goose Gossage down the line. That's when Diurnal took the lead, and we thought, uh-oh, is Diurnal going to shut this down in the 9th? But it was not to be, because Kreiner is an absolute machine. And he took Randy Johnson deep with Nick Castellanos here. I consider myself a man of faith, and I had faith that Castellanos was going to go yard and get Kreiner back in this game, which he did. And then the ground ball there. That's to end the 8th inning. So a little bit out of order there. We're back to the Castellanos. It's so good you got to show it twice, of course, because after all, it didn't make it a 4-1 game. It made it actually a 4-4 game. And then this shot here by Posada, this was pretty much the capper. Made it 8-4 in extras off of Trevor Hoffman, and it was just going to be a really difficult mountain for Diurnal to climb at that point. He's facing Corbin Burns. Go ahead, Robert.
No, that's just the final out there. And Diurnal falls in Game 3 as Kreiner is now poised to not necessarily defend his title, but he was the last championship winner of the last event back in the fall. Diurnal actually won this event last season in the summer, but he will not be the repeat champion. So it will be Kreiner against Zazzy in our championship series. Remember, this is going to be a best of 5. And Paul, at what point these guys have, first of all, they've played a lot of games all weekend, and now we're here approaching just into hour number 3. I'm wondering what kind of effect fatigue might have in our championship series.
I think it already has to be playing a role, just in terms of the grind that it takes to be this good. We've made this comp before, Robert, but think about any time that you've had a good BR run, or you're trying to get that last win in the event, or you're trying to get to your World Series game. The moments that we have as kind of average players that are our most intense moments, that's every pitch here. Their 12-0 game is every pitch here with this kind of money on the line for them. So they've been dealing with it throughout the entire tournament, all day yesterday, and as we're going to see Zazzy against Juke. So they're both ready to go. And Zazzy got off early here, 2-0 lead, but then Jukesta said, hey, I'm still in this. It looks like we've switched over to the Kreiner highlights there. But that first game Jukesta took, which was really impressive, Zazzy bounced back with back-to-back wins. You see here, bottom 8, this was a crush job by Antuna that gave Jukesta the win in that first game.
As you see Corbin Burns dealing with Mike Trout.
And that one ended game 1.
Yeah, Jukesta won game 1. But it was Zazzy that ended up coming back and taking the final 2 games of this series.
And to be honest, his bat was really alive for those last 2 games. He just never really let Jukesta get comfortable or get anywhere close to him. Every time Jukesta got something going, Zazzy had 3-4 runs in the back of his pocket to answer. You see here, that made it 9-1 there. And then we flash back. This one pushed it to 9-1, and then so the highlights were a little bit out of order there. But the thing with Zazzy is he just didn't stop. It was home run after home run. He won 11-3 there on that foul out to take game 2. Then in game 3, he just kept the bats going. It was 0-0 into the 4th, but then he started to strike. And there was a pivotal moment here. You see that strikeout where, was it Juke that took out Randy Johnson to get those 2 runs there by Sal Perez? But then there's questions about, did that end up hurting him because he no longer had Randy Johnson? Because from that point forward, that's when Zazzy took off, starting with this 2-run shot here to make it 3-2, and he never really looked back from that point.
So Jukesta is able to rally from the 1-0 deficit and able to win the final 2 games to set up a best-of-5 championship series showdown against Kreiner. I think it's fair to call Kreiner the best player in the game right now? Best player in the community?
Yeah, I think, again, he's widely regarded as such. Sometimes it's opinion-based too, I understand that, but there's certainly a very strong case for him. You certainly couldn't tell me that he isn't the best player in the game. You can make that great case for him, and he's looking for his second title here in the circuit tours that we've done. He won the fall circuit last time. We did get 2 3-game sets. Did we get a 5-game set here between Kreiner and Zazzy?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a best 3 out of 5. So unlike our semifinals, that was best of 3, this is a best of 5. But you know what? I think Zazzy comes in, obviously, with a lot of confidence. I mean, look, if you're at this stage of the game, this stage of the tournament, you should not be taking a back seat. But also to come back and to win 2 straight after falling behind 1-0 in the semifinals, I think he has to feel pretty good about where he's at.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's the underdog. But again, I want to reiterate, Zazzy was in the MLB Invitational, which was the best of the best. This is no slouch. This is not some no-namer. He just does not maybe have the notoriety of a Kreiner or Diurnal. But Zazzy, heck of a player, and we're seeing him represent Canada brilliantly here. And now he's into the finals.
All right, so the championship series about to get underway. Let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Zazzy or Kreiner, and game 1 is set to get underway. We're also here to remind you that the Always Intense program is loaded with packs. You can play through moments, showdowns, and missions to earn both Always Intense packs. Plus, if you collect the Last Icon Award, you'll earn 10,000 XP towards the featured program. Paul, you got these Always Intense packs yet?
Yeah, I've gotten a few of them, and you know, I got to be honest, I kind of like that universal banner there as a Tigers fan, obviously, and I got to get some of those other players in there, including Matt Chapman. Only problem is don't go camping with him because he's always intense, and you can never really find where he's at when you're trying to get the s'mores started.
Oh, I see where you're at. Nice dad joke there. Appropriate.
It's Father's Day. How am I not going to do dad jokes on Father's Day? I don't want to hear any groans in the chat. It's all dad jokes today. It's Father's Day, for crying out loud.
Yeah, happy Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to those of you that are our dads and watching us here on this Championship Sunday here on Twitch and on YouTube. All right, Paul, give me a couple of keys, some things that you're looking for here as we're about to see Zazzy and Kreiner go at it in a best of 5.
I'm really curious to see how much of Zazzy's bat carries over there. In those last 2 games, he was completely dialed in. Does the little break take him off kilter? Does facing Kreiner take him off kilter, right? It might not even be that his bat is off at all. It might just be the simple fact that Kreiner's getting to him. And I imagine that we're going to have a poll soon. I'm going to be very eager to see because I think both of these guys dominated their polls when we were picking the first series there. So I'm eager to see who you're going to pick now because I think they both won with 80-something% of the vote. Well, now who are you going to pick? I think a lot of folks will pick Kreiner, but don't sleep on Zazzy. I'm not going to make an official pick. I'm the announcer. I'm very impartial here, but you know who I think is the best player in the community.
That's right. All right, so game 1 about to get underway. I imagine we will be back at Laughing Mountain. The home team is determined by seed in game 1. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think it's going to be Kreiner who will be the home team.
Yes, he is the 26th seed, and Zazzy is 37. So Kreiner will be the home team here in this best of 5. Now, it's not as crazy to lose the first game. You never want to lose or anything, but it doesn't hurt as much because it's a best of 5. Whereas in that best of 3, you lose one, and you're already up against the wall.
All right, real quick, for those of you, I think you touched on this earlier. We got a lot of people that play this game, that are watching this championship, watching these amazing players. What are a couple of things that they can take from what they're watching from these amazing players to apply to their own game?
Patience, right? And we're not seeing a ton of walks, but we're seeing guys go for their pitches. And that's the number 1 tip. I'm not a good player, but I do know that one of the best things that the good players do is take patient at bats and attack their pitches. So that is absolutely huge. You can definitely watch that. And they never give up on themselves. That's not something that you can necessarily see, but they don't quit. No deficit's too big for them.
All right, so we're going to take a quick little timeout. But we're going to come right back with game 1 of this championship series. It's Zazzy against Kreiner in a best of 5. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this. We started with 64, and now we're down to 2. Welcome back to the Summer Circuit Grand Final here on Twitch and on YouTube alongside MLB The Show player, friend of the community, and baseball writer Paul Sporer. I'm Robert Flores from MLB Network. We are very glad you're here with us as we get ready for a best-of-5 championship series here to decide who reigns supreme in the Summer Circuit Invitational. Paul, we've got our semifinal series completed, and now we prepare for best of 5 against a well-known commodity in Kreiner, a former champion, against Zazzy, who's not quite as known, but he is every bit as talented.
We have 2 remarkably talented finalists here. Everything is going according to plan in terms of the excitement. 2 3-game semifinals to open it up. Now we have a best of 5 between Kreiner and Zazzy. I can't wait. Canada versus the States as well, with Zazzy representing America's hat up there. I love it.
Yeah, and both of our championship contenders, Paul, had to come back from deficits in their respective semifinal series. And here are the head-to-head matchups here. Zazzy against Kreiner. What are you going to be looking for between these 2 players?
Honestly, I want to see if anybody can string together some zeros, right? Because they're both excellent hitters and they're both fully in their bag right now. We saw the way that they've been hitting in that 3rd game. So I want to see who can string together maybe 2 or 3 scoreless innings and how much that can help them. You see the 80 and 81% win rates. These 2 are well matched. This should be a battle, and I frankly cannot wait, Robert.
Yeah, as I said, both of them had to come from behind in their respective semifinal series as they both won games 2 and the deciding game 3. Kreiner was really up against it in his matchup against Diorno, but that's really been the theme for him. He's had to come off the mat a couple of times in this tournament run.
You don't get the title, or at least very much in the contention for the best player in the entire community, by not having some comebacks, right? You're never out of it. That's how you get to be that good. By the way, both of these guys won their first poll by like 80-something. They were in the 80s in terms of voting for them. Curious to see where chat goes here, because you only can pick one of them, and they were both 80% winners last time. So we see right now that it's 62-38. Kreiner's winning, so I understand that. I wasn't sure if it was going to be another 80-something, but it's close-ish. But I understand that folks are going with the household name here, and that's what Kreiner's become already. He's only 17, and he's a household name in the esports MLB scene.
All right, a couple of things. If you're just now joining us, if you haven't been with us all day, first of all, where you been? It's been great. But
welcome.
These games are played on Legend difficulty. They are 9 innings. You're going to see a lot of the same cards. You're going to see a little bit of tweaks and modifications here. But Randy Johnson has been the most dominant card, I would say, throughout the whole weekend, and you're going to see that card for both of these players.
Yes, you will. You see tons of Randy Johnson. If one of them is able to figure out Randy Johnson in a given game, that can be pivotal without a doubt. They both have their go-to kind of secondary type cards that they love. We've been talking a lot about the Kyle Farmer, who's had a breakout tournament so far.
Kyle Farmer's been excellent.
I mean, he's been absolutely incredible. Sal Perez, the live series catcher, Eduardo Escobar, both have been good for Zazzy. So I love it. I cannot wait to see these 2 battle. I really think it's going to be fun. What I'm really curious of is if this series goes 5, do we see 10 Randy Johnsons starting, 5 each? Or do they mix it up?
True.
Do we see a Halladay dip in, as we did see throughout the earlier series? Or do we see somebody off the board entirely? I don't know, but I guarantee that game 1's going to be Randy versus Randy. I just would be completely floored if it wasn't.
And as we've noted multiple times throughout the day, pitching stamina does not carry over one way or the other from game to game. Obviously, in game, it is a factor. But, Paul, we could see Randy Johnson start game 1, start game 2, game 3, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and listen, that's the setup of this tournament, right? I know some folks want to see maybe some stamina built in or some sort of rotation. That's fine. That would be cool for another tournament, but this one is how it is, and you'd be foolish not to take advantage just for the sake of using a different pitcher, right? You use your horse. We did see Diurno save Randy, and he had the perfect setup. He had a lead in the top of the 9th, a 1-run lead. He had Randy, and then Nicholas Castellano broke that plan up pretty nicely there with an Oppo Taco that was just a no-doubter.
Absolutely, as Kreiner had to come from behind, not only in the series, but in that series clincher clincher as we get ready to take you out to Game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. We've seen Laughing Mountain, the park of choice, and I imagine we will see that here in our championship series. Both players love playing there.
And I'll tell you, it's that high elevation that does it. You know, Ship It used to be the park. Great Batter's Eye and high elevation. That used to be the park that owned the community. They nerfed Ship It a little bit, so now we're out to Laughing Mountain, which is basically just minor league Coors in terms of the elevation. It does have that spacious outfield, so you need to also make sure that you mix some speedy outfielders out there that can track down the ball in center. Zazzy will have Trout, and so will Kreiner. So they both have Trout out there patrolling center, and that will be key for sure.
All right, we want to remind you, for those of you joining us on Twitch, make sure your account is connected. Drops are active. I think there's a cap to how many you can get for the weekend. If you were watching, like I was on yesterday's coverage, and by the way, shout out to our good friend Thune and a couple of other content creators that had watch parties yesterday. But here we go. Once again,
Double
Laughing
Randy.
Mountain. Who will have the last laugh in our championship series? It is Kreiner against Zazzy, and Kreiner will be the home team, so Zazzy will be leading off with Mike Trout. Behind Trout, Brett and Frank Thomas, the top three here, and bullpen activity already from one of our players.
He'll go Halliday Hader for the warm-up with behind Randy Johnson here, getting ready. You know, you always want to warm up guys because there is no negative to it. Guys don't tire out. So you're just better to have somebody warmed up in case things go awry in those early innings.
All right, it's 1-1. Mike Trout leading things off here for Zazzy here in Game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. I want to point your attention to the left-hand corner of your screen. That's our status graphic. It's going to show you the status of the series and who's at bat. So Zazzy has the bat icon next to him. Obviously, he's at the plate. Neither one of them have a baseball emoji next to their name because it's Game 1, but that's definitely something to keep an eye on if you have to step away for a bit. 3-2 count to Mike Trout.
Ooh. Oh, wow. How'd that go nowhere? I need a
Left
PCI check
field.
on that one.
Yeah, I'd love to see the PCI on that because he looked like he was all over it. Instead, it's out number 1.
That was a meatball, and he missed it. He's kicking himself for that one. He wants that one back big time.
The swing timing was good on that splitter. Here's George Brett.
We do also have
dribbler in front of the mound. Randy Johnson spins and throws, and he got him.
We do have a third place match going on between Juxta and Diurnal as well. They still have to settle third place. Now, I don't know if it's a third place game, a one and done, or a series. We'd have to get a check on that because I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, we should remind you that all of our players today, they're walking home with prizes, but the grand final winner gets $15,000. Second place will get $5,000, and then third and fourth, $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So definitely a productive day. Congratulations to all of our competitors today, and thanks for all of the competitors that took part this weekend as well. As I mentioned, it started with 64. It was single elimination until they got to the quarterfinals, and then that's when it became a best of 3. This is a best of 5.
The community makes this what it is, not just with all the wonderful players who have come through this tournament, but also you mentioned the watch parties as a ground ball to second. That should retire the side. The watch parties hosted by Thune and Scan and Ashley and Yayo, among others. The community has really embraced esports, and I feel like it just gets better every time, too. We're really, really growing this scene, and I love being a part of it with you, Robert.
Absolutely, same here. And there are countless other content creators that are hosting watch parties as well, and we certainly appreciate their efforts. Only over 3,500 people in the stream, and this one might go 3,500 feet. It's a leadoff homer for Mike Trout, and Kreiner strike first in Game 1.
Smash job. That's Fish Boy for you, man. I mean, Trout, he's just, he's another level. He just missed that one, too. Kyle Farmer trying to get into the action. Does go first pitch swing in there. He's feeling himself. I get it.
Kyle Farmer, even though he's retired there, has been a revelation for Kreiner throughout this tournament.
He really has. He's been incredible.
Here's Roberto Clemente. First pitch swinging there, and it's dribbled foul.
Kreiner uncharacteristically aggressive right now. He has his bouts, too. It's because the thing of it is, too, patience alone, like just taking pitches does not inherently make you better. But taking pitches and understanding what to expect from those pitches and picking the right ones to swing at is the key, as we see a fly out here to left for the second out. So sometimes they are swinging early, but if those are the pitches that they think they can do the most damage on, they go for it.
Yeah. You got Clemente to chase up in the zone there, and there's 2 down here, and that'll bring up Frank Thomas. You said Kreiner calls this card his best.
Easily. Hits 490 for him. You see it's down to 487, so he's slacking a little bit. But 487, I think, will still play.
Paul, how would Daddy Padre in this chat wants to know about the lineup restrictions? These aren't God squads. How would you best describe the lineup construction for our players?
They aren't God squads for sure, but there's a good handful of high diamonds, mid diamonds, and then you still have to have some golds in your lineup. Each lineup has 2 golds starting, and then the bench is all golds as well. So you got plenty of good cards in there, but you got to figure out some things. You got to find your 91 Yelich, your 93 Marte, your guys that you do really well with that aren't quite the 99s.
That is rope past the diving third baseman George Brett into the corner. Frank Thomas rounding first, and he is in with a 2-out double.
Back up to 490.
All right, here's Jorge Posada. Had a big semifinal series for Kreiner. And that is scorched to left field. Is Thomas going to test the left fielder's arm? He will not.
I think he'd have been out by a good bit.
I think you're right. So a good decision there by Kreiner. Look at the PCI placement. Oh my gosh!
Nuts.
What must it be like to be this good?
At anything, I'd like to be this good at anything.
I mean, good Lord. These guys are just built differently. That is for sure. All right, runners at the corner. There's 2 down, and here's Ketel Marte.
Oh wow!
Swing and miss.
He's very early on 101.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Meantime, I can't hit a sinker on All-Star. Here's a payoff pitch. Grounded to short.
Out.
This should get him out of the inning, and it does. But
all right, leadoff homer.
Leadoff homer from Mike Trout, and Kreiner strikes first, leading 1-0 here in Game 1 as we go to the top of the second. 4, 5, and 6 due up for Zazzy. And he has made a change from his initial lineup.
Give it to
initially had Jorge Polanco batting cleanup. Now he has Ketel Marte batting in the cleanup spot.
Okay, that's fair. Marte's been in the action, in the mix for a lot of folks. To be honest, I cannot parse out how much damage he's done for Zazzy specifically, but I know we've been talking a lot of Marte today.
Approaching almost 3,700 people in the chat on Twitch. Thank you very much for joining us. There's a hard hit ball. Trout drifting to his left, and he'll make the catch on the run. And there's 1 down. Here's Jorge Polanco. So Polanco drops down from the cleanup spot to the 5-hole, and he sends one deep to center field. Trout has a play, and he'll make it a few feet in front of the wall, and there's 2 down here.
Trout's got that casual catch down so perfectly. It's so swaggy how he just says, nah, I got this easily.
By the way, real life Mike Trout is having a series this weekend in Seattle.
Oh my gosh, he's out of his mind. Please, can we get a fully healthy season for the first time in a while from Trout? We deserve it as baseball fans.
Here's the 1-1 to Escobar. Fly ball. Clemente.
Will it carry? Nope.
He's got it, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the second. Kreiner leading Zazzy 1-0 here in Game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. Here's Eduardo Escobar. Escobar, Story, and Randy Johnson due up here in the bottom of the second for Kreiner.
So wait, did he take Polanco out, or did he bat earlier?
Polanco was in the 5-hole, I believe. That ball is sent deep to center field. Going back is Trout, and it's gone.
Oh,
it's another home run for Kreiner.
Okay, Eduardo, I'm sorry.
Escobar to the deepest part of the field, and it's 2-0 Kreiner.
Zazzy was the one with that, by the way. I got confused by some similar players there, so pardon me on that. That's Zazzy's lineup that has Polanco anyway, so no need to worry about that right now.
All right, so Randy Johnson has already been touched up for 2 long balls. And I'm wondering, as we've mentioned, Paul, Randy Johnson has been seen a lot in this tournament. And with this type of level of competition, are you allowing players too many looks against Randy Johnson? And maybe you'd be better off by mixing it up.
I can understand the case for that, but the counterpoint would be that, like, who's really going to slow these guys down that much anyway? I might as well go with the very best pitcher and just take my chances. So, like, yeah, your point is well taken, but I also understand
Johnson
just
squares,
sticking with it.
And a good bunt there by the big unit to move the runner into scoring position with 1 out.
He moves the runner and, made a nice little close play of it as well.
This is the championship series. There is a 3rd place series ongoing.
Did we confirm if it's a series?
Oh, that's a good
Juxta
question.
is up 3-1 right now.
Okay.
It's in the bottom of the 3rd, but I'm not entirely sure if it's a series or just a single game. As far as what's going on in this series, always check the bottom left, folks. That graphic will get you caught right up. You see those empty circles? That means there's no games played yet. We are in game 1. They will fill in with little baseballs to denote who has won the previous games as well, and it's a best of 5.
Oh, here's
that
a
one's
little
gonna be a
weak
little
fly
pop
ball.
out.
Is going to stay in the infield. And Mike Trout, after homering in the 1st inning, is retired here in the 2nd. But now Zazzy has to deal with the dangerous Kyle Farmer.
The very dangerous Kyle Farmer.
Here's the 0-1 from Halladay. Sharply hit to the shortstop. This should get him out of the inning. And it does. All right, so we are through 2 innings, and it's 2-0 Kreiner on the strength of 2 solo home runs. Randy Johnson working against the bottom of the order. Starting with the 7-hole hitter, Austin Riley.
And I believe...
Oh, that is over the head of the leaping Frank Thomas. An opposite field knock for Austin Riley.
I believe we're only going to get the Kreiner feed throughout this final here. I believe Zazzy's had some connectivity issues. So if you're wondering why we're just getting these straight up, that's a 2-run shot. We're tied.
That ball is perfect, smoked. It's a 2-run homer for Sal Perez, and this game is tied.
You didn't think this was going to be a 2-0 game.
No, sir. Sal Perez live series. And look, we've got...
I mentioned Sal earlier. One of those sneak players, a gold that just absolutely crushes, especially against lefties. Nice dot there. Oh, my goodness. Good bounce back there by Kreiner after the 2-run shot with a beautiful pitch.
He was able to get Roy Halladay, first pitch swinging, Mike Trout up the middle.
Kyle Farmer.
Okay, Kyle Farmer. You talk about positional flexibility. Doing it from the shortstop position.
Kyle Farmer is one of those players where you have to say his whole name. You never just say Farmer. It's always Kyle Farmer.
George Brett slaps one the other way, and that's a 2-out knock for the 3rd baseman here in the top of the 3rd. And that'll bring up Frank Thomas.
Good
Looks
take.
at that ball low. It's 1-0. All of our competitors will also win a signed Shohei Ohtani jersey. This ball is sent deep to right. Clemente drifting back, and it's gone. Big hurt, big fly. It's 2-run homer for Zazzy. He's leading 4-2.
Wow.
Wow.
And just like that, couple of 2-run shots make it 4-2. There will be many more runs. Don't worry, folks. Strap in. You know, we're just getting going. Let's be honest.
There's a lazy fly ball just beyond the mound. Thomas will settle underneath, and that retires the side. But Zazzy erupts for a 4-run 3rd inning, including 2 homers, the latest from Big Hurt.
That's got to feel great. If you're Zazzy, after you give up the runs, you come right back and get 4 for yourself to take the lead. Heck, just tying it would have felt great. The fact that he comes away with a lead is just next level. Dot.
So Roberto Clemente looks at a cutter at the knees. It's 1-1. Clemente, Thomas, and Posada due up here in the bottom of the third. Ooh, just misses as Roy Halladay deals with the heart of the order for Kreiner. Three and one. Frank Thomas looming on deck.
That's going to be
good piece of hitting there by Clemente. Look at the PCI, Paul. Look at that. I mean,
right on it.
He's right on it, and that pitch was a good couple inches inside. Just tremendous. A sinker at 95, by the way.
Just gross. In on the fists like that, too. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you absolutely kidding me?
There's a dot there from Halladay. It's 0-2. Clemente aboard with a leadoff knock. Thomas spoils that one, and we'll do it again. That ball sent
just missed
to right field. Just missed it. The right fielder is there, makes the catch. Clemente will have to scurry back to first, and there's one down. Here's Jorge Posada.
He'll be bumming that he just missed that. He was a little early on it, and that's the kind of one that he sends Oppo Taco.
This could be two. Flip for one. Fire for two. And we're through three. Zazzy leading 4-2.
That wasn't even hard.
Polanco, the 5-hole hitter, facing Randy Johnson. Spits on a splitter. It's 1-1.
Wow, what a take there.
That's a great take. Someone in the chat about an hour ago said this is a great time to play ranked.
Yeah, right.
Because
get these goons players, out of there.
Yeah, the best players are currently occupied.
Yeah.
Here's a line out there, and there's out number one. Here's Eduardo Escobar. 0 for 1.
4 of them playing here, and then you had a bunch of the others in the chat. So yeah, it's a good time to try to dip in there, maybe catch a few dubs.
0-1 count from Randy Johnson facing Eduardo Escobar. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Kreiner calls the two-seam fastball the best pitch in the game, and he used it to success on that pitch earlier in the count. Misses there. It's now 1-2.
I go splitty here.
Ooh.
Good take.
Excellent take from Escobar.
Zazzy got that laser eye.
Great pitch sequence there. I love it. That slurve is so nasty.
That was wonderful.
And there's two down. Here's Austin Riley.
This is indeed a game one in the best of 5. We're in the top of the 4th. Zazzy has a 4-2 lead. Saw a chat question says, when's the next co-op tourney? Now, co-op is in his infancy, but don't think we won't eventually get tourneys, folks.
I love that. I love the co-op mode.
Yeah, and I really, they were very open about saying, hey, it's a baby right now. It's going to be flawed. That's why it's just for fun. But they plan to make that something.
Escobar on his horse, and he will make the catch.
Very nice play.
Heck of a play there, and we go to the bottom of the 4th. No, I think there's a lot of potential for co-op mode.
Tons.
Great fun. Friendships will be tested, no doubt, and probably already have been tested.
Why'd you swing at that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, you get to use cards that maybe aren't in your collection.
Yeah. And there's so many great aspects to it, and I love that they put it out maybe a little bit flawed. Like I said, it's not. They freely admit it's not perfect right now, but it's awesome. It's super fun, and I looking a couple years down the road, I do feel like we will have co-op tourneys, at least community-run ones, as they start to smooth some things out, and then hopefully even perhaps a summer circuit co-op type situation. I don't know.
Here's Ketel Marte. That's going to split the defense, go up against the wall. Marte is going to have a double to start things here in the bottom of the 4th.
Ketel Marte cards. We've been talking about them all day, Roflo. Doesn't matter which Ketel Marte card you got. This happens to be the second half one. He's just God.
Escobar. Deep fly ball.
Sending the runner.
54 speed at second. He will tag, and he's in safely.
Yeah, I think anything over like a 35 speed, you feel pretty comfortable there with that ball in deep right like that. Good chance for Kreiner to get one here with a runner on third and fewer than 2 outs.
Oof. Splitter missed, and Kreiner's ahead in the count 2-0 with Austin Riley. This Austin Riley card was not initially in his lineup. But
no, I think he came off the bench, right?
Yep, he did come off the bench, and now he's in the starting lineup. He's ahead in the count, 3-1. Late on the sinker, PCI a few feet below as well.
Yoink that one. Oh, that's a shot. That's in the gap.
That's a shot. That's going to bring home the runner. Austin Riley is going to head to second. It's an RBI double for live series Austin Riley.
Ultimate Horseman says his Marte card is a lineout king. I promise you, keep hitting with it, though. Those lineouts will start falling. I promise you.
And
it's frustrating to have lineouts, but you keep lacing the ball, they will start falling for hits.
If you're relatively new to today's action, if you just happen to be joining us for the first time today or first time all weekend, notice where these players put their PCI. It is next level as Marsh goes down swinging.
By the way, we saw Johnson's out then for Kreiner.
That's right. That's right. Roy Halladay is on in relief.
So that'll take Johnson out for both then, because Kreiner just pinch hit for him, and Zazzy took him out for Halladay.
Trout
By the way,
spoils that one.
A little throwback to a previous game there. Kreiner did not make a mistake. We assumed, based on that move there, that he would have wanted to pinch run for Posada with Brandon Marsh.
Yeah.
Nope, he meant to pinch hit for Marte. So he did not make a mistake. How dare we besmirch the great Kreiner?
There's a hard hit ball to short, and Trout is retired, and that retires the side. We are through. We're now in the top of the fifth, and Zazzy is leading Kreiner 4-3 here in game one of this championship series. This is the best of 5. We're playing 9 innings. We're on legend difficulty. We're at Laughing Mountain. These are not God squads, but there are a lot of high diamonds. But mixed in there, some gold live series. For instance, Nick Castellanos on the bench for Kreiner. Jock Peterson also on the bench for Kreiner. Zazzy has Peterson at his disposal on the bench, as well as you saw, Brandon Marsh. As Salvador Perez is down in the count 1-2.
I just smacked my knee on my desk. I'm just going to tell you what the noise was.
Oof.
This is what happens when you're 6'5". You're
Yeah,
gangly.
it happens. It happens.
You know those big inflatable men out in front of the
used car lot?
That's me.
you?
That's just my body. Yeah, that model is based off me. I get royalties for those. Not much, but I get a little something every time a used car salesman uses one of those.
All right, Salvador Perez has fought off a couple of pitches. Its count is now even 2-2. Now he's ahead in the count 3-2.
With the pitcher spot on deck.
If you're Zazzy, do you pinch hit for Halladay? There's a hot shot, but foul.
I was going to ask you the same, and then I was going to say it depends on this here. So let's see what happens with Perez.
And it's a base hit for Perez, so now decision time now for Zazzy. And it looks like he will have a pinch hitter for Roy Halladay. And it will be Brandon Marsh. Good numbers for Brandon Marsh. I don't know what the sample size is, but man, 545, that seems excellent.
.545 is kind of decent.
Looks at a strike at the knees.
Literally getting a hit more than half the time. That's crazy.
Looks at a ball inside. It's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 from Halladay.
Good take. That
really good take
for a while.
It's now 2-2. We have no outs here, and a run already in. Kreiner is at the plate, trailing 4-3.
No, Zazzy batting.
Zazzy, excuse me. Zazzy's
Kreiner
batting
in red.
top 5 and leading 4-3. And it's now 3-2. Mike Trout on deck. Here's the payoff pitch from Halladay.
See, that sinker that he took, that's what I thought I thought it was that one. You know, the one he took for a ball, I thought it was that one that was in the zone. And that's just what makes me a terrible player, because I don't see those as well. Nice.
Escobar will make that catch in foul ground right up against the wall, and there's one down.
Imagine if Steve Bartman was in attendance here. That play could have gone a different way.
All right, top of the order, Mike Trout 0 for 2.
You know what stinks, Robert? That's become a dated reference. Now, I don't think everybody in chat got that.
You might be right, but Mike Trout sends one to the right side, and it's
Mike
a
Trout
one-out
got
base
that.
hit. Opposite field art single for Trout. And George Brett facing Roy Halladay. Zazzy trying to add here. Chases outside the zone, gets a piece, but he's down to the count 0-1. Swings at a cutter there. It's 0-2. Wow,
Nice.
big strikeout there.
Diced him right there.
Righty on lefty matchup with that kind of hitter at the plate and ducks on the pond. That's a big out for Kreiner.
Absolutely colossal. Now he faces Frank here. I wonder if his excellence with Frank at all gives him any sort of insights on how to maybe attack him. I doubt it, but I just wonder.
That's a good
Maybe
point.
he knows a little bit of the weaknesses.
And that is sharply hit to short. Farmer throws over to second, and that retires the side. So Kreiner able to work his way out of a little bit of trouble in that inning. And now he'll step to the plate, dealing with Blake Treinen. First time I think we've seen Blake Treinen in this
100%.
tournament.
Yeah, we really haven't seen anybody besides Halladay, Duran, Johnson, Burns, and Aaron Loop. I'm not sure. I think those 5. There might be another 1 or 2 random innings from somebody. That's a ground ball to third. Should be playable and is. By the way, I asked Thuney, Austin, who did a brilliant job covering these tournaments all the way throughout, all the qualifiers and all that, for some takeaways on the 4 competitors. And he came away saying Kreiner was his pick. He's like, kid's just got ice water in his veins, overcame the 6-0 deficit. That was Thuney's pick there, as we see another ground out for Kreiner here. He's down 4-3 in game 1, but I don't think that's a bad pick by Thuney. I totally understand why he backs him.
Yeah, and the comeback he was talking about was in game 2 of his quarterfinal series. In a best 2 out of 3, he was trailing in game 2 6-0. With his opponent had Randy Johnson on the hill before Kreiner came storming back and ultimately won. Oh, that ball
Ground ball up the
is
middle.
up the middle. How does he get to that one?
You saw who it was, though. It's Frank.
Big
And
Frank.
I know we keep reiterating it, but he hits nearly 500 with Frank in 1 billion plate appearances.
Oh, that's
Dot City.
Yeah, that's Dottie Pippen right there from Blake Treinen.
Beam me up, Dottie.
Shout out to my man Derek for that. That's his saying, and I totally ripped it off. But I don't care. It's too good. Oh,
Hey, as long as you're giving credit.
absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Early timing, but the PCI was on point by Posada.
Way to stay alive there.
There's a chopper, Treinen fields. And he will throw over to first in time. And that retires the side. No runs, and it's 4-3 Zazzy here as we move to the 6th inning. Roy Halladay on for another inning of work. Looks like the Yankees are going to sweep the Blue Jays. So give the Yankees now back-to-back sweeps against the likes of the Rays and the Blue Jays.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And that's out number 1. This should be upcoming as a pretty interesting week, talking about some more real-life baseball. As the Yankees do have an interesting 4-game set with the Astros.
That should be wonderful. I know you'll be dialed in on that as an Astros fan.
I will. I will submit, however, I do not think that there is anything or anyone that is stopping the Yankees this year. Nearly a perfect team. And speaking of perfect, that's a perfect.
It's destroyed.
Opposite field, extra base hit.
I'll tell you what's stopping them. The same thing that prevents us from, or that puts us in the booth instead of in this tournament. Age. We'll see if they make it all year. That's still a very old team. They're very good.
No, I think that there's
fans. I'm not hating on the team.
Yeah, there's some
but
concerns
they're ancient.
with the rotation and the back end of the bullpen. No Chad Green. They got to get Aroldis Chapman figured
Ground
out. There's
ball
a
there.
chopper to second. Marte will throw over to second, or first rather, and there's 2 down. Sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. Here's Austin Riley, facing Roy Halladay. Riley has a base hit. He's 1 for 2. Runner at third. As Zazzy tries to add to a 4-3 lead here in Game 1 of this best-of-5 championship series. Here's the 2-1. Now it's 3-1 with Salvador Perez on deck.
Zazzy trying to get a 2-out rally here. Looks like he was taken all the way there, and that's a tough pitch to do much with. See what happens here with the up and in sync piece.
And he walked him. So a 2-out walk will put runners at the corners for Salvador Perez, who is 2 for 2, including a homer. And Halladay starts him with a slider on the outside. It's 1-0.
It's a pivotal bat right here. Just as I was about to say it.
Deep left field. Escobar, boom, will watch it go. It's another home run for Sal Perez. And it's now 7-3.
I wanted to point out how this was going to be a pivotal at bat, and I couldn't even get it out there. That was incredible.
As Zazzy now extends to a 7-3 lead, and there's another base hit that will go over the leaping Austin Riley. 2-out thunder here for Zazzy in the top of the 6th.
See, Zazzy's not intimidated here. He knows that, he's the fan underdog because everyone knows Kreiner, and Kreiner's a brilliant player. But Zazzy is holding his own beautifully here, and his bat has been on fire since Game 2 of his semifinal series against Juke.
Although I am almost certain that is live series Salvador Perez.
Correct.
That is live series Salvador Perez hitting tanks on Legend.
Brutally awesome. Like, it's brutal if you're facing him. You're thinking, I got to get him out. It's awesome if you're using him.
Well, that retires the side, but not before Salvador Perez adds to the lead for Zazzy. It's now 7-3 going to the bottom of the 6th against Kreiner. And now Zazzy will bring in Goose Gossage to face 6, 7, and 8.
Kreiner will at least get this tied again, is my call, at the very least.
It's now 1-1. Marte 1 for 2. And ahead in the count now 2-1. Here's a chopper to second. Should be no problem for the second baseman.
Boom.
And there's one down.
Missed that PCI there. Now, we have seen some Gossage. I was trying to mention some of the players that we've seen, or pitchers that we've seen. There haven't been too many. This is our second showing of Gossage, I think both by Zazzy.
Eduardo Escobar looks at a ball low. It's 1-0. Escobar 1 for 2. Kreiner no stranger to facing deficits.
Not at all.
Either in the game or in a series. He was down 1-0 in his best-of-3 semifinal series.
And then, of course, yesterday, down 6-0 and comes back. So he is not panicked in the slightest. I'm not sure his heart rate's even up after giving up the 4-run lead right now. He just keeps everything in check and takes it in stride.
That ball is sent to right field. That could split the defense. No, it's going to be cut off by the center fielder, Trout. They'll keep the runner at first with one down.
Updating the third place game, we have Diurno up 6-5 in the top of the 8th right now over Jukesta. Again, I'm not entirely sure if they're doing series or game to decide third place. But Diurno is up 6-5, top 8.
That sounded good.
That's getting over his head.
It is caught by the left fielder. The runner is going to have to hurry back to first, and he is doubled up, and that will retire the side. Tough luck for Kreiner.
I spoke too soon there because he took that first step forward. I thought he had it. Or I thought he was beat, is what I mean. By the way, you might have put a little jinx on the Yankees there. They've given up 4 runs.
George
It's now
Brett
8-7.
making a bid. Yep. Blue Jays just hit a grand slam, so they've cut it to 8-7. I jinxed the Yankees? What? Darn it. And George Brett sends one to left. That's going to roll up against the wall. It's going to be extra bases. So a leadoff double for Zazzy here in the top of the 7th as he tries to add to his lead. One other bit of real baseball news, Paul, is that Manny Machado appeared to injure himself as he's running to first
it was
in
ugly.
Colorado. It did not look good. Hopefully it is better than what it appears.
He slid off the bag, and it looked weird.
All right, meantime,
we got our battle here.
High fly ball. Are you sending the runner to third? 77 speed?
Yes.
Ooh, he will not. He will not test Mike Trout.
That's why I'm here, though, and not playing. I think I would have. I mean, it's close, and it's probably the right move not to because there's just no sense making that out at third. But I think you could have. It was a good throw, though, so I might have been out if I had sent him.
And we do have a new pitcher in the form of Josh Hader.
Josh Hader.
That ball up in the zone, but up and caught by Roberto Clemente. Now he will head to third. So that ball deep enough to send the runner to third as Zazzy tries to lead or tries to extend his lead here in the top of the 7th. Two-seamer at 96 at the knees, evens a count at 1-1. And that's a base hit up the middle. It's now 8-3, Zazzy, in game 1.
That's a huge tack-on run there with 2 outs. You have to get the base hit. You got Buxton up, or excuse me, I think that was Marte. And you got Marte up to get that hit. That's huge. Taps out right there to end the inning, but an extra run to push it to out of Grand Slam territory there. That's big.
Yeah. No, with these players, 4 runs might as well be 1 or 2 runs. That is how devastating they are offensively. We will have a pinch hitter. It will be young Jock Peterson live series card. And we're going to have a pitching change. Houston Street. What do you make of the Houston Street card? Not a lot of velocity, Paul. Not a lot of velocity.
Definitely junk and command and some funk is what you're going for here with the former Longhorn. Hook 'em. Horns hopefully busted up A&M today, or else I'll be sad.
I think they were losing.
And they probably were jerks. Yeah, they're down 6-2, bot 4. That's not good.
Not good.
As we move to 0-2 here, Jock versus Houston Street. So we are seeing some new pitchers here. We've seen a few guys that we haven't seen as much of. A little bit of Goose, a little bit of Blake Trinan. Got some Houston Street now. I like that we're dipping into some different pitchers. Good take there.
That ball is outside. Evens a count at 2-2. By the way, quick story about Houston Street. I saw him play his last football game in the Texas 5A, then 5A state championship game.
Oh, wow.
He was playing for Austin Westlake. They lost and got rolled by a team out of Odessa that was led by the late Cedric Benson.
Oh, wow. Yeah, rest in peace. I can't believe Ced left us way too soon.
Yeah.
That's crazy, though.
Houston Street, his dad, James Street, was
his father's a legend. Yep.
Yeah, was a fantastic quarterback for the University of Texas. But Houston, and rightly so, opted for baseball and was a tremendous reliever during his day. He has 1 out here, facing Mike Trout as we go top of the order. Zazzy working with an 8-3 lead here as we enter the final stages of Game 1. This is a best of 5. If you're just joining us, check out that lower left-hand corner. That's our status graphic. It lets you know who's batting and what's the status of the series. So Kreiner is at the plate, trailing 8-3. This is Game 1. But once we have a Game 1 winner, a baseball emoji will appear next to the winning player.
And Jukesta did win the first game or the whole thing. I don't know if it's a 3-game set or if it's a series or just the 1 game for third place.
As Trout spoils that one, it's 2-2. Adam, this is legend difficulty. And he looks at a sinker in. It's now 3-2 with the dangerous Kyle Farmer on deck.
Who thought we'd be saying that today? Oh, that was a little glitchy there.
Yeah, got him looking.
We'll
out
skip.
number 2.
We'll skip.
And listen, if you're going to have to face Kyle Farmer at this stage of the series or tournament, although you want him with the bases empty, that's another base hit for Kyle Farmer.
You can't get this guy out. You can't get Kyle Farmer out. Think again. Oh, you thought you were just going to roll in and get Kyle Farmer out? Do you know who you're talking to? It's Kyle freaking Farmer.
That card has been amazing for Kreiner here as he extends this 7th inning. And now Roberto Clemente. Count even at 1-1.
This is literally my favorite thing about tournaments like this, though, is the guys that we don't expect to pop off like this.
Yeah, Houston Street. We have not seen him today. Ooh, just misses on a slider. Count even at 2-2. Farmer at first. Bottom 7. There's a chopper to first. Backhand stop by Thomas. He'll step on the bag, and we're through 7 innings. Zazzy's coming to the plate with a 8-3 lead here in game 1 of this best of 5. First 1-3. All right, Austin
Duran
Riley now facing Johan Duran. Now, there has been some controversy. Duran.
I think the second one you said, like, with the accent. I'm going off a baseball reference. I had some people tell me, like, I'm wrong. Now, I'm going off a baseball reference. It says Duran.
If you go by, for instance, the legendary boxer, the Hands of Stone, Roberto Duran.
Yeah.
In his, the Spanish pronunciation would be Duran.
Yes.
So, at any rate, however you pronounce it, this card is good. It throws gas, and now he's dealing with Salvador Perez, who Paul is 3 for 3.
And awesome, by the way, with the homer. Basically, the point I'm trying to make is just that it's not Duran.
Yeah.
That's my main point. Like, I don't think I'm quite getting the accent with it, and I apologize for that. But I'm going off baseball reference.
You got to roll those.
I can't roll my. I was just about to say I can't roll my R's,
yeah.
And that's what I'm missing there in my pronunciation. But
So,
I did look at baseball reference. I like to get names right, and it does say Duran, but I can't roll the R. I'm sorry. And there's the first time that Sal Perez is going to get out in this game. He's now
Salvador
3 for 4.
Perez flies out to left center
There you
field,
go.
and he's retired for the first time today.
There you go.
All right, so this will bring up Jock Peterson off the bench. Zazzy bats with an 8-3 lead. Paul, as you stated, he knows that no lead is really safe against Kreiner. He's trying to add
Correct. Here. Absolutely. He does not want to be caught slipping because even 5 runs is just not that comfortable against a player like this. If you've ever had the misfortune of running into a superstar like this in a ranked seasons game and you somehow get a lead and you're like, oh, I'm up 3 runs. This is great. Yeah, right. 3, 4, 5, 6 runs. It's barely anything against these superstars as we go full here. He takes the walk with Jock Peterson.
2-out walk, and obviously Zazzy would love to add right here, and this is the perfect candidate for it. Mike Trout sends one deep to left field, and Zazzy is adding. Zazzy is laughing, and Zazzy is winning right now, 10-3 here in game 1.
I mean, that's exactly what he needed, a 2-out walk followed by a fishboy homer. That's crazy. Trout's unreal. Yeah, the Farmer is a 90. It's the Tops Now, which you can earn via Tops Now moments, or just go cop in the market for a cool 8 Gs.
As George Brett goes down looking.
There.
So this is a tall order now as we see Zazzy will respond with his own version of Duran, facing Frank Thomas, 4, 5, and 6. First pitch swinging. Thomas grounds to short. And just like that, there's one away.
This is a statement here. It really is. To put up 10 like this and be up 7 against Kreiner in the bottom of the 8th is huge for Zazzy.
Here's Jorge Posada, 1 for 3.
I do have word that it is a series. So Jukesta won the first game, but they will be playing a series to determine third place.
Count now 1-2.
Yes, neither Zazzy nor Kreiner are old enough to vote, and yet they're brilliant at this game.
That's right. A battle of 17-year-olds. Kreiner and Zazzy. As Posada flies out, and quickly there's 2 down here in the bottom of the 8th.
Coburn mentions in the chat that he thought Kreiner's semifinal was the real finals, and I understand that inclination.
Yeah.
And it's no shade to you that you're admitting that you might have been wrong on that, because I think a lot of us thought that because it was Diurno versus Kreiner.
Yeah.
But Zazie has something to say about that, like, hey, I'm here, I'm ready, and I'm going to make a good final. So I was with you, Coburn. I feel you on that, but Zazie has been very impressive.
First pitch swinging by Frank Thomas, lines out to Escobar, and there's one down. It kind of reminds me back in the 1983 Final Four. You had the University of Houston against Louisville in one semifinal. Phi Slamma Jamma against the Doctors of Dunk.
Yes.
And the other semifinal was NC State against Georgia. Everyone assumed that Houston-Louisville game was the de facto championship.
Exactly.
And what ended up happening? NC State surprising and getting a last-second bucket to win the championship. Back here, though, Jorge Polanco, 2 for 4. 2 down here in the top of the ninth. That one sent foul. Polanco 2 for 4.
Polanco, great card. Any card, live series, doesn't matter. Just another one of those names. Give me a card with his name on it. I'm interested.
Zazie says his favorite player is Alek Manoah. Favorite team, the Toronto Blue Jays.
And he is indeed representing Toronto and Canada, America's hat.
And right now his Blue Jays are trailing 8-7 in the 7th. Meantime, Polanco sends one deep, but it's run down by Mike Trout. What a catch and what a play to end the top of the ninth. Kreiner's got a lot of work to do. He's down to his final 3 outs here in game number 1, and he'll have to start with the bottom of the order, starting with Eduardo Escobar.
And the right person that I wanted to respond to my Canada reference did. Thank you, Goobs. That was basically directed at you. Hey.
What's that?
I don't know what that's all about.
I love that.
we both went to the cheap a boot reference. I love it. I love it. Yes, I said Canada on purpose, guys. It's what's called a joke. We're just having fun. It's all good. 2 for 3 today for Escobar, by the way. Cavacom in here representing Canada as well, aka Canada.
All right, 2-2 count here as Escobar leading off the bottom of the ninth for Kreiner.
Fighting. Do not count out Kreiner. A 7-run deficit is obviously monstrous, but it's Kreiner, so it's like a 3-run lead almost. You know, you have to do a conversion.
Swing and fouled off, and we'll do it again. Duran off for his second inning of work, and it's a leadoff walk for Escobar. Look, you got to start somewhere, and you need traffic. Does Kreiner, and he gets the leadoff walk there.
Even with a 7-run lead, Zazie tweaks up crunches up just a little bit on that walk. Like, that's not what you wanted to do. However, he turns to his favorite reliever. I asked each of the competitors a few questions about some different cards they use and what they like. Zazie cited Cishek as his favorite because of how deceptive and funky he is.
Sinker at the knees. It's 2-2. There's
he didn't want to
chopper,
get got
but
there.
foul.
He's taking a couple pitches. He didn't want to get rung up.
Remember, this is game 1 of a best of 5, so Kreiner dropped game 1 of his best of 3 semifinal, and in danger of dropping game 1 of this championship. This could be 2. Flip for 1, fire for 2, and just like that, twin killing.
It's going to make life a little tougher here.
And it looks like we're going to see, Giancarlo Stanton. Kreiner calls this card the best card in the game. It's his live series card.
He's hitting a cool 1,000 with him.
Yeah.
He's actually 200 for 200 with him, which is crazy. I want to see how many people take me seriously, Robert.
He's down to count 0-2. First, that is headed toward the foul pole, but just foul.
Too far to get a measurement. I think if it's over 10 feet, I don't think we get a measurement there.
It's now 1-2. Swing and a miss. And that's it. Zazie takes game 1 by the final of 10-3 here in this best-of-5 championship series. Paul, your takeaway from Game 1, a victory by Zazzy, 10-3.
I'm a little bit shocked. That was a bit of a rout, and Zazzy's bat stayed hot. We saw it come alive in Game 2 of the semi against Juke and stay even hotter in Game 3. I wondered if he carried it into Game 1, and he absolutely did. Kreiner got his hits, but couldn't necessarily cash things in. Big statement win there for Zazzy to take the 1-0 lead.
We saw a couple of different pitchers used for the first time today. Houston Street, Blake Trinan for Zazzy. You think we see some other pitchers? You think he expands his pitching choices here in Game 2?
I think there's a good reason to do so, particularly because with somebody like Kreiner, he's so dialed in on the guys that he expects. I'm not saying you go away from the Halladay and the Johnson. You're still going to use those guys. But mixing in other guys for an inning or two here and there maybe gets Kreiner off balance a little bit.
All right, so I think we're going through some highlights, yes we are, of the Game 1 victory. It started off nicely for Kreiner.
Yeah.
2-0 right out the box here in the second inning, a solo home run, but then here comes Frank the Tank.
And that, honestly, this was kind of the beginning of Zazzy just popping off. We see another run here, makes it 4-3 for Kreiner, where it's like, okay, this is going to be back and forth, but we're going to see a lot of Zazzy runs here,
I don't know how
three-run shot.
I don't know how he got to that pitch.
Me neither. And
much
he just
less
destroyed it. Yeah, he absolutely destroyed it. And then he destroyed another one there.
This was kind of a key moment here.
The double play there.
The double play, because it looked like the left fielder, the ball was going to go over his head. And then after that, Zazzy just added on, ultimately plating 10 in Game 1.
And that was just so impressive how many runs he kept getting. And I really thought that we would see a few more runs coming in for Kreiner, but we didn't. And that was basically the big surprise there. Be sure to play through the future of the franchise program now. Earn 12 of the 30 future stars, 95 overalls. Choose your favorite legends and flashbacks in the other diamond packs as well. Robert, who's your one favorite from that list?
I'd probably have to go Miller, the prospect for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Bobby Miller.
The fastball plays, pretty good off-speed stuff, so that would probably be the one for me. I like the Talia card as well, the one right next to him.
Yeah, I was going to give some shine to that because I know you like him as well. I like the Khalil Watson. He's somebody I'm keeping a close eye on in real life, too, for the Marlins. So make sure you're getting those cards. The prospects have been a massive addition to the game the last few years and really changed the dynamic of content.
You also see Reed Detmers there in that top row for the Los Angeles Angels. All right, we're in between games here of this championship series. It is a best-of-5. Game 1 goes to the way of Zazzy as he scores double figures and really keeps Kreiner in check, which I think that's the shocking part.
Story.
Not that Zazzy won, but in the manner in which he won.
Yeah, a 10-3 win there, a 7-run deficit. You rarely keep Kreiner down to 3 runs. He had his hits, he had his opportunities. Zazzy played his butt off, though. That was a great first game there. Don't think that Kreiner's worried at all. Kreiner could go down 2-0, and I still wouldn't necessarily be counting him out. A 1-0 deficit's not going to bother him. I cannot wait to see Game 2.
Yeah, he dropped Game 1 of his semifinal series before ultimately advancing, winning Games 2 and the deciding Game 3. He's obviously hoping to avoid that trend. He would love to get on the board in game number 2 here, which is just moments away here in this championship series. Best of 5, legend difficulty. And in case you're just now joining us, once we get into gameplay, point your attention to the lower left-hand corner of your screen. That's going to give you all the details you need to know on where things stand here in the status of the series, who's at the plate, and whatnot. What adjustments do you think Kreiner has to make in Game 2?
I'm not sure there's any adjustments to be made. Just keep your approach. Sometimes the hits don't fall your way. I know everyone makes fun of it, the whole that's baseball stuff. But if you understand anything about statistics or variance, like just take a basic statistics class, you understand that things, ebb and flow throughout one sample size of a game. So Kreiner doesn't have to make any catastrophic changes or anything like that. He'll be fine.
All right, I was told there would be no math here in this broadcast, but at any rate, here we go.
If there's baseball, there's math.
That's right. Game 2, just moments away here as we get set for this championship series to resume. Remember, the first place winner gets $15,000 and a handful of other prizes. All 4 of our competitors today, Paul, they get some cash, as well as what I think is excellent, and maybe we're burying the lead here a little bit, a signed Shohei Ohtani jersey and ball.
That's huge. Actually, I think that only goes to the top 3. I think
let me double check.
Gets the ball, but either way, I think that is amazing. And again, A keepsake like that is
Oh.
almost like a trophy.
Ah,
The
you're
money's
right.
amazing. Oh, so it is the top 3.
Yeah, top
The money's
three.
amazing, but it is pretty cool to get such a sick jersey. And the money is the draw. I understand that. But having that jersey, whether you hang it up or you wear it, you always know, like, hey, I finished top 3 in a huge tournament to win that.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to all the fathers that are watching out there. My family is just right outside the living room. Yeah, they're waving hi to me. Happy Father's Day. Thank you very much. And happy Father's Day to all of you that are joining us here in the chat. I know some of you are watching college baseball, you're watching Major League Baseball, and you're watching us. And we appreciate you doing so here as we get ready for game number 2 between Kreiner and Zazzy here. Kreiner, of course, arguably the #1 player in the community, and I know some people can quibble one way or the other, but he is a former champion. But I think you hit it on the head when you said that Zazzy, with a statement win in game 1.
Absolutely. And again, just letting people know, hey, I'm here too. I was in the MLB Invitational. That was a pretty big deal as well. So Zazzy just making sure that people aren't forgetting him. I think he lost the poll, what was it, 68-32 or 62-38, either way. So he's the underdog here, and that's okay. Some people love playing from that underdog role, and the game is just getting started. It will be double Randy Johnsons again here. So we will see what happens, how long these Randy Johnsons can go. I think Kreiner's going to bounce back here and then turn it into a 3-game set.
All right, so here we go. Let's jump in. We're in game number 2 of this championship series between Kreiner and Zazzy. Zazzy will be the home team. Kreiner will be up at the plate. And Kreiner, let's see. Yeah, let me make sure. Yeah, as you said, Randy Johnson is going to get the start for both teams. You see that we already have some bullpen activity here. Zazzy, the home team. Kreiner up to the plate, leading off with Mike Trout as he trails in this best of 5, but Trout with a first pitch swinging, base hit up the middle. And Kreiner is aboard, here to start things in the first inning.
Yeah, he's getting off to a fast start here. And I will say it's a little confusing, at least as far as what I was using as my kind of go-to reference. Kreiner was in those red jerseys, and that's how I was remembering him. But now they flip, and actually it's a red jersey for Zazzy, so I'm going to have to remember that. And Kyle Farmer, 1 pitch, 1 out, and he's been the go-to guy. Look at that dot there to open up Roberto Clemente 0-1. Go ahead.
No, that was an excellent first pitch. But you're right. Let's make sure that everyone is understanding here. Kreiner is in the blue tops with the gray pants. He's at the plate. He's trailing 1-0. Zazzy, who, as you see in that left-hand corner of your screen, he's got the baseball emoji next to his name, indicating that he won game 1.
Mm-hmm.
So he is in red. He's the home team.
Full count now. Rips that one. I think Kreiner's going to come out on fire here. I really think he's going to have 5-6 runs in the first couple innings.
All right, so runners at first and second as Clemente draws that 1-out walk, and that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Frank Thomas. That slider misses inside.
Continues to hover around that 490. I keep mentioning that mark because Kreiner specifically cited that. He's like, I got to pick Frank Thomas as my best card because I'm literally hitting 490 with him. In a big sample, too, by the way.
Well, he's ahead in the count, 3-1. Here's the 3-1 from Randy Johnson. Fouled off early on 100 miles per hour. How about that?
Right? That's crazy. You don't want to walk him here and load the bases, but do you really want to leave something fat and have that happen? No. It's 3-0.
Out of here. And just like that, Kreiner strikes first. 3-0. Top 1.
Seed is what determines home field here, and Kreiner was the higher seed. So if this series goes 5, Kreiner will be the home team 3 times.
Broken bat, and it's a little pop-up that Randy Johnson will field, and quickly there are 2 down.
Good thing he got to that because that would have probably kicked foul if not. If that hits the ground, I think that's a foul ball, and he gets another shot.
Here's Ketel Marte, 3 runs already in. That one fouled back.
And I feel like I have to mention at least one more time, if not 50 more times, that Frank Thomas is his favorite card, and he gives him a 3-0 lead in the first inning of Game 2, and that's just got to feel great for Kreiner.
Well, after getting handled pretty easily in Game 1, Kreiner is able to strike first with a big 3-run inning.
And how often can we say that about him, that he was handled? Like, that just doesn't happen.
Meantime,
and yet, it's true.
Mike Trout, first pitch swinging, pops up to the catcher, and quickly there's one down. Here's George Brett.
So, Pittsburgh Pirates' Jack Sawinski hit 3 homers today. He went 3 for 3 with 3 runs, 3 ribbies, 3 homers.
Supercharge.
If they supercharge him, I wonder if either of these two competitors would try to finagle him into their lineup.
Good point.
I'm kidding, of course, but that's a heck of a game from Sawinski.
I know Josh Bell is supercharged for at least one more day, I think. I used him a little bit yesterday.
The supercharge has been such a great addition.
Really is. Really great idea. Really fun. Ace, the score of game 1 was 10-3. Zazzy taking game 1, but he's trailing in game 2, 3-0.
Reborn asked if Frank Thomas is Kreiner's favorite card. I'm not actually sure. I'll try to find out from Kreiner. I'm not 100% sure what his favorite card is, but I'll ask.
Here's the payoff pitch to George Brett. Lazy fly ball, should be no problem for Escobar. And there's 2 down. Here's Frank Thomas. He's batting .449. For Zazzy. Little dribbler.
A little ground ball in there.
Randy Johnson fields and fires, and just like that, that's the end of the inning. Here's Eduardo Escobar. 7, 8, and 9 due up here for Kreiner in the top of the second. That splitter catches the bottom part of the zone. It's 0-1.
So down 3-0. I don't think Zazzy's panicked at all either. You know, we've talked about how both these guys, in fact, all 4 of our competitors and many others from this tournament, one of their key factors to be so good is that they don't get down on themselves. They don't start spiraling when they give up a few runs, because you're not shutting anybody out. There's a shot.
Oh, there's a shot.
It's 4-0 now.
4-0. Another home run for Kreiner. This one from Escobar. Up in the zone, up and out.
I could totally see a mercy here. By the way, the Jays are winning now.
Oh.
Darn, you jinxed the Yankees. I'm sure you feel terrible about that.
Did I jinx the Yankees? Dang it.
Gee whiz. I sure am bummed about that.
Yeah, give the Blue Jays credit, man. Hey, but the Yankees, in all seriousness, whew, what a week, man.
I like to tweak Yankees fans because it's fun, but the Yankees are for real. They're awesome.
Absolutely.
And like I said, I think age is the only thing that actually slows them down.
Fly ball,
not
deep
talent.
right field.
That'll stay in?
It'll stay in and make the catch. And there's one away.
It'll be Halladay now. Obviously, with a 4-run lead in the second inning, there's no need to try to consider taking him out.
Swing and a miss. It's 0-2.
And strikes him out. There you go.
So there's 2 down here in the top of the second. A run already in the form of a solo home run from Eduardo Escobar. Back to the top of the order. It's Mike Trout.
You know, he was right to swing at that. That would have been a called strike.
Early.
That's kind of the nasty part about that.
He was early on that.
Yeah, he was all over it.
And that one's chopped foul. It's 0-2. Little inside-out swing. A liner right at the second baseman, and that will retire the side. So Zazzy will step to the plate with 4, 5, and 6 due up here in the bottom of the second, trailing 4-0. Fly ball. Trout will have to get on his horse, but he'll easily make the catch, and there's one away.
Look at how spacious this outfield is. We've mentioned it a couple times, but having a key center fielder out there is very important to track down some of those flies. And they're both working with Trout out there.
Here's the 0-1 to Polanco. Two-seam misses low. Kreiner working with a 4-0 lead. Randy Johnson on the hill. Game 2. Hot shot to first, fielded by Thomas. He'll step on the bag, and there's 2 down.
Juke is up 3-1 in the bottom of the 5th of the third place series, where Diurno has a 1-0 lead in that series. I don't know that we'll be checking in on it, but I'll give you guys updates as I have them. And there is money on the line for that as well. And like I mentioned, the loser of that series will not get the Ohtani jersey. So that's, you know,
that's motivation.
It's a big thing to be playing
for.
Yeah, the extra cash and the Ohtani jersey. And that'll be a lazy fly out to end the inning here. So we go to the top of the 3rd. Kreiner up 4-0. They really do, don't they, PJ? PJ says in the chat, they make legend hitting look like a walk in the park.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. They make it look like we play all-star, you know?
Roy Halladay starts off Kyle Farmer with his cutter in for a strike.
The rare times I'm in the zone on All-Star is how they make legend against Randy Johnson with a bunch of people watching and a bunch of money on the line. That's how they make it look. That's crazy.
There's a cut piece caught on the corner.
Farmer getting cut up. He's 0 for 2. Stop the presses.
And remember, in case you're wondering about who's winning the series and where do things stand, check the lower left-hand corner of your screen. You see that baseball emoji next to Zazzy's name? That indicates he won Game 1. This is the best-of-5 championship series. Kreiner, as you see in the right-hand corner of your screen, leading 4-0. Thanks in large part to Frank Thomas, who delivered a 3-run homer in the first inning.
I think I heard he's his favorite player or something. I don't know. I can't confirm. I don't want to say it if I can't confirm.
That ball is
That's a shot in the gap.
That's going to be extra bases. It's another extra base hit for Frank Thomas.
Frank Thomas is nuts. Like, stop. How's he so good?
PCI all over it. Timing good.
Frank's just silly. This is best of 5, by the way. Game 2.
And that's going to retire the side. So the double by Frank Thomas does not come around, but Kreiner still leads 4-0 as we move to the bottom of the 3rd. Zazzy batting, trailing 4-0. This could be trouble.
That might drop.
That might
With
drop.
The shift there, that's going to
drop.
Could be a double, too. No, it'll get to it in time, but
don't want to test Clemente's arm. Here's Salvador Perez. I believe he went, didn't he, in Game 1 for Zazzy?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
I believe Sal Perez went deep in Game 1
for Zazzy. Yeah. Sal's been absolutely popping off.
That is sent foul. Got to climb the ladder here. And he got him to take it, and it's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 from Johnson. Payoff pitch from the unit. Runner is off. Drifting towards the line and right. Clemente will make the catch, and the runner's going to have to hurry back, and there's one away. Here's Roy Halladay. Trailing 4-0, but hitting himself here in the bottom of the 3rd.
I didn't even think about that Frank card, if it has the Nugenics quirk or not.
That's true.
That's a good call by DeCenzo there. If you watch MLB Network late night, you understand the Nugenics jokes.
And
it's just a product that he
goes down looking, and there's 2 away. Trout, top of the order, he's 0 for 1.
Nothing scandalous there. Will King, I think the max packs you can get is 5 or 6. I believe it's over the course of the weekend as well. So if y'all been watching this all weekend and you're not getting packs today, I think it's probably because you hit your quota. As long as you've been getting packs and you are linked, there is a limit, but I'm not entirely sure 100% that limit.
All right, here's the 2-2 from Johnson. The runner at first will be on the move. Payoff pitch from Unit.
Oh, got him swinging. Wow, okay.
There we go. We got do have confirmation. 5 packs per weekend. Thank you very much, Leah, for that clarification. Thank you very much. And Ketel Marte, chopper to third. George Brett, backhand stop, hard throw over to first, and there's one away. Here's Eduardo Escobar.
If you are joining us from the front page of Twitch, welcome. We are in the finals of the MLB The Show Summer Circuit Tournament. Game 2 of a 5-game set. Zazzy has a 1-0 lead over Kreiner, but Kreiner leads this game. Oh, that's a rip and a catch. He leads this game 4-0 top 5. And Zazzy and Kreiner's batting as well.
He's Paul Sporer. I'm Robert Flores. Thank you very much for joining us. As he mentioned, Game 2 of this championship series. Kreiner, who was just retired in the top of the 4th, leading 4-0. And Jazzy, who is leading this best of 5 after winning Game 1, 1-0. Now starting the inning with George Brett. He sends one to the foul ground. This could be playable for Austin Riley, and it is. And quickly, there's one down here in the bottom of the 4th.
Frank time. Now, this is Frank time for Zazzy, but anytime Frank time. Oh, Frank to Frank. Frankly, that was an easy out.
Nice job there by Frank Thomas, and there are 2 down. Here's Ketel Marte, the cleanup hitter.
A stud in his own right.
Kreiner opened this tournament with having Marte in the 6th hole. Now he's moved him up to the cleanup spot. Frank Thomas was in the cleanup spot. Now he's been moved to 3rd.
Get more at bats for him, you know.
100 miles per hour on the black.
Is that going to stay fair?
Ball. Left field, going back is Escobar.
Is that going to stay fair?
And it's gone!
Wow!
It's a 2-run homer. And Zazzy's not done yet.
It's 4-2.
Just like that, it's 4-2. Not ready to concede anything here early in game number 2.
No, not at all. And we knew that, you know.
Jubers in the chat asked, is there a YouTube stream for this because of trying to watch it on Roku? And yes, go to youtube.com/Sony San Diego. Here's Randy Johnson. Look at Randy Johnson.
Chill, Randy.
Okay.
I see you, Randy. You know, we'll mark that as a well-struck ball in the box score there, you know. It doesn't count for a hit, but we give you a little hat tip for that one. Whew.
Here's Mike Trout.
Oh, Dot City. Population Trout. Getting dotted up there by Halliday.
Count now even at 1-1. We're in the top of the 5th. This is game 2 of the best of 5 championship series. We're playing 9 innings. It's on legend difficulty. Mike Trout is at the plate for Kreiner. 1 for 2.
There.
And the count now even at 2-2.
Another good take. Farmer on deck. If he gets a runner on for Farmer, that'd be a good situation for him for sure.
Here's the payoff pitch. We'll do it again. Someone in the chat asking about anyone using Musina. No, we have not seen Mike Musina today.
No Musina. The only...
Oh, that's perfect. And that is deep to left center field. Bounces off the wall.
That kick actually helped to keep it a double instead of a triple. If that goes anywhere but right to him like that, I think that's an easy triple. But it will bring up Farmer with a runner in scoring position and just 1 out. So good spot for Kreiner. Farmer 0 for 2. You can't hold him down very long.
Zazzy did a nice job of fielding there, anticipating the carom off the wall to keep Trout to a double.
He absolutely did there. That was very nice.
Count now even at 2-2. Kyle Farmer, excellent so far in this tournament, but 0 for 2 today. And it's now 3-2. 1 out. As Kreiner tried to add to his lead. Leading 4-2, top 5.
A Farmer, payoff pitch.
Ooh,
he takes
him.
it. Look in there. Oh, wow. He froze him.
Cut piece
That
right
does
on the
not
inside
happen.
corner. And
That
there's
does
2
not
down.
happen often. Wow.
Here's a grounder to third. George Brett will collect and fire, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Zazzy at the plate, trailing 4-2. We'll start with Austin Riley.
That's a big strand there. That double, that could have been a triple, but he gets a nice friendly bounce.
It's a good point.
And then Farmer coming up, you got your 2-3 hitters up there. And for Zazzy to shut that down and keep Kreiner off the board, that's a nice dub. That's a little back pat, and you get in there and go hit now.
And now we'll start the
There's a
inning
base hit.
with a base hit. So we'll lead off hit from Austin Riley.
Oh, that's true. I did refer to him as Farmer, not Kyle Farmer. I'm sorry. Always first last name with Kyle Farmer. My fault. When talking about Kyle Farmer, you always have to say Kyle Farmer so people know who you're talking about, whether it's Kyle Farmer or Buck Farmer. Diurno up 6-5 in the top of the 7th of the 3rd place series. Juksta has a 1-0 series lead there. Diurno trying to battle to tie it up. I believe that'll be a 5-game set there as well then. Similar to this one here. Dotimus Prime, as I saw in the chat earlier. Credit to whoever said that. I forget the handle. It's not original from me,
Excellent, excellent. All right, here's Salvador Perez. Sends that one foul. It's 2-2.
Absoluta. Farmer is getting shut down, which is very surprising. He's hitting like a cool 650 for the tournament, but 0 for 3 this game, including that strikeout looking, which was very surprising.
It's the 2-2. Sal
You just don't
Perez
see that.
facing Roy Halladay. Got him.
And that's what Kyle Farmer struck out on, was that pitch up there that like freezes them. They expect a little bit more movement on it, and it just stays right there and freezes them up and in.
Zazzy caught looking there. And there's one down in the bottom of the 5th, and here's Jock Peterson.
It is indeed a 5-game set. Just call me Core and Royal Birdman. Good job on the Dotimus Prime there. I liked that one. Giving you your credit. Oof. Educated Cheese. I love it, Absoluta.
That's 1-2.
Jock Peterson hoping to slap one here somewhere. Find a little green.
Looks at that one inside. It's now 2-2.
No, DJ Boom. It is indeed a 5-game set. That's a
Fly
good hit
ball
right there. But
left field.
it'll stay
Escobar
up.
drifting back. He will make the catch. And runner at first will have to hurry back, and there's 2 down.
This one is a 5-game set. The semis were 3 games, so if you're just joining us, you might be remembering the 3-game sets. This one is best of 5. You see in the bottom left there, you can always get a status update. You'll see that Zazzy's up 1-0 because he has that little baseball emoji next to his name, and he's also batting because he has the bat emoji in his box as well.
Here's Mike Trout, 0 for 2, and down in the count, 0-2. Able to spoil that splitter, and we'll do it again. Here's the 0-2. Grounder to second.
Jammed him.
And that's going to retire the side.
Busted him up and in there.
Yeah.
Got him to just fight that one off for the easy ground out. It'll be Goose against Frank Thomas, who's already 2 for 2, including a 3-run shot. Kreiner looking to expand his lead. He knows Zazzy's not going anywhere. And he
Frank
does.
Thomas is making a bid for another extra base hit. It's up and
gets
gone.
over.
Wow.
Oh.
Did that bounce off the top of the wall?
It absolutely did. It hit the top of those shrubs out there, that ivy, whatever it is, those bushes, and bounced right over.
Jeez. Big hurt. Goes deep again.
He's putting a hurting on Zazzy right now.
Yeah, he is. So Kreiner extends to a 5-2 lead.
These players know their cards. You know, again, I asked a bunch of them. I asked all 4 of them a few questions related to some of the cards they like and whatnot. And everyone that they mentioned has been crushing. Of course, Frank is a great card, but Kreiner said that was his favorite. The Sal Perez, when I asked Zazzy who his sneakiest non-diamond was as Ketel Marte strikes out. Or no, was that?
Yeah, he draws
was that
a
a walk?
walk.
Pardon me. Drew a walk. Pardon me.
So
I saw him drop his bat down like that, and I wasn't sure if I missed the strikeout or walk.
So here's Marte. Grounded to short. Flip for one.
Be two.
Fire for two.
Nice play. That's big.
That's big.
That's got to feel great for Zazzy. Again, anytime you get those double plays, you and I talked earlier about how punishing they are, especially when you're a mediocre player like us. They are just the most painful thing. You finally get a runner on, and you get the immediate double play. Is there any more crushing feeling in this game than that?
Here's Escobar.
6-6. Jukes ties it up with the Diurno, by the way.
This should end the inning, and it does.
Pardon me there, Robert.
We go to the bottom of the 6th, and here's George Brett, 0 for 2.
Just 10 hits this game so far. You're seeing a lot of 0 for 2s from guys who have not been kept quiet most of this tourney. This is a little bit of a pitcher's duel, with Frank Thomas being the key difference for Kreiner and doing most of the damage.
That ball is scorched to right, but Clemente is there, and quickly there's one gone.
To have to wear an out for that hit is tough. He
that was good
blasted
contact.
That.
And that ball is
down.
going to split the defense, roll up against the wall.
It wasn't
a one-out
Kreiner's
double.
Frank, but look who it was.
It was Big Hurt, Frank Thomas.
When the Nugenix hits, baby. Cattell 1 for 2.
Roy Halladay gets him to swing and miss. It's 0-2. One down here, bottom 6.
Good take there. 1-2 pitch now coming from Halladay to Marte.
Chopper to third. Riley is there. Throw across to first, and there's 2 down.
You know, we got Jorge Polanco coming up, has a 2-run homer. We've been dabbling a little bit, talking about some real life baseball, and I know we've been mostly talking about good teams, but my lame Tigers looking like they might win their 2nd in a row since calling up Riley Green.
There you go.
I think they're going to make a playoff push now that they called up Riley Green. Book it.
It's been a disappointing season thus far for the Detroit Tigers.
It's been brutal. Everything that could go wrong has, outside of a few pockets of greatness, like Tarek Skubal. One-two pitch now, 2 outs, runner on second. Stays alive there. Good. Way to get a piece of that one there for Zazzy. Wants to get that run in, but it'll be hard with 2 outs. He needs a base hit. Stays alive. We'll do it again. 1-2. Third time. Splitty. Did he go? I think he did. Oh,
Hey.
He says no.
Paul, I'm going to let you have the controls for a little bit. I'm going to step away. I'll be right back, okay?
Generous call over there at third base. It's 2-2 now. 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. And he taps that one over to third, and that will end the inning. So we're going to go to the 7th. Kreiner's leading 5-2. Little bit of a threat there. Nothing too much. But we did see a little push there. So now it's going to be Goose Gossage out for his 2nd inning of work. It'll be Riley, the pitcher spot, and then the top of the order here for Kreiner. 5-2. Kreiner looking to draw even here. In the series, I should say. He is leading this game, of course. Sorry, I didn't finish my thought there in case that wasn't clear. But yeah, he's looking to make the comeback and get this series tied. So Duran comes in, and now it's a full count with the pitcher spot due up. Here comes the pitch. Swings right through it. 1-0-2 running away from him. And it'll be Stanton in for the... Oh, never mind. I thought he picked Stanton there. I guess he backed out. He's going to go ahead and go to Jock. Duran obviously has to stay in. I'm trying, y'all. I can't roll my R's. Fouls that one off. Swings through that one. So a quick 0-2 for Peterson. Takes that cutter. Peterson hitting 308. Crushes righties, of course. Good take there. I'm absolutely flailing at that one. 1-2 pitch now. Swings through it for the strikeout, and that's back-to-back strikeouts for Duran to open up the top of the 7th. Mike Trout takes a cutter there, 1-0. Swings through that one, and it's 1-1. Oh, I'm sorry, 1-1, not 0-2. He's working very quickly as Zazzy with Duran. Obviously, the pace of a MLB The Show game is much quicker than real life, but even for MLB The Show, this is a quick pace. And he swings through that one. So he strikes out the side, working very quickly with Yohan Duran. Kreiner goes 1-2-3 with 3 punch-outs. Zazzy got to feel a little energized there. It'll be Loop and Duran warming up for Kreiner. He calls that Loop his best reliever because he can confidently get righties and lefties out with him. Opens up 0-1 here to Escobar. Does Trevor Hoffman, who's freshly into the game. He takes that one there. That's it said 73. I think it might have been 37, y'all. That one comes in so slowly. It's unbelievable. Oh! Swings through that one. So we're seeing a lot of strikeouts here. 4 straight strikeouts between the two. Swings through that one. The nastiness of Hoffman is all of that slow stuff that can keep you off balance. One thing I do kind of love is how the game morphs. By the way, Austin Riley 2 for 2, facing an 0-2 count here. Takes that one. It used to be that if you didn't have velo, you just weren't going to be a successful pitcher card in this game. And that one's going to be skied to center. Trout will play it. And in recent years, we've seen finesse and off-speed stuff and nasty breakers have played up a lot more. And part of that is, of course, pinpoint becoming a big thing and making pitching more of a factor in this game. There were a couple years there where you couldn't excel as a pitcher. You basically had to be a good hitter or else you were not going to reach a certain level. But the balance has been restored. I think we're going to have Robert rejoining us here soon.
Yeah, I apologize for that, Paul. I had to send a sternly...
Not a problem at all.
I had to send a sternly written email to my service provider. Now, I'm not sure, but could it be the Commodore 64 that I'm using as my computer?
It could be, but I don't know. Those Commodores still hang up. And that shift is going to get him again with Sal Perez. I think that's the second or third time we've seen Sal Perez run it down the opposite field line, and he gets a double, which is big for him because he's so slow.
How many times do you opt out of the shift when you're playing?
I don't. It comes out in the wash. It's one of those things that, yes, sometimes it absolutely kills me, and I'm like, darn it, if I'd have had somebody there. But you play enough volume, it absolutely comes out in the wash. If you want to take it off, I respect that. That's totally fine. That's your choice. But I guarantee if you actually ran the numbers over a reasonable sample, you would see that it hurts just as much as it helps.
All right,
the shift isn't magic. It doesn't automatically make you better, but it also doesn't automatically make you worse.
We do have a pinch hitter here in Brandon Marsh, as Kreiner tries to tie up this series at 1. 2-2 count. Runner at second, Trevor Hoffman.
One thing maybe I could see, like in game, if you're noticing something from your opponent about how often, by the way, we're going to pay off pitcher. I don't want to get into a long story before that, so let's just watch this.
Swing and a miss, got
pitch there. Wow. You don't see a fastball swing through by Trevor Hoffman very often to get the strikeout there on a fastball. It's usually that slow stuff that gets him. Here comes Kyle Farmer against Blake Trinan. Second time seeing him now.
The red-hot Farmer been held in check so far today, 0 for 3. I think the interesting thing about Hoffman is that obviously you've got to be aware of that changeup, but he can run up that fastball to 95, maybe even 96 as Trinan dots him up there for out number 1.
Pitch.
Jeez.
Stop. But yeah, you are exactly right. And, there's the concept of effective velocity, which works a lot better in real life. But there is some of that in this game, too, where things are perceived a different way. And if you're throwing all those changeups, then the 93, 94 can look like 96, 97.
Yeah. All right, here's Frank Thomas.
Because with changeups, it's all about the split from the fastball. Pardon me. Go ahead.
No, if only Frank Thomas could get on track here. He's 3 for 3.
Yeah.
Oh, diving stop by George Brett. Over to second for 1. Back to first for 2. What a play. Is that something that can get Zazzy going here as we move into the bottom of the 8th?
he's at least got to be a little hyped. You got to do a little fist pump on that one. That's awesome. That's got to feel great to stop Frank Thomas for once with such a slick play, too.
Wow. Holy moly. Great play. That's diamond fielding right there.
The shift against lefties equals bunt base hits. If someone wants to take a bunt, that's fine. Considering this game is made on home runs, if someone's willing to take the bat out of their hands and only settle for a potential bunt single,
True.
I'm fine with that. If you're worried about it, then adjust to it. It's not cheesy. There's no problem with it. I mean, I have no problem with that.
There's a hard hit ball past the diving Marte. And okay, so Zazzy maybe
feeling a little juice from that nice play. This is game 2 of the series. Zazzy's up 1-0, but he's down 3 runs in this game. Bottom of the 8th, he got the leadoff runner on. He has George Brett up, and that's a shot, and we are 5-4, baby.
To right, and it is gone.
Boom!
And it is a 1-run game. George Brett doing it with the glove, George Brett doing it with the bat, and it's now a 5-4 game.
That's huge. And yeah, he made the amazing play as well. So for him to also hit the 2-run homer, what a span of like 2-3 minutes for George Brett. And then we're
that
tied.
ball is gone.
Duran gives it up.
Back-to-back homers as Frank the Tank ties this game at 5. Wow.
And I guarantee Kreiner knew that this game wasn't close to over. He wasn't taking anything easy. This is why you don't call games early.
Jeez.
Because 3 runs is nothing to these folks.
And how about that defensive play by George Brett to end the top of the 8th?
Mm-hmm. And then a base hit, followed by a George Brett 2-run, then the solo shot, and here we are, 5-5. It's a new game, bottom 8 with 1 out. Duran against Polanco.
Polanco's gone deep in this game, 1 for 3. So we are tied at 5. And remember, if you're just joining us, lower left-hand corner of your screen, that's our status graphic. You can see that baseball emoji next to Zazzy. That means he won game 1 of this best of 5. And that bat icon means that he's at the plate. Zazzy is in the red jerseys and the white pants. Kreiner, blue tops, gray pants. There's a lazy fly ball in the infield. Marte is going to squeeze it for out number 2.
We'd have to do some legwork going through the box scores to do it. But as good of a card as he is, and obviously everyone's using him, so they all agree. But Duran's kind of gotten smoked today.
Yeah. And it is
I
a
feel
card
like he's
that we
gotten
saw.
beaten up.
Yeah, it is a card that we've seen quite a bit throughout the weekend.
So seeing a quick highlight or a quick update on the Jukester Diurnal third place match series. Yeah. It is a 3-game set, and they are tied at 1. So they are playing the final game here, and basically the Ohtani jersey and some extra bucks are on the line between those two. Everyone's taking home some money, but only the top 3, as he strikes out there to end the inning, are going to take home one of those Ohtani jerseys. So they are still playing for something pretty big here between Jukesta and Diurnal.
As you see the bullpen activity up for Kreiner, Gossage, and Aaron Loop, a very difficult left-hander. I think the Loop card is so difficult to pick up, as is the Steve Cishek card, a submariner. Yep. Out of the bullpen, facing Jorge Posada, who's 0 for 2. Excuse me.
They are almost a righty-lefty version of one another in some level with Cishek and Loop in terms of their funk from the right and left side.
Oh, diving stop by Frank the Tank.
Chill, Frank.
Frank Thomas, the mock turtleneck in full effect.
I'm going to start taking eugenics. Come on. First of all, I'm old, so I probably should, but also the tactical neck, whenever you can have a tactical neck, that can really help you out. Just ask Archer.
All right, we're seeing some great defensive plays from the corner positions
we really
in the infield for Zazzy. George Brett in the 8th. This ball sent deep to left, but curving and twisting and just foul. As you see, Marte is 0 for 3.
It's usually
is Frank Thomas a gold fielder? I mean, a diamond fielder? Am I missing something?
I mean, maybe. Remember that one year that
I thought he was a bronze fielder. I could be wrong.
Hey, bronzes have their day in the sun sometimes, too. Just like every once in a while, like an Andrelton Simmons makes an error, even though he's as elite as it gets at short.
All right, Marte. Ooh, that
Ripped.
ball is
Oh,
ripped
right
to
at him,
right,
though.
but right at the right fielder, and there's 2 down.
That's a groan if you're Kreiner there. Like, dang it, I got that one.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I didn't
that
get
ball
rewarded.
is
And that
also
one.
sent to right field, but the right fielder makes the
Wow.
great catch, running as he approached the wall, and that will retire the side. 2 hard-hit balls to end the top of the 9th, and now we go to the bottom of the 9th. We're tied at 5. Can Austin Riley start the inning off nicely for Zazzy? Can Zazzy walk off here to take a 2-0 lead?
I was going to say, you say start off the inning. He could feasibly end the game.
He could end it. You're
another one of
absolutely
these
right.
do-run pitches that have not been going well.
Man. Oh, that ball
there it
is
Ball game.
out of here. And Zazzy is up 2 games to none. He's a win away from the first place prize. Austin Riley, get up, get out. Wow, what did we just see here, Paul? Kreiner had Zazzy on the ropes, seemingly in control, but now Kreiner, a former champion, on the brink of elimination again.
Zazzy doesn't quit. He just doesn't quit. It was not a huge deficit. It was getting late, but he kept his plan. He stuck to it, got a few homers off Duran. I was actually surprised that Duran came out for the 9th because he got beaten up there, and he has not been pitching that well. I saw some chat saying he throws flat fastballs and all that, so it's a little bit surprising there that Kreiner stuck with him, and now Zazzy is 1 win away from 15 Gs. What a game. That was a heck of a battle.
Unbelievable. I know we're going to show some highlights soon, and there was one pivotal play that if you've just now dipped in, you're going to see it here. But it started off well for Kreiner, specifically Frank Thomas doing Frank Thomas things.
Exactly, and Frank Thomas, his best card. We've reiterated it time and time again. That got him started. But then a 2-run shot off Randy Johnson here that stayed fair, which was really impressive. That got Zazzy on the board. So then we see another run here from Trout. This was absolutely destroyed. Made it 5-2, which we sat at for a little while.
But
actually, I'm sorry, that was a double.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. That run did not come across to score.
That's right. That was stranded. I'm sorry. This is the 5th run here when Frank did it again. Pardon me on that one. And then I hope we get the George Brett play, which was so pivotal.
That's the play of the game for me. At this
I totally agree. This one right here. Boom.
That could have been a base hit, first and second, 2 out. Instead,
and then this right after.
It's a double play, and then in the home half, George Brett answers with a 2-run homer to tie it, and then in the 9th, Paul, Austin Riley, the live series card, walks it off.
Boom. That was really, really incredible there. Just an excellent showing there in those final innings from Zazzy. He takes a 2-0 lead. I'm floored. I really am. That's unbelievable. And now Kreiner's back is against the wall.
Yeah.
We've talked multiple times about how he's made the comebacks. This could be the biggest comeback of all because now it's do or die.
Yeah, he was on the brink of elimination yesterday. Was on the brink of elimination today. Was down 1-0 in his semifinal series, and now he's really up against it. Paul, he's got to win 3 straight to come back and win this thing.
He does, and he absolutely can. But I want to ask you this: does Johan Duran pitch another pitch for Kreiner tonight at all?
I mean, that's a great question. Listen, far be it from me or you to second guess the abilities of both of these outstanding players. But I did like that we saw, I think it was Zazzy, we saw him use some pitchers that we hadn't seen him earlier in this.
Goose.
That's right. We saw Gossage. We saw Houston Street. So maybe Kreiner kind of mixes it up a little bit here in game 3 and 4 and, if necessary, 5.
And that's what I'm wondering, if just maybe Zazzy was thinking, I got to mix up something because Kreiner's seen these guys 8 billion times.
Yeah.
It's not that he hasn't seen Gossage or Treinen or Street either, but he hasn't seen them today yet. So given a fresh look, I like where his head's at there. Duran, as I mentioned, if we went through and tabulated it, I think he's given up like 5-6 bombs between all the competitors, all 4 games or all 4 players across all series, because all 4 of them have him in their bullpen.
Well, we have almost a little over 3,800 people in the stream on Twitch and many more on YouTube as well. Thank you very much for joining us as we are now 5 hours into our coverage here on this Championship Sunday as we await Game 3 between Zazzy and Kreiner. Kreiner, a former champion. Zazzy is now, however, a win away from eliminating Kreiner and claiming that $15,000 first place prize. So as we wait for our players to ready up. And
what do you do here?
We'll get you
get
set
up,
out
you
there.
take a walk around, or, do you go get a drink, or business as usual? I mean, the pressure has to be mounting.
I can't,
These
first
are
of all,
17 years
I
old.
can't imagine, yeah, both players are 17 years old. I can't imagine the pressure that both of them are facing. It's different kind of pressure. Obviously, Kreiner on the brink of elimination, but if you're Zazzy, how hard is it to not think about what you have in front of me? Not to think, man,
you can't.
I'm just a win away from closing this thing out.
It has to be crossing your mind. And there's just no way you can't. And that has nothing to do with whether he's 17, 27, 37. You're thinking about it for sure. And I'm seeing now Zazzy's going to go with Halladay. Kreiner's going to go with Randy. So they are mixing it up a bit. And Zazzy's going to have Randy to be able to come out of the bullpen later. We'll see how he deploys him. And again, I'm going to be focused on whether or not Kreiner gives Dudon another pitch at all, whether he forces a fourth or fifth game.
No, that's a great point. All right, here we go. Game number 3. Here are the particulars. Zazzy, Kreiner. Zazzy, who is at the plate, he's the visiting team. He has a 2-0 lead in this best of 5. He is a win away from claiming the Summer Circuit Grand Final. And obviously, Kreiner, a former champion, he is up against it. He needs to win out. He needs to win 3 straight if he's going to come back and win. We're underway, and Randy Johnson starts him off with a splitter that catches the bottom of the zone. It's 0-1. Randy Johnson getting the call for Kreiner, and as Paul mentioned, Zazzy will go with Roy Halladay, and you have to know, Paul, that at some point we are going to see Randy Johnson in this game for Zazzy.
No doubt about it. He'll just deploy him when he feels most comfortable with it, but he's going to open with Halladay, and that's Riley. Nice stop there, easy out. And Kreiner is back in the reds, which will put Zazzy in the black with the tropical look there, the boomer. Kind of looks like the Miami Vice.
I call this the Bret Hart color scheme. The best there
Yes,
is, the best
there
there
you
was,
go.
the best there ever will be, in that black and pink.
That's right. He made pink cool way back in the 80s there when it was still...
Here's George Brett, who was Zazzy's MVP in game number 2. A tremendous stop defensively, and then following that up with a big 2-run homer to tie the game.
That was incredible. And it was Frank Thomas up. He stops that from being a single, which probably would have had first and third, at least first and second. Then 2 batters later, after a base hit, Brett hits the 2-run homer and just completely turned the tide on the game in the span of about 3 plays.
We want to remind you that your first place winner in this series, in addition to a lot of different prizes and items, they win $15,000. The second place finisher in this series, they will get $5,000 as well as a gift card. Third place will get $3,000, and fourth place will get $2,000. Our top 3 finishers, in addition to their financial reward, they will also get a gift card and a Shohei Ohtani jersey, autographed jersey, and baseball. So definitely some tremendous items available for our competitors today.
Yeah,
Terminator Boost, Game 2 was won by Zazzy. Left-hand corner of your screen, that's the status graphic. That will let you know all you need to know about where things stand in this championship series. You see those 2 baseball emojis next to Zazzy's name? That indicates that he won Game 1 and he won Game 2. That bat icon means that Kreiner is at the plate here in the bottom of the first, leading off with Mike Trout.
I'm not rooting against Zazzy. I just want more baseball. So in a way, I am rooting for Kreiner, at least this game, just for more baseball for us, at the very least.
And there's a chopper to short, and there's 1 down.
I love that they get the gift card, too. They can go in there and get themselves a little something relative to their favorite team. Maybe Zazzy wants to get an Alek Manoah jersey. Maybe we see, hey, if Kreiner comes back and it's on the back of Kyle Farmer, maybe he needs to get a Kyle Farmer jersey for all the good work he's done.
Absolutely.
We'll see what happens, but they do get a little gift card there that they get to mess around with in the shop as well.
And that ball sounded good. It is good, and it is gone.
Who hit it? Let him know. Let him know, Rofo.
It was Kyle bleeping Farmer.
Kyle Farmer is an absolute stud. He cannot be touched. He's going to be on everyone's team tonight.
But you know what, Paul? He was held in check in Game 2 a little bit.
He was.
And he responds here in Game 3, and Kreiner is able to take the 1-0 lead. And here is another devastating part of his lineup. The big hurt, Frank Thomas. First pitch swinging, lazy fly ball.
Got him.
And just like in Game 2, Paul, Kreiner jumps out to an early lead thanks to a solo home run.
You love to see it if you're Kreiner. One of his big two guys there between Farmer and Thomas. They've been carrying the load there in the middle of the lineup. And he gets the early start. Speaking of Farmer, he'll make an easy play here. 1 away.
So Zazzy in the black uniforms with the pink accents, 17 years old, from Canada. Favorite player, Alek Manoah. Favorite team, the Toronto Blue Jays. Kreiner in the red tops and white pants, also 17 years old. His favorite team, the Washington Nationals. His favorite player, Juan Soto. Some
solid favorite players there. I'm a big Alek Manoah fan.
He's
incredible. So fun to watch.
He's an ace, you know. And
I really think he's a developing ace for sure. I totally agree.
He is a
nice
he's a bulldog
there
on the mound there. As there's a strikeout, and that's out number 2. Jim Dog with a good question here, Paul, is first pitch swinging. This should end the inning. Which player card do you feel has been the biggest surprise during this series? That's a good question, Jim. What do you think?
I'm going to go with Farmer for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And it might be a bias I have against Farmer in real life, in the fantasy baseball realm, where I wasn't sure how good he was. He's actually playing pretty well in real life too. So yeah, that's my takeaway. I already bought him. I bought him in the first game when he started popping off. I was like, I got to have that card. I got to try him. What about you?
Well, I think it's that one, yeah. And also, I know we haven't seen him a whole lot in this series, but I did see him yesterday with what these two players can do, particularly Kreiner. Nick Castellanos.
Oh, yes.
What's surprising is to me, and maybe I shouldn't be surprised as Posada's aboard with a leadoff hit, is that, again, this is the Castellanos Live Series card that is a silver. And the way these guys use it and just devastate pitches with a silver card on Legend, these dudes are just different. I mean, they really are.
They're built differently. They absolutely are. And, you know, with Castellanos cards,
that's a perfect.
That's gone.
That is
with
out
a
of
righty.
Here.
That's against a righty for Story. He's known for lefty destruction, and that's against a righty there. That's huge, and Kreiner takes a 3-0 lead.
Wow. So Kreiner.
We do have some Austin Riley in the game on these teams here, too. And he's been playing well also. So, yeah, he has stood out. But Castellanos cards have been known in the community for a while as excellent. And what I appreciate is with that's going to be a pop out there for the first out if he gets to it, and he will. Our boy Rory, who's, helping with content over there at SDS, he loves Castellanos. So as long as Rory's there, we're always going to get a diamond Castellanos. And I love that.
All right, here's Austin Riley at the plate. 1 down here in the second. 2 more runs have come across thanks to a 2-run homer from Trevor Story.
I see Chad is a big fan of my mustache, and I appreciate that. You guys can grow one too. Just be 40 years old.
At the knees, and it's 2-1. This is the game Kreiner has to have. Sharply hit, and that's going to be fair.
Down the line.
That's down the line. It's going to be extra bases, and it's a 1-out double. And Kreiner looking for more here in the bottom of the second. And that was the aforementioned Austin Riley.
Mm-hmm. It'll be RJ now against Halladay. Got one to hit there, but again, it's a pitcher card, so let's not be too harsh when they miss one.
Little dribbler to third. Won't advance the runner, and there's 2 down. So back to the top of the order. Here's Mike Trout, grounded out his first time up. LX, this is a best of 5. Yes, it is. Zazzy with a 2-0 lead in this best of 5 series. This is a closeout opportunity for him, but he's trailing 3-0 as he bats in the top of the third.
We have a closeout game in progress for our other 2 semifinalists playing for third place. And Diurno's up 6-0 in the top of the fourth there of that 3-game set. And that is game 3 of the set.
As Randy Johnson deals a 1-1 to Austin Riley. It's fouled off, and it's 1-2. Ooh, got him.
Ooh, get some swing in there. Nasty.
Did he double up on that slider? I think he did.
Yeah, and that one under his hands there. Like, what can you do with that? Absolutely nothing.
It's a matchup of two 17-year-old competitors.
Cool. You can add both their ages, and I'm still older. Awesome.
They have put on a show here as they're swinging a miss, and Sal Perez is down in the count 1-2. Spins
Went for
on
that slider in again.
I think he was looking fastball there very early on the slurve.
And the movement of that slurve. Here comes the heater.
And that ball is golfed to left field. Going back is Escobar. It's off the base of the wall. Wow.
I think you were dead right that he was looking for the heat there, and he didn't get it, but then Kreiner gave it to him on the very next pitch, so he just kind of stayed dialed in on heat.
Wow. What an excellent AB. Look at that pitch inside the zone, and he's still able to almost send it out of here. By the way, that was Zazzy's first hit of the game.
And that's got to feel good to scratch that 0 off the board there just to get a little. You know, you don't want to let that snowball at all, because then you're in the 5th. You're like, I don't even have a hit.
Yeah,
but again, I don't feel like these guys think like that, though. They really don't worry. They know their hits are going to come.
And that ball is over Austin Riley. Oh, but Sal Perez went back
he had to go
second.
Back.
Yeah, that is tough.
You understand that. He had to. That's the right play. You know, he's happy that he got a hit. I don't think you can be too mad about Perez going back there. Would have been nice to have runners at the corners.
Bit of a tough break for sure for Zazzy here.
Yep.
So it's runners at first and second. And this could be two.
And that's the problem.
Yep. Flip it for one. Fire it for two.
That's just bad luck, though. He didn't do anything wrong. You do not send Perez there. He has to go back, because if that's a routine ground ball and you're running right into the out, then we're making fun of you for that. So, no, he did the right thing there. He just got unlucky and then ends up with the double play. Salvi has indeed been the best hitter for Zazzy today, and he identified him as such when I asked him. I said, who's your sneakiest non-diamond? He said, Salvi Perez, assuming the inside edge doesn't affect him. Great swing, who mashes lefties like Randy.
All right, full count
here. As he gets the out there.
We should mention we do have a pitching change here. Blake Trinan is on in relief, and he gives up a leadoff knock on a 3-2
He's in
count.
early.
So that's it for Roy Halladay. As we said, Zazzy went with Roy Halladay.
Mm-hmm.
And
he must have seen something, thinking like, hey, this is an advantage I could maybe get. It hasn't quite worked.
Here's the 1-1. And Roberto Clemente. That sounded good. And it is off the top of the wall. Oh, wow.
Ooh. Zazzy is lucky that one stayed in the yard.
Yeah, it just turns out to be a long single.
Yep.
But runners at first and second. No one out, and the dangerous Frank Thomas.
The big hurt has been putting a big hurt on all the opponents that Kreiner faces with him. But here he gets popped
this
up.
Is a big out.
To be infield fly.
Infield
that
fly.
Is massive.
That is a big out number one there.
Posada going to be up now. He's 1 for 1 with a run. Trinan, 13th pitch. Taking that one all the way, because that was a flat cutter that he would have destroyed if he was looking to swing. So he must have had a read to go for a straight take and let that one go, or he was looking down at something like that. That might be a base hit up the middle.
And it's fielded by the shortstop. He'll go to first for the out. The runners will move up. Second and third, there, 2 outs.
The beauty there is that he knew that if things didn't work out at second, that he has Posada running down there at like a negative 500 speed.
All right, that'll bring up Trevor Story.
Series is 2-0 Zazzy, best of 5. Bottom left, always take a look down there if you're just fresh joining the stream. I know not everyone can be in, the entire time. So if you ever have to duck out and come back in, just check that bottom left. And there's a dot right there to end the inning. What a pitch to put Kreiner down and end that potential rally there. That's a great out for Zazzy. As we go top 4, Randy's back out for Kreiner. It'll be George, Brett, 2, 3, 4 in the order for Zaz. And we see Randy on the bump here for his fourth inning of work. Pardon me. That should be an out. Good play by Story. It'll be Brett, Frank, and then Polanco. Frank hitting .449 for Zazzy. 0 for 1 on the day. We have Frank Thomas, 1-1 count now. Oh, wow, he got a piece of that, but it's going to be a lazy fly out there. I think he was on that pitch. He just kind of missed it. It'll be the second out. So to leave it to Ketel Marte, 2 down in the top of the 4th. Zazzy looking to scratch something across. Kreiner looking sharp this game with a 3-0 lead. We're in game 3. All these games are 9 innings. This is the best 5 series. That's ripped. That's going to get down. That's a 2-out base hit for sure. Maybe a double. It should be. Escobar not too crazy defensively there. And so that's a double to keep the inning going. It'll leave it up to Polanco here against Randy Johnson. Takes that one, 1-0.
All right, so 2 outs here.
Nice dot right there. 98 on the corner. 1-1.
And Polanco trying to get that runner from second home. Or maybe even he can go deep and cut the game to 1. Here's the 3-1. And he walked him. So now the tying runs comes to the plate here with 2 down. And here's Eduardo Escobar.
Good take. I mean, I like it after the walk, especially. I kind of perma-take after a walk.
You like to take that first pitch?
Yeah, just to see where they're at. Because then if they start 1-0, maybe they start to panic a little bit.
Yeah, that misses way. Oh, good take there.
Good take there. Wow.
The runners will be on the move.
Yep.
3-2 count. Runners at first and second.
Double could score too if it's in the right center gap, because the runners will take off like you said. So that's an advantage. Let's see where the splitty winds up.
And
easy take there.
Now the bases are loaded. The go-ahead run in the form of Austin Riley.
And chat was gassing Austin Riley earlier, saying, "Can we give him some love? This is an opportunity for him to make an imprint on this series." Oh! I thought he was going to crush that.
Wow.
I was like mid-pitch predicting a homer there with that.
On the late side of good. Spits on that one low. It's 1-2. That ball is grounded to short. Farmer will go the short way and flip to second for the out. And Kreiner is able to escape trouble with the bases loaded here as we move to the bottom of the 4th.
That is a huge out there for Kreiner. We cannot, gloss over that. That was incredible. He got in trouble there with 2 outs. Zazzy loads the bases. Zazzy has to feel a little down about that to get nothing.
Well, that's a good pitch there from Houston Street. Second time in this series that we've seen Houston Street come out of the bullpen for Zazzy.
So we're only in the 4th here.
9. Yeah, that's true.
And he's used a good handful of pitchers. Now, he is still holding RJ back. Don't forget, he opened with Halladay. So he's got RJ, in the hopper for later. And this could still work out to plan. He's down 3-0. But if in the middle innings, as he's able to tie it up or take a lead and then brings out RJ, I mean, that would be the blueprint for him right now. Oh, he gets him swinging at that one.
Got him. Escobar goes down swinging, and there's one away. Here's Austin Riley, who's 1 for 1. Fouls that one off. Timing late. PCI just below. Check swing. They say he went. He did. It's 0-2.
I think it was a strike either way. Called strike. That one misses. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Street to Riley. Easy take. It'll be 2-2. Here comes the pitch from Street.
Fouls that one
Chops
off.
that one foul.
We'll do it again. Here's the 2-2 from Houston Street. That one is shot
Base
the
hit
other
in
way.
the
It's a
right.
base hit for Austin Riley. He's 2 for 2. 2 for 2 out of the 8-hole.
That's huge. Let's see who Kreiner warms up here. He's got Loop and Halliday warmed up. Is he ready to take out RJ? He knows 3 runs is nothing, right? He just learned that last game, too. Like, not that he needed to learn that, but, 3-0 is not safe in the 4th inning against a player like Zazzy. So it would not be a terrible move here with 1 on, 1 out. I think that it's a tough call. If there were 2 outs, it's easy. But with 1 on, 1 out, I think there's a decision to be made here. And by that I mean with 2 outs, it's easy to leave Randy in, of course.
Right,
but I think it's a lot harder here.
All right, so there's one down.
What would you do?
I would leave him in. I would leave him in.
Well, put yourself in Kreiner's shoes in the world where you can hit like him. Would you still leave him in?
Oh, he's going to square around with Johnson, and that is foul. And he's showing bunt again. This time pulls it back. It's 1-1. See Zazzy. And the runner is off at first.
Oh, no, if he pops that
up in the air. Wow.
Oh, that's devastating.
That's a tough break for Kreiner, but fortuitous for Zazzy.
So, okay. He decides to leave him in, tries to bunt over, ends up with the double play. Honestly, couldn't have gone worse than what he wanted, but he's doing that with a lead. So I do think that, he's got a little bit of that luxury there that it's not going to kill him.
In Game 2, Zazzy was able to use a tremendous defensive play to propel himself to a comeback win. Can he do the same here in Game 3? As he flies out in the infield, Frank Thomas is there, and there's 1 away.
I subscribe to the hashtag never bunt as well. I'm with you, chat. Just take the K with the pitcher, they're saying. I hear all that.
Yeah.
But I also am not... sorry, I was going to say I'm just not in the business of telling Kreiner what to do, though, either. He's so amazing at this game.
For me, I'm a horrible bunter, and things like that
same.
Happen to me frequently, so I'll just take my 3 strikes with the pitcher and move on.
Exactly.
Meantime, that ball smoked to right center field.
That's dropping.
Clemente can't make the play. It's over the wall, and it's a ground rule double.
There's a little juice for Zazzy. And you were hyping Casty earlier. Off of the lefty, Randy Johnson gets a double, 1 out, 1 on. Now, Zazzy needs a run here. Obviously, it's not like the end of the world if he doesn't get it, but that would feel great for him after the double play by Kreiner to pop a run. This is 3-0. Easy take for me, but they might swing 3-0.
This is a best-of-5 championship series. Here's the 3-1. And he walked him. Runners at first and second, 1 out.
Run.
And the tying run is at the plate in the form of George Brett. Hit a game-tying homer in Game 2. Oh, man, good contact there.
He was on it.
Early timing. Nope. Oh,
wow.
Hot shot to third. This could be 2.
That's
out there.
Devastating.
Out there. Wow.
What's the difference, Raven? What's an automatic double versus a ground rule double? That is a ground rule double.
Holy moly. Jeez, Kreiner has to be feeling really good about that last inning.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Meanwhile, if you're Zazzy, that one has to sting you a little bit.
Absolutely.
And especially when it follows a homer.
Look at that. Early timing. PCI all over it. Goose Gossage greeted rudely by Mike Trout.
How devastating a set of back-to-back pitches is that for Zazzy? I mean, compare it to what happened to Kreiner there with the in the last game with the George Brett play that followed by base hit homer when he went back on offense too. So it's kind of the reverse of that.
I'm still just in stunned silence by the PCI placement.
Strikes him out. Yeah, that was incredible.
I don't know how. Teach me. Teach me. How?
It's truly filthy.
All right, Kreiner now has a 4-0 lead here with one down here in the bottom of the fifth. Trout has gone deep. Here's the 0-1 from Gossage. Just misses. It's 1-1.
I hear you, Raven, but it's a ground rule double.
The ground rule ball is going to split the defense.
I love the dive. I love the dive there.
I like that too. Castellanos is like, I'll dive, sure. But at any rate, it's a 1-out double for Roberto Clemente. And we're going to have a pitching change. Here comes Corbin Burns out of the bullpen. We've seen this card quite a bit for Zazzy here so far in this tournament. Trying to keep it a 4-0 deficit. I feel like, I don't know how you quantify this, but I feel like if you can hold the deficit to 4, at this stage of the game, you get a couple, and then you're right back in it. But you give up a 2-run tater here. I think it might be too much of a hill to overcome. Oh,
it's feeling really rough. Wow.
First pitch hacking is Posada.
Yeah. I'm with Weens there. Everyone calls it a ground rule double. Like I understand. No one's ever said automatic double ever. Like I hear you guys, but I got to go with Weens there. No hate. Right, no hate. I appreciate the education. Go ahead.
Here's 1-2 for Posada. Oh man.
How are they early on that? If I'm hitting it, I'm late as heck if I'm not just swinging through it, and they're early on those.
That is 97, and he's early. Oh, good pitch.
That's going to hold up, though.
Sent to center field. Mike Trout will make the catch. But Kreiner adds to his total. A solo homer from Mike Trout. It's now 4-0 here.
No, Raven. I wasn't taking it as any sort of combative or anything there on the automatic double. I was actually not familiar with that. I've always heard it as ground rule double. I think that's just been the universally accepted term for it. But you're right. Automatic double is when it goes over the wall. It's not because of the catwalk at Tropicana.
All right,
0-2 for Frank here.
And he's ahead in the count, 2-1. Heart of the order. So if you're Zazzy, this is the good time to start a comeback. And just like that, it's a leadoff hit for the big hurt, Frank Thomas. Now here comes Ketel Marte. He's 1 for 2. And he lifts that one foul. That will find the seats. And leaving the count at 1-1. Marte 1 for 2. Looks at a 2-seamer in. He's ahead in the count 2-1.
Base hit.
So there we go. To start the top of the 6th. And once again, Zazzy has something cooking.
Now, this is where we start to get to that tipping point. Is Randy Johnson going to come out, or is he going to push it? And if he, that's a great pitch there, because if he hangs that splitty, I think it's gone. So we'll definitely see what's going on here.
I just got a glance at you.
It's still green, though. Always feel good as long as it's green. So it'll be 1-2 here. This is such a pivotal at-bat. Great pitch. Great take. He'll do it again. 2-2. Polanco. Fastball. Easy take there. Make it full. Eduardo on deck. Randy Johnson with the splitty coming into Polanco. And good swing there. That's a tough one to take because it wouldn't have been a strike, but you can't necessarily know that right away. I think Kreiner had a fastball on the outside setup, thought better of it, decides to re-rack. He's deciding what pitch he wants here. He is going to stick with it. I think it's the 2-seamer down and away. He better get it down, or else that's going to happen. And that's a base hit in the center. Obviously, you're not sending him when you're down 4. There's absolutely no reason to do that. And now we have the tying runner-up. That'll be it for RJ. He's done. Now he's going to go to Roy Halladay for Eduardo Escobar. Bases loaded, nobody out. Top 6, Robert's back. Go ahead, Robert. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
No
problem
there.
at all.
Escobar
We got your back.
Swinging and miss. It's 0-1, bases loaded, as you said, and no one out, and that one is sent foul.
Oh, that was a very hittable pitch, even though it was out of the zone.
If you're Zazzy, just think one here. Just think, let's just get one.
Good take on that splitty.
Yeah, that's excellent.
I'm learning I can't read splitters because I would swing at so many of these.
And he spits on that cutter in. It evens a count at 2-2. This is the action pitch here. Here's the 2-2. Just gets a piece and spoils it, and we'll do it again.
Yep, no outs, CNM. I'm not sure we said differently, but if we didn't, 0 outs.
Oh,
base
that's
hit up the
base
middle.
hit up the middle. 1 run will score. They're sending the runner from second around third, and he will score. And just like that, Zazzy has cut the lead in half.
4-2.
And still no one out.
That changes the win expectancy a decent bit. Now it's about a 75-25. I think it was technically 77-23, but that's a nice little flip there in the middle of the game. Everything was going Kreiner's way, and all of a sudden, Zazzy has an inning. And it's just getting going. There's nobody out, y'all. He had to swing at that. There's been too many called strikes up there on that pitch.
Yeah, that's a good call.
By both players.
Oh, just the recognition to not swing at that splitter. Amazing. Here's a 2-2.
Did he go?
Did he go? Check over to first. Yes, sir, he did. That's a big out, number 1.
I thought he did too, but now here comes Sal. I think Zazzy feels great with Sal up right here. Especially, I was going to say especially with that pitch, I thought he was going to kill it. The non-cutting cutter, I thought he was going to destroy that.
Salvador Perez at the plate. 0-1 count. Looks at a sinker low. It's 1-1. Runner at first and second. There's only one down here. 2 runs already in. And the cutter misses. It's now 2-1.
Oh, I'm telling you, that up and in cutter, it freezes them.
That has been befuddling to both players here in this game. Here's a 2-2 from Halladay.
Easy take there. Full count. Pitcher spot on deck, so it'll obviously be a pinch hitter after this.
Payoff pitch from Halladay. And we'll do it again.
We will indeed.
Oh, that could have been ball 4, but he was clearly in protect mode.
Wow. So, again, I feel like those inside cutters, because there's been so many that have been frozen up there in that upper up and in corner, that it's forcing them to swing at some.
He's going to try the other corner right here.
Yes, he is. He does swing at it.
Trout will settle underneath. They're going to hold the runner at second, so it remains first and second now with 2 down.
It's crazy how the tide has turned here on this inning, because now all of a sudden, while he has given up the 2 runs, he's in a great position, Kreiner is, to kind of stem the tide here and turn this not into necessarily a win, but it obviously won't be as big of a loss if he gets out of here at 4-2.
Pinch hitter now in Brandon Marsh.
Base hit.
That is a base hit. Rounding third, headed for home. Here comes the throw home. Not in time.
Boom.
Brandon Marsh with a pinch hit, base hit, and it cuts the lead to 4-3. My, yes, not the closer. How the turntables.
How the turntables have turned.
Yes, that's right. All right, so now it's 4-3. 3 runs already in this inning, and nice play by Austin Riley. Throw across to first in time.
Okay. So 4-3.
That's a big inning. That's a big inning.
It is. It really is huge. And now they're tied in hits. It's 9-9 in hits.
And
that was huge.
We get to see Randy Johnson. Zazzy did not start the big unit. Opted to go with Roy Halladay, obviously, so he could bring in Randy Johnson in an important moment of the game. And this is that moment right here, Paul.
It doesn't get much more important when you have a chance to close out. He is still down 1, but he's got an opportunity here to get 2-3 innings out of RJ and hopefully keep Kreiner at bay while he makes a comeback himself, or continues the comeback, I should say, because he's already made a big part of it.
We are well into our 5th hour of coverage here on Twitch and on YouTube, as there's a strikeout there. to start the bottom of the 6th. We've got almost 4,000 people on Twitch. Shout out to those of you watching on YouTube as well. Paul Sporer, Robert Flores. It is game 3. Zazzy, as the lower left-hand corner graphic would indicate, has a 2-0 lead in this best-of-5 series. He is a win away from the championship and a $15,000 first-place prize money. Backs off Escobar. It's 2-2. There's a chopper. Diving stop by the shortstop. And he got him.
What a play. Cattell, look at the swag afterwards, too.
Cattell Marte with a diving stop.
He's like, what, you think I didn't have it? Come on.
We've seen Zazzy with some unbelievable defense in these last 2 games.
We really have. The George Brett and Cattell Marte plays, both of them. Hot. I love it.
All right, so 2 down here. There's a hot shot to third. Brett, no problem. And that retires the side. We're going to the 7th. Officially in the final third of this game. Now George Brett, 0 for 3, Paul. He's yet to get on track offensively in this game.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult to keep this George Brett at bay, so to have him 0-3 right now. Of course, he hit a colossal homer last game. Frankly, he could have an 0-for and still be well regarded here for the game he had last time.
Ooh, got him to chase. It's 1-2. Kreiner needs this win to extend the series. If he loses, it's over. Weak fly ball. It's going to stay in the infield for Farmer, and there's 1 down. Here's Frank Thomas. 1 for 3 with a base hit. Roy Halladay on in relief of Randy Johnson.
So we see Frank here, 1 for 3 for Zazzy. Obviously, he's amazing, but mostly for Kreiner. Can he have another big hit here for Zazzy? 1 swing away from tying this sucker up.
Good take there. He's run up the count to now 3-0 with Cattell Marte on deck. Oh, he had the green light, and he comes up empty late on the swing timing.
I like going for it there.
Oh, and now Roy Halladay has run it full. He's rallied to run it to a full count. Here's the payoff pitch from Halladay. Hot
Look
shot.
At Riley.
Riley is there. I mean,
he even plays shallow there, and he makes it a hotter corner than it has to be. Imagine playing in on Frank Thomas. By the way,
Lord.
Diurno wins 9-6 in the third and final game of the third place series there. So he will be our third place winner. Juxta will be our fourth place winner.
Congratulations to both of those players. All right, here's Cattell Marte. 2 down here. He's ahead in the count now, 2-0. You know, Austin Riley, if memory serves, I believe his live series card is a bronze fielding badge. I think that's correct.
Yes, I think so.
But he has made some tremendous plays in this series. We haven't seen the Olay animation that you sometimes might get.
Exactly,
from your third or first baseman. He's been on point with the glove.
It's really been impressive to see, and it can be so crucial there because obviously, you don't really have control over those Olays versus the quality plays there, and sometimes it's the luck of the draw if you have a lower tier card. So that's been really, really good for Zazzy's defense. That's a base
Jorge
hit.
Polanco, and that's a base hit. So a 2-out rally here for Zazzy as he has runners at first and second with 2 down here in the top of the 7th.
He's been golden with 2 outs.
Eduardo Escobar. This is the Tops Now Escobar.
Excellent card. I remember the Tops Now Escobar from the Diamondbacks a couple years back. Literally my best player that year.
He's ahead in the count, 2-0.
Dot City.
That one is in for a strike. It's now 2-1. Jeff's series is at 2-0. This is the best of 5. And that's
gonna
get past Trevor Story. Oh no! I thought he was going to send the runner.
He was,
home.
But he thought better of it.
Yeah, he would have been thrown out. But a good decision by Zazzy to now have bases loaded and 2 down. And I think we're going to have a pitching change.
He would have been out by an hour. Winning, let's go. I mean, That's fine. I'm not being combative with you.
Hey, did I just see something that he has reached his limit on mound visits, or did I
Did it say that
glance
he's
at the
reached
wrong
his
time?
Hang on. I got it on the replay here on.
This is Austin Riley.
It was so quick I couldn't tell. Oh, yeah, you have reached the... he did. I didn't even know mound visits were tracked. I've never made that many.
Wow. Okay, so kind of keep that in the back of your mind here.
Wow.
And it's a 3-2 count. The runners will be on the move. Big moment here in Game 3. And he walked him. We're tied. What a take. A stone cold take by Zazzy, and we are tied in game number 3.
Holy smokes. How?
Wow.
So Ween says it's because he already did one this inning, but it said he's done 5 this game. Because if you do 2 in an inning, that just means you have to change the pitcher out. I think
That's also true.
It said that he used 5, Weens. So I think that they keep a limit. Like, you can only use so many.
Man, where do you have the you-know-what to take that, man?
That's
Jeez.
tough. That's tough. That's tough. That's impressive.
That's an
what a battle
AB,
here,
man.
This has been incredible.
Absolutely. All right, we're tied.
Cut piece.
Zazzy has come back. He was down 4-0. He has since scored 4 unanswered to tie this game.
Someone
it is
in chat.
Game 3.
Clip that.
Zazzy is a win away. If he wins this game, he wins the whole thing. Kreiner needs to win 3 straight to walk away and earn another championship. Runners are on the move. That's going to score 1.
At least
and it will
2.
score 2. Back-to-back productive ABs with full counts as Salvador Perez comes through. It's a go-ahead knock. Zazzy has come all the way back and now leads 6-4 here in the top of the 7th.
Yes, five visits within the game, Grutch, which means he can't do another mound visit if we're to read the graphic right there. And Shreen makes a good point in chat that he might have been frozen by the pitch, and maybe that's why he took. But the beauty is that if you make the take, you get credit for it, whether it was on accident or not. So we need to clip that take and send it to Joey Votto. I think he'd be impressed by that take.
Absolutely. And how about this, Paul? All of this damage has come with 2 outs.
Second time that he's had a 2-out rally here in this game. He got his first few runs with the 2 outs.
We started the inning with 2 quick outs, and then it was back-to-back base hits, and then that's when we had a little bit of chaos, and that's going to end the inning there. But what an inning it was for Zazzy. He is now 9 defensive outs away from a $15,000 first-place prize. But Paul, we know it's not going to be easy. Kreiner is not arguably the best player in the world at this game for nothing.
Exactly. And we know 2-run deficit means nothing. Plenty of time left here. I think we could see multiple lead changes again here. And how well do these players know their own cards? For those just joining us, I asked Zazzy, who is your sneakiest non-diamond hitter that you'll be featuring today? He said, got to be Sal Perez unless the inside edge messes with him. Great swing, who mashes lefties like Randy. He was obviously focused on facing Randy specifically, but Sal Perez has been an absolute god for Zazzy all day long.
And you also asked the question, are we going to see Johan Duran pitch for either one of these players for the rest of the series? Because quite frankly, he's been roughed up a bit. It appears that we're going to see him pitch here in the bottom of the 7th as we're in the pause menu here.
I'm a little surprised because, again, at least anecdotally from what I can remember on the different times we've seen him, it's not gone well. We will see Brandon Marsh come and pinch hit. He's been a great pinch hitter here for multiple teams, I believe, but specifically I remember for Kreiner a couple key pinch hits.
Ooh.
Now
that fastball was hot at 102.
We see Zazzy using Duran. I will be most curious if Kreiner wants to go back to him, though, because he cost him the game last time, and that's a shot.
But foul.
He rips that 102 into the stands. I think the craziest thing about this is that Zazzy's actually playing on a switch.
Excuse me?
That's the exact reaction I wanted. I'm kidding.
Brandon Marsh.
I couldn't have scripted it better.
We'll do it again.
I couldn't have scripted that reaction better.
Hey,
excuse me?
I have the game on the Switch, and these old eyes are not. It's a little difficult.
Shout to them Switch folks out there.
That's one of the many things I love about this game. It's on a lot of different platforms: Xbox, PlayStation, and now this year the Switch. So good to see you guys back. That ball is sent deep to right, and it is
foul.
Just 6.3 feet outside the pole. But this ball is sent deep to left center field. Going back is
Nice
Trout,
catch.
and he will make the catch. That is tough luck for Kreiner. It's allowed out number 1. All right, here is Mike Trout. He went deep to start this game.
Quick reset. Zazzy's up 2-0 in the series. It's a 5-game series, so if he holds this 2-run lead, he wins it all, folks, in a sweep, no less. But there's a long way to go when you're facing Kreiner, and he has 8 outs under his belt left. So if you ever need to know where the series is at, look bottom left. You see the little 2 baseballs next to Zazzy. That indicates that he's up 2-0. You see the little baseball bat next to Kreiner. That means he's batting.
Slack Shack, I hear you, man. Shout out to us 50-year-olds still playing the game. Love it. Oh, a hard shot, but right at the second baseman. And there's 2 down. Boy, Kreiner's had some good ABs here.
Yes, he has.
In this inning, but nothing to show for it.
He doesn't get cheated. He knows, obviously, you can only have so long where these things don't happen before the game runs out. But he knows if he keeps his approach, the hits will fall. He's down 12-9 in hits right now. Obviously, he'll end with at least double-digit hits here.
All right, so 2 down here as we're in the pause menu here, bottom 7.
You kind of got to hit through it. Oh, Duran came in for Kreiner to end the 7th inning. Pardon me, Domi, I missed that. So he has pitched for both players now.
And he's got to deal. Zazzy's Duran has to deal with Kyle bleeping Farmer,
who's just unbelievable.
Who's been unbelievable for Kreiner, including a home run today in this game. Farmer 2 for 3, including that homer.
Good take.
Good take there. It's now 2-1. That ball sent deep to center field. Going back is Mike Trout. Near the track. At the wall.
Oh, maybe
it's gone.
not. Maybe not. I'm sorry. Here I am thinking it was the big part of the park, but I forgot it was Kyle Farmer. How dare I besmirch the great name of Kyle Farmer, for he is indeed Kyle Farmer.
2 home run game for Kyle Farmer, and it cuts the lead to 1. A 2-out solo shot here.
How good is Kyle Farmer?
I'm trying to think, do I have this card? I got to check. I got to turn on my console right now, make sure I
already told you, I bought him instantly after the first game that Kreiner popped off with him.
This should get... bobbled at second. Better hurry.
Oh, he botches it. But he
botches it.
I just wanted to know he botches it.
Shout out to Matty V, Matt Vasgersian, my colleague at MLB Network.
A legend in this game.
He wasn't the original voice of this franchise, was he? Or was he?
Probably not. Maybe not the original, but he's been around for a long time.
I mean, he's definitely goated for sure.
He is an absolute legend.
But we love the new team of Boog Shambi and Chris Singleton.
Mm-hmm. I think he might have been the original, though, because remember, he used to do San Diego games, so his proximity is what helped him get that job. In addition to being good, by the way. It wasn't just because he was close, but that helped. And so maybe he is the original. Oh,
I'd love to know that. Oh, that's a nice pitch
I'm
there.
late to the MLB the Show world because I was a dweeb with an Xbox 360.
Here's the 2-2.
That nice
circle
pitch.
Change is really nasty. Really, really nasty. As Trevor Hoffman gets a big out number 1. But he's got to deal with George Brett. Oh, George Brett staring at an 0 for 5 right now. 0 for 4 thus far.
That's kind of crazy to think, huh?
Yeah. This George Brett card has had some big moments for Zazzy here in this series, but thus far held in check 0 for 4 and down on the count 1-2.
Vasgersian was indeed the original. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because,
very cool.
Again, his proximity and just how long he was in the game.
There's a hot shot, but Farmer is there. Went a few steps to his left Fielded it nicely and threw over to Frank Thomas for out number 2.
Our fourth-place finisher, Juksta, is in the building. Congrats to Juksta. You played brilliantly. It was great getting to watch you and getting to know your game a bit more.
Yeah, congratulations. Hell of a run, man.
I expect to see more out of you in this
Kyle
comp
Farmer,
scene.
diving stop,
Kyle
throw
Farmer.
over to first, got him.
Oh!
Put him in the hall. Get the plaque ready. Kyle Farmer is a Hall of Famer.
Kyle Farmer, stop it. Why are you so good? Who let you be this good, Kyle Farmer?
Hey, can we get Kyle Farmer supercharged? Is that possible? I mean, seriously,
you know
just on the performance of this tournament alone.
Honestly, that would have been kind of hot if they supercharged like one of the best cards from whoever wins the tournament. Or maybe a couple of them or something. Of course, this card's already at a 90, but maybe they could supercharge his live series as like an homage. Kyle freaking Farmer out here just absolutely decimating fools. And we got Frank Thomas coming up, which is got to be terrifying right now for Zazzy because he knows what Frank can do. And he's 0 for 3. And if you think you're going to keep him down, I don't know. Can you get him 0 for 4? I don't think so.
By the way, in real baseball, Kyle Farmer was in the midst of an 0 for 34 skid.
Oh!
In the early part of the season. He was able to rally. And so too of the Cincinnati Reds. Remember, what were they, 3 and 23?
Yeah, and, you know, they were never going to, they're not some, like, 120 loss type team.
There's George Brett there, however. He fires across to first.
And that will make Frank 0 for 4 in a potential decisive game here. And, I mean, if you had bet me that, I would have bet you any amount of money that would not happen. That should, nope, it's going to stay up. 2 outs.
I'm going to say something. Kreiner has had some tough luck in this game. He's put together some good ABs, some good contact, and it hasn't always paid off for him. However,
that one pays off. This game's tied.
Do the Matty V. Cashed in.
Do the Matty V. This game's tied.
And we're tied. Trevor Story goes deep again.
Tied. And now the win expectancy flips to Kreiner now, 52-48.
It's a brand new ball game, guys.
4 outs away. And here's the tie.
A 2-out bomb in the bottom of the 8th.
Was that the second homer against righty homer for Trevor Story?
Yes, because as you correctly mentioned, that's a dot. Dottie Pippen is here. Dottie Pippen is in the building.
Beam me up, Dottie.
As you correctly pointed out, Trevor Story, monster numbers against lefty, but both of his homers today have come against righties.
Crazy. You just never know. You just never know.
You know, I often ask myself, what would you do if during the course of you sign up and ready up for a ranked game and you find one of these monsters in the menu?
I mean,
I'm
honestly,
asking for the friendly quit, or I'm just quitting.
I usually just take my beating, but it only takes like 3 innings. So
well, that's true. You figure you can get a couple of innings in before they run rule you.
True. And, you know, sometimes if it's somebody who's, you know, been around the community and they know me, they're like, they don't want to beat up on a geezer, so they offer me the friendly quit, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I appreciate that. They take pity. That would be nice. That would be nice.
Oh, there's a base hit up the middle. So Zazzy has the go-ahead runner aboard here with no outs in the top of the 9th. And that'll bring up Jorge Polanco, who's 2 for 3. Game 3, championship series. It's a best 3 out of 5. Zazzy, as the left-hand corner would indicate, has a 2-0 lead. Game tied here in the top of the 9th. Kreiner needs this win to extend the series. If he loses, series over. As Aaron Luke comes on, and he's down to the count to Jorge Polanco.
Kreiner's fighting for his life here. Now,
he is.
Be that as it may, he goes to his go-to guy. Talk to Kreiner. Sent a few questions over, asked him, who's your go-to reliever? Who do you want the most when the pressure's hottest that isn't a starter? And he cited Aaron Loop for his ability to get righties and lefties out. And he walks him there.
Just walked that batter. So now the go-ahead runner in scoring position.
The win
first
probability
and second.
Just flipped massively back over to Zazzy. 72-28 now.
Here's Eduardo Escobar, 2 for 3. Look at where that sinker was. Low and away. Just catches the bottom of the zone. Ooh. That's a hot shot over the head of the third baseman, but caught by Escobar in left. Wow. And now it's Zazzy's turn to be on the wrong end of some luck.
Right? He almost hit it too hard, which is such a funny thing to say.
Wow. Jeez.
Chat's saying that Zazzy owns Loop, which I wonder if that's the case. If he has a lot of success against him, I wonder if Kreiner knew that.
Well, now it's a 3-0 count, and the dangerous Salvador Perez on deck. Got to take there. Got to take 3-1.
I think he's going to challenge him again. You do not want to face Sal with the bases loaded.
And he walked him.
He was straight taken, which is exactly what I would have done too. You make him throw 3 strikes there, 100%. He's going to go to Goose in a pivotal at bat here. Goose Gossage versus Sal Perez, who's 2 for 4 on the day.
High fly ball.
And
This might be deep enough.
It will be.
Settles underneath. Runner tags. He'll throw to the cutoff man, and it's now 7-6 Zazzy.
Boy, with where that pitch was, I'm going to say that's a great result for Kreiner. He's lucky that it is not 10-6. That pitch was fat.
Here's the pinch hitter, young Jock Peterson, live series card. Batting with 2 down, facing Goose Gossage, runners at first and second. Big insurance run out there at second base.
Zazzy's left 11 on base to Kreiner's 5. That's huge.
Zazzy.
I've actually never seen the left on base stat come up like that. I like that.
Yeah, Zazzy has left a small village on the base paths here in Game 3. Trying to steal the Astros gimmick.
Go crazy, Josh says still not enough runs. Absolutely not. A 1-run lead is
100%.
basically not even a lead.
You need more. Runners on the move, and he walked him.
Look at the patience for Zazzy this inning. He's really not.
This has been a really good ABs here.
He's making Kreiner come to him. And also on the other end, Kreiner's not giving in. He realizes, hey, I got a base open. Do I want to face Trout bases loaded? Obviously not. But you don't want to lay some garbage in there either.
Yeah. All right, a pause in the action here.
Major Mango says he's beating up with sweat for these guys right now. Me too, man. My palms are sweaty. I'm not even playing. And I've got that nervous energy.
These are high stakes. $15,000 plus other prizes to the first place winner. And that ball is low. Now he's got to come see Mike Trout right now, down 2-0. Ooh, that's a great 2-0 pitch there. Great 2-0 pitch. Fastball coming. It's now 3-1.
Zazzy got that dog in him,
Yeah. Ooh. Man. What's he throwing here, Paul? What are you looking for if you're Zazzy? Fastball?
Swerve? I don't think you can give him a fastball. I think he sits fastball. I think you have to go something off speed. And if he hits it, I think you tip your cap. But if you give him a heater, these guys just don't miss heat.
No, they don't. Meantime, pause time, almost dipping below a minute. Here's the 3-1 from Gossage. Oh, auto take.
Wow, auto take. I respect. He's making him throw 2 more strikes again.
The runners will be on the move.
He's going to go with the Ched.
He's going to call the old number 1. Here's the pitch. Ooh,
wow,
he missed it again. He was late. We're going to do it again.
Does he go back to the Ched here or slurve piece?
He's going back. He's going up and in.
No, he
back to the runner.
Disagrees. He does not want that.
He'll step off as the runners will go back to their bases. All right, payoff pitch. Runners will be on the move. There they go. And he walked him. There goes another run for Zazzy.
He couldn't give another fastball
here.
He couldn't. And I don't blame him. The walk there doesn't feel great, but you could not give him another fastball. That's a grand slam if you do. I really think so.
I love that point as Josh Hader now comes on and he's going to get out of the inning. I love that point because while you don't want to walk in a run, a 2-run deficit is definitely more manageable than a 4-run deficit. Duh.
Exactly. No, but you're 100% right there. It sounds obvious to point out, but we're saying that's why you make that pitch instead of a heater, because he was late on that heater, but he'd have been timed up for a second heater in a row.
That's a great point by Wes. Now Josh Hader, let's set the stage. 3 outs away from giving Kreiner the championship.
Excuse me, Zazzy.
Zazzy, will give 3 outs away from getting Zazzy the championship and a $15,000 first place prize. Josh Hader dealing with Nicholas Castellanos, or this year it's Nick Castellanos.
Yeah, he changes it all the time, doesn't he?
All right, it's run it full now. Josh Hader's payoff pitch.
Nasty.
Oh,
he got it.
And that is in the corner.
Oh,
is it foul? Wow.
Oh.
Oh, why can't we have replay?
I thought
He
that
should
was a hit all
challenge
day.
that.
See,
Challenge it.
That's one of those that I would 1,000% replay and realize I was dead wrong. But in the moment, it absolutely looks fair.
Absolutely, and so we'll do it again. Here's a payoff pitch. That ball is smoked, and that is a base hit. So Castellanos is aboard, tying run at the plate.
So he got the tying run up right away because it's the Kreiner way. And here he comes, folks. He's going to go to his Sal or his Giancarlo.
He said Giancarlo Stanton is the best card in the game. He hit 3 home runs with him yesterday.
Here comes a replay for this.
Here comes a replay. Hey, thank you guys for doing this. Let's see. As you see, it's headed towards the corner, and it was...
It was pretty clearly fouled there. You can tell at the end, but it's just in fast motion. It doesn't look like it lands. It looks like it lands inside that line. I know the resolution on it wasn't great, but you could tell it did land out. The game is programmed, obviously, to get fair foul calls correct.
Oh,
nice pitch there.
Pitch.
And he did go to Stanton, by the way. Yeah, ball don't lie.
Giancarlo Stanton. Uh-oh, that's going to snake through the left side. So it's a base hit. Runners at first and second. Winning run is at the plate in the form of Mike Trout. And he starts with a two-seamer at the knees. It's 0-1.
DeBerry Gibbs says, that's gone.
That's perfect, perfect, and he just walked it off. Kreiner extends. There will be a game 3. There will be a game 4. As Kreiner, 3 outs away from having his tournament run come to an end, and now he lives to play another day.
You know, I'm not going to say any names, but somebody in chat said that Kreiner was getting sunned by Zazzy. Maybe not so fast there.
I mean, and it goes back to that top of the ninth. The work that Goose Gossage did to, yes, he allowed a run to come in on a bases-loaded walk, but the fact that he did not let it get any worse opened the door for Kreiner to have that comeback win.
He was going to go back-to-back fastball. He stepped off. I think he realized that would have been bad. Let's go back throughout this game here. Started with, who else? Kyle Farmer, the god, blasting a solo shot in the first. Kreiner's up 3-0. And we see, okay, all of a sudden, can Zazzy get something going here? Gets that hit there. I believe he came around to score. Oh, no, the double play, that's right. Remember, he got the 2 on real quick and then had the double play, which was devastating. So it was actually slow go for Zazzy for most of the game. Kreiner couldn't quite pull away. And then that dot there ended the inning, which was huge. Walked in the run there.
As we watch these highlights here, the stat that you mentioned, I think, is important. The amount of runners left on base by Zazzy, it really came back to haunt him in this game.
And that absolutely, and that could have been catastrophic there for Kreiner when he bunted and got the double play. But there were some key double plays for both guys there. You saw a couple back-to-back, and then Trout rips one here, his first homer of the game to make it 4-0. And then all of a sudden in the middle innings here, then it was Zazzy time. He gets on the board a bit, starting to feel himself. It's 4-2. That had to feel really good for him. Base hit past Farmer. Is that going to score a run? I believe he held him here. No, he did send him there. So that was 4-3. And then basically from the 6th on, this game was just back and forth ping pong, and it was amazing. And there's the bases loaded walk to walk in a run.
I thought this was the moment where Zazzy was really seizing control and on his way to the championship. But there it is, Mike Trout.
There goes the shot right there to make it 6-6. And that one was Story's second. So then we saw the sac fly here to give Zazzy the lead. Everybody knew that wasn't going to be much of a lead here at 1 run or even 2 runs. Here comes the pivotal play. He walks him. Great take there. But I like the play better. And then there's a 3-run walk-off homer.
Perfect walk-off homer from Trout. And we'll see you tomorrow night. AKA, we'll see you here in
about 5 minutes. Exactly.
About 5 minutes.
So
okay,
again,
so what's the mindset here if you're Zazzy? Couple outs away from $15,000 and it slips through your fingers and now you got to play a game 4. What are you thinking?
You can't worry about it. You really have to kind of take that in stride. Obviously, the way you lost is a little bit tough because it's down to the wire, but you're still sitting with a 2-1 lead. If you let that affect you, it's going to be 2-2 before you know it. You need to move on from that, and I think he will. Both these players, again, they don't get in their fields. They don't worry about it. They move forward. I just cannot get over how important that at-bat was against Gossage with the bases loaded there. That was incredible.
All right, we're going to step aside. We're going to come back for Game 4. Zazzy and Kreiner. Zazzy still just a win away from wrapping this whole thing up, while Kreiner needs a win to force a deciding Game 5. Game number 4 coming up in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. supercharged. All right, welcome back alongside Paul Sporer. I'm Robert Flores of MLB Network. We're glad you're here. We are approaching 6.5 hours in of this championship Sunday. Happy Father's Day. We're glad you're here. We are at Game 4 of our best-of-5 championship series. Zazzy leading 2-1. He had a closeout opportunity in Game 3 before Kreiner was able to walk it off, Paul.
Oh, it was an amazing game there. Neither guy gave up. Back and forth all the way, and Kreiner makes sure we have a little bit more baseball there with the walk-off. Truly incredible stuff. I can't wait for Game 4.
And we do have some lineup changes. Both of the players are tweaking their lineups in advance of Game 4.
We do. We see Kreiner put in Cishek for Kenley Jansen, and the aforementioned Yohan Duran is gone. 91 Mariano Rivera is in for him, and Aaron Loop, who he said he was his go-to guy, Brooks Raley in for him. Meanwhile, on Zazzy's side, he put 91 Mo in for Hader, and Raley comes in for him as well. Brooks Raley in for Chapman. So a bunch of bullpen moves to give some fresh faces for both.
Now, the other option that just became available for our players, SDS just supercharged Pirates outfielder Jack Sawinski. So that is an option, a lefty bat for an outfielder. It'll be interesting to see if either one of these two players decide to put him in at this late stage of the series.
He'd be one of their premium cards, of course, because you go off the number that they are with the inside edge and or the supercharge. So he'd be a 96. He'd have to come in as one of your top players. He's getting plus 50, plus 60, plus 60, plus 40 on his 2 contacts and his 2 powers. I don't know if he has the soft skills to put him in, though, with the vision, the discipline, the defense, and the speed. So I don't know if they're going to use him, but they can if they want, and he looks pretty spicy.
All right, so it looks like we're about ready for Game 4 of this championship series. It is a best-of-5. Once again, we are back at Laughing Mountain. That has been the park exclusively used here in our 2 semifinals and thus far in our championship series.
Ship it all over again.
Yep. As Kreiner is the visitor. Zazzy is the home team wearing the red tops with the white pants. Kreiner is at the plate wearing the blue tops with the gray pants. He's trailing in this series 2-1, as that status graphic in the lower left-hand corner of your screen will tell you, and he's leading off with a red-hot Mike Trout.
And it's Halladay for Zazzy, Johnson for Kreiner again.
This is a matchup we saw earlier as Mike Trout down on the count 1-2, but that's a sharply hit ball. It will split the defenders and go up against the wall. It's a leadoff double for Mike Trout. And that'll bring up Kyle Farmer, who has been an absolute force at the plate. And Paul, he made some excellent plays in the field as well.
Yes, he did, and that's not necessarily the strength of Kyle Farmer, that defense, but it's been capable enough at short while he plays beautifully at the dish. And he's going to tag there with the 94 speed, get the runner to third with fewer than 2 outs.
Once again, you're watching Kreiner at the plate. He is trailing 2-1. He needs this win to force a deciding Game 5. As Roy Halladay deals to Roberto Clemente, count even at 1-1.
I've loved the flow of these games here. We've really seen that, they take a little while to feel each other out in those early innings, and then things really amp up from like the 6th inning on. And it's been really awesome to watch. Multiple lead changes in those late innings. He's going to roll over that one.
This is going to bring out the run. Yeah, Roberto Clemente, fielder's choice RBI. Kreiner strikes first here in Game 4, 1-0. And now here comes the big hurt, Frank Thomas.
Always
By the
feels
way,
good.
180 home runs with Frank Thomas?
I think that's decent. I mean,
Jeez.
I think that's moderate. Again, he's hitting 486 with him, and to hit, how many home? What did you say, 190?
180, I think, is what I saw.
Like, that's so many plate appearances to be hitting 486. That's truly incredible stuff.
Well, these are
no
two
wonder he
incredible
spoke so
players.
highly of him.
And that ball is sent deep to center field. Trout going back at the wall,
Boom!
at the track, and it's gone.
2-0, just like that.
It is 2-0 Kreiner as Big Hurt goes big fly.
Whew.
I didn't know if it had the distance, but it certainly did.
And that's
There's
kind of
another base hit.
this park in a nutshell. If you hit it to to center like that, it's obviously the deepest part of the park, but with that uber high elevation similar to Coors, you can definitely carry it out on homers, on hits that don't necessarily look like they're going to be homers.
Here's Trevor Story, went deep twice in Game 3. And I think we're
both
already
off
seeing a pitching
righties.
change. Yeah, both off righties. The numbers suggest don't have a lefty face Trevor Story, but Randy Johnson, of course, is no ordinary lefty. The 99 unit looks like he's coming on out of the pen for
Wow,
Zazzy.
he
So
said,
that's it for Roy
forget
Halladay.
Halladay. Interesting. He wasn't even gonna mess with it there. He's not trying to get Zazzy's not trying to get down 5-6-7-0, you know.
Oh, there's a high fly ball.
He will be
Trevor
down
Story
4-0.
just went deep again.
Maybe you let Halladay face the righty there with Story. I know he has 2 righty homers, but again, from a probability standpoint, do you really want to open with a lefty for Story? I don't know. Too late now, though.
So an emphatic opening salvo for Kreiner as 4 runs have come across in the top of the first.
This can
Eduardo
happen when he
Escobar.
gets locked in, but you would be mistaken to count out Zazzy, considering, I don't know, he hasn't even batted yet. And to the credit, Chad has not called a GG yet, so that's good.
Here's Eduardo Escobar, 2-2. Randy Johnson, there's a little dribbler. This should end the inning. But not before Kreiner flexes some powerful thunder. And it's 4-0 as we go to the bottom of the first, leading off for Zazzy, Mike Trout. Here's the 1-0 from Randy Johnson. That's in for a strike. It's 1-1. That slider misses. It's now 2-1.
Trout looking to get things started here for Zazzy. If he answers back with a couple runs, obviously he'll be feeling wonderful. Even just one, just to say, hey, I'm right here. Don't worry, I got something for you. I was going to say it might be right there, but
Mike
no,
Trout sends one deep to left center field.
It's going to hold up
Center
there,
fielder
but
Trout is there to make the catch. And that's allowed out number 1. Here's George Brett.
Pardon me, Simon. That was me typing. It was a little loud. My apologies.
Here's George Brett, swing and miss. It's 0-1. Take some of the lineup changes that both players have made. Paul, I think it's exclusively the changes are to the bullpen and pitching
Correct.
staff, yes?
Correct.
Yeah.
Just to kind of keep some new faces in there. Like I said, Sia Duran, he's gone for Kreiner. You got the Mo, and then you got Cishek in to match Zazzy, and then Brooks Raley comes in for both, the lefty from the Rays there. They'll be proud to get him into their lineup.
Johnson has fallen behind Frank Thomas 2-0 with 2 down here in the bottom of the first. Just getting started in game 4. Just gets a piece on the splitter. Uh-oh, Rexy. I don't think this one quite has the distance.
Maybe not. Who could say for sure?
And that retires the side. We're through 1. Kreiner up 4-0. Here's Austin Riley. After 7 men came up to the plate in the first inning, 8, 9, and 1 due up here for Kreiner. That one misses low and away. It's 1-1.
Riley's been a sneak tip player. That was kind of unexpected, and he's made good plays at the hot corner and had some quality hits.
Yeah, he's been excellent for Kreiner. And he's ahead in the count 3-2.
I see chat picking up on our idea to supercharge Farmer as a response to this series. I'm with that, Joey. I'm with that. We need supercharged Kyle Farmer. RJ with the big strikeout on Riley. Now he'll face himself in a multiverse Spider-Man meme situation. So 1 down here in the top of the second.
Kreiner batting after plating 4 in the first.
Randy proud of himself for striking himself out.
And here's Mike Trout. He got the party started in the first inning with a double, eventually came around to score. And that is roped to left.
Ripped.
This could be another extra base hit for Trout. He's headed to second. He sniffs a double, and he's in with a stand-up 2-bagger here with 2 down in the top of the second.
There were indeed lineup restrictions. iPhone, I don't have them all offhand, but you know, it's a couple of premium diamonds and then some low diamonds, and each team has 2 golds in the starting lineup, and then a mix within their pitching staff as well. I think you'd have to go to Battle 5 for the full restrictions.
Count even at 2-2. And he goes down swinging.
Boom.
Zazzy able to strike out Kyle Farmer. More importantly, keep Kreiner off the scoreboard, but he's down 4-0 here in the second. Here's Ketel Marte, 4, 5, and 6. That misses
Spits
inside.
on that one.
Here's the 1-1. That misses. It's 2-1.
Gets the 2-1 there. Easy play there for Riley, 1 away. So we're in the bottom of the second. Again, like I said, these games have had a flow. They've almost been segments, you know. The first 3-4 innings, then kind of those middle 2 or 3, and then that final act there where things have really opened up. And they've almost played them like a play where that third act really has things pop off. So we'll see if this game follows that flow. And Zazzy's able to make a comeback and kind of get back in this right now. It's 4-0 with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Super early. So, of course, he's nowhere near out of it in any way, shape, or form. Eduardo Escobar steps in now. And he rips that
fly
one.
Ball.
Is that going to be 4-1?
Left
It is.
center field.
Trout gave up.
Going back. It is out of here. Off the quick pitch sign, which you can see nightly on MLB Network after the games.
Love it.
And Zazzy is on the board. Cuts the lead to 4-1.
Always feels nice to get that first one up there. Just get that goose egg off the board. Oh, I thought that was going to be number 2.
But foul.
I thought that was going to be 4-2.
Zazzy leading 2 games to 1. First 1 to 3 wins. Takes home the title. Zazzy, however, trailing 4-1 here in Game 4. Swing and a miss. Austin Riley goes down, and that retires the side. But Zazzy does get a run on the board. Solo home run. Cuts the lead to 4-1.
It'll be Clemente leading off.
Splitter just misses. It's 1-0.
Oh, good take there.
Really good take.
That slurve is so gross.
That slurve had a lot of downward tilt. And
Clemente.
Roberto Clemente.
He got the run right
ball.
back.
Right center field. It's out of here.
5-1.
Kreiner gets that run back. It's back to a 4-run lead.
That's a gut punch. That's his 68th homer with Clemente. That's a gut punch right there, you know, because you scratch one across. You want to come back and really put up that 0 and try to build on it, and you immediately give it right back first batter. Those sting. We've all been there on those. Those ones sting.
Here's Frank Thomas.
Oh, he missed
Lazy
the PCI because
yeah,
that was hittable for another homer there, but the PCI was off. So
timing was good, but the PCI to the left, and that's out number 1. Here's Jorge Posada. Ball misses. It's 1-0. Posada 1 for 1 here in Game 4. Swing and a miss. It's 1-1. Zazzy trying to keep the
fouls
deficit
that one off.
at 4. as he pitches with Randy Johnson in the top of the third.
Posada 1 for 1, always tough. He's going to get a ground out here to make it 2 outs, but Posada cards are never an easy out, that's for sure. So we'll go to Trevor Story.
$15,000. Yeah, Trevor Story, who has been red hot. 2 homers in Game 3, 1 homer in Game 4. $15,000, along with some other prizes, goes to the champion. All 4 competitors walking away with at least a little something. In fact, more than a little something.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everyone getting taken care of without a doubt. Look, you make it this far, you absolutely deserve some love. So they're being taken care of nicely.
$15,000 to the first place winner. $5,000 to second place, as well as gift cards and a signed Shohei Ohtani jersey in baseball.
So slick.
Here's Salvador Perez.
That's going to be so cool.
Once again, I urge you guys to check the left-hand corner of your screen. Lower left-hand corner. That's our status graphic. Everything you need to know. So Kreiner, even he is working with a 5-1 lead. Oh, that ball is smoked to center field. Is Trout going to get there? No. Oh! Wow, yes, you saved that short clip, sir.
How did he know to save it that quickly? He was on that so fast.
Man.
Oh, that was sick.
What a play.
That was unbelievable. That was awesome. Is he already tweeting that one out? He's like, yo, I got to get that one on the Twitter immediately.
Jeez,
too hot.
What a
too
play.
Hot. Too hot. That was incredible.
We are going to have a pinch hitter here.
Oh, yeah, because it's pitcher spot. So
yeah.
That'll be it for RJ for Zazzy then. Because he had brought RJ in, right?
Yep. So that's it for Randy Johnson, and it's just the bottom of the third. Oh, this isn't going to help his cause. Trevor Story pops up to Frank Thomas, and there's 2 down.
He's got to navigate quite a bit of land here with going into the 4th inning there with no Randy and no Halliday. Now Halliday hasn't been great, and there's a shot that should end the inning, but those have been the 2 go-to guys for both to eat up the most innings, and so he has neither of them now, and that's really intriguing. How's he going to play it?
So Zazzy, this is his 3rd pitcher of the game, and we're still in the top of the 4th. It's live series Corbin Burns dealing with Eduardo Escobar. Starts him with a strike. I'm still going back to that catch from Kreiner there with Mike Trout. But also, what might be even more impressive is how quickly he was able to save the clip.
Right? He knew right away. He was so all over it. I was impressed.
He's a wizard. He's a wizard on the sticks.
Not just with the gameplay either, with getting the quick clip in there. Yeah, that was super impressive. I was like, dang, he's already ready to save it. He knew he was going to catch it.
All right, meantime, Escobar down on the count 1-2.
So the indicator is off right now. Kreiner's not batting, so they'll get that switch in just a moment.
Yeah. Zazzy is at the plate. I'm sorry, he's out in the field. There's a chopper to short. Kreiner.
See, they tricked you too.
Yep. Grounds to short, and that's out number 1. Zazzy is in the red
Reds.
tops with the white pants. Kreiner leading 5-1 with the blue tops and the gray pants. I know his logo there is a little bit counterintuitive to what is actually the players are wearing, but Kreiner is at the plate.
At least if we get a game 5, it'll match because Kreiner will be home and he'll be wearing his Reds.
Yes.
So if we do get a game 5, then everything will be back to quote-unquote normal as far as the red indicator there.
And these are important outs for Corbin Burns.
No doubt.
He is trying to keep. What is Randy? Is Randy Johnson in with a double? Oh, that's just foul.
He was all over that.
My gosh.
He spit
on
that one.
Slow roll at a third. George Brett will throw across the diamond, and that retires the side.
Okay, Randy, I see you hustling.
But these are important outs, obviously, because you want to keep this deficit manageable.
And yeah, of course, because also, like I was saying earlier, how's he going to navigate all these innings? Kind of uncharted as far as a go-to guy. Randy and Halladay have been so instrumental for both players. It's going to have to be somebody like a Trinan stepping up, like a Burns or a Houston Street. How much will either of them use Mariano Rivera, who they both put in? Will they bring Brooks Raley out? Will he stay in or will he come out? You just don't know if Brooks Raley's going to come out or not.
Kreiner has also added Kenley Jansen to his bullpen. I believe that's the Kenley Jansen Live Series card.
Yes.
And here's Frank Thomas as there's a pause in the action here. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Kreiner leading 5-1, trying to force a deciding Game 5.
Big Hurt?
Big Hurt, who has been a force
for both, really.
For both teams.
He's been a force all day because I think at least one of the other two competitors had him as well. And we've just been announcing Frank Thomas all day. So whoever's had him, he's been doing good work.
Checking some scores from around real Major League Baseball. Blue Jays beat the Yankees 10-9. Orioles over the Rays 2-1.
You get that win. That's a win for you because you hit that hot jinx.
I think I might have jinxed the Yankees. The Atlanta Braves beat the Chicago Cubs 6-0. The Rockies beat the Padres 8-3. But the big story, as Frank Thomas looks at a ball outside, it's 2-2. The big story is the injury for Manny Machado. Injured while trying to beat out a grounder to first. Grasping his knee. I have not seen an update, but man, it did not look good. And that ball is foul. He has been, along with Paul Goldschmidt, Machado and Goldschmidt are the NL MVPs this season.
They've been truly amazing, and he's basically made it so that they don't miss Tatis at all. And now they're going to be without him the same week that they get news that Tatis is going to be a little bit behind in the expected return, as we see a base hit there by Frank, 1-on-1 out, with Ketel Marte stepping in for Zazzy here. 5-1 deficit for him. That'll be a fly out for the second out of the inning.
I just got a note here from the Sony San Diego Twitch account. X-rays negative on Machado, so that's good news. Really appreciate that for keeping me honest. I love that. I certainly don't want to have... that's grounded to third. Austin Riley will throw across to first, and that retires a side. I think no matter what team you're rooting for, you want Manny Machado playing, considering the kind of season that he's had. So that's definitely good news.
I always want the best players out there,
and Mike Trout.
Is this one
he's
going to
the
carry?
Best player on every field he touches.
This could be a Laughing Mountain carrier. It is not.
Nope. Just shy of the wall.
We still don't know how severe the sprain is. And don't forget, a sprain is a tear. So, it's better than like busted ACL or popped Achilles or anything like that. Yeah. But we're not out of the woods yet. And let's just hope that everything's okay with Machado. And let's not lose sight of our game here as we're top 5, 3-0 count now.
Yeah, and the danger is Kyle Farmer. I'd be tempted to just throw up 4, man. Take
exactly.
Your base.
Exactly. Yeah. There you go.
Maybe that was unintentional, intentional.
Yep. I completely. Even though it's not the leadoff runner, but even though it's 1-on-1 out, I don't care. I'm not fighting Kyle Farmer right now.
Yeah. No. Great call. All right. So here's
Clemente's not easy either, though.
No, he's had a very good series for Kreiner. He's 1 for 2. Now he's ahead in the count, 2-1.
He's been out here making plenty of noise himself. So, is there an easy way to approach a Kreiner or a Zazzy or a Jukesta or a Diurnal? No, of course not. So you do the best you can. There's a base hit up the middle.
As Clemente greets new pitcher Houston Street with a sharp single to center. And Kreiner has something going here. First and second, 1 out here in the 5th. Now, Paul, this is the 4th pitcher used by Zazzy here as Houston Street works in the 5th.
He's going to have to call on somebody to get some unexpected innings. Does he trust Mariano Rivera to maybe sneak 2? I mentioned that both guys brought in, there's a strike, good strike out there. Both guys brought in Brooks Raley, but there aren't too many lefties trolling around these lineups. Oh, wow. Wait.
Yeah, that is foul.
Did that hit the ground? Okay, it hit the ground. I thought it was a liner at first. I was like, why is it not out? I'm sorry.
This is Jorge Posada. Looks at a sinker low and away. It's 1-1.
But yeah, I mentioned that both guys added Raley, but there aren't that many lefties for them to attack with Raley, so I'm not sure how much he can be a factor for somebody like Zazzy. But yeah, I'll just reiterate, he's without Halladay or Johnson, the two go-to guys for everybody today, basically, and we're only in the 5th inning.
So how does Zazzy navigate the rest of these innings with his bullpen? Here's a chopper to short. This should end the inning. Throw across to first in time, and that retires the side.
If you're Zazzy, I think you're operating under the assumption that you need about another 7 to 8 runs, like at a minimum, because not only obviously are you already down 4, but you have to factor in the fact that Kreiner, because you don't have your A pitches and there's going to be a ground out to Farmer, your A pitchers, you know Kreiner's going to put up a few more runs too. So if I'm Zazzy, I'm operating under the notion that I need a minimum of 7 from here forward.
All right, so a ground out there for out number 1, and that'll bring up Austin Riley. 0 for 1, struck out in the 2nd.
Frank was chilling in foul territory, Hale, because he can anticipate where the ball is going. You just don't know the greatness of Frank Thomas, especially defense. He's a defensive wizard.
All right, here's Austin Riley. Swing and a miss, and he's down 0-2.
Quickly. You got to like the spot. Good take there. You got to like the spot that Kreiner's in, up 4 runs with RJ still cooking for maybe at least another inning here, although we're going to start to be on that border, not so much from a stamina standpoint, but from how much Zazzy has seen him. And there's a rip. That's foul.
Wow, that sounded perfect.
What if Riley had caught that? What if Riley had caught that in foul territory? How sick would that have been?
Here's another 2-2.
The winner gets 15,000. Well, they get 15,000. They give 5,000 to Robert 9. Then they take, which we split, and then they take the other 10.
Got him.
Nice strikeout there. That's pretty huge. Leave the bases empty for Sal.
That'll bring up, Salvador Perez.
You don't want anybody on base with Sal up the way he's been playing for Zazzy.
He's gone deep a couple times in this series. Did he go deep in this game? That is
Zazzy wants
headed
that one
towards
back.
the seat.
Robert, he wants that one back so badly.
Couldn't keep it fair. The swing timing was early. And he got
frozen pizza. That'll end the 5th. 5-1 for Kreiner. He's trying to tie this series up. We're in a best of 5. Zazzy's up 2 games to 1, but he's down 4 runs here. Now facing Kreiner in the top of the 6th. It'll be Trevor Story on for his 2nd inning of work. Or excuse me, Houston Street on for his 2nd inning of work to face Trevor Story. Pardon me.
So 6, 7, 8 due up here for Kreiner here as he works in the top of the 6th. And that's going to be over the shortstop.
Base knock.
Trout will cut it off to hold Trevor Story to a single. And yet another pitcher. Pitcher number 5
is Duran. He kept him. Zazzy kept him in, whereas Kreiner said no more. It'll be for Eduardo Escobar right now. He still has Trinan. He still has Mo and Brooks Raley for sure. He has more guys than that, but I just don't know the other ones offhand because we didn't get a full view of their pitching staff and bullpen. Because you can do starters too. He gets a strikeout there. That was nasty.
Yeah, got him at a 95-mile-per-hour split.
He had checked the swing. They called that a strike in the zone. So that wasn't a check swing strike. That they said he did hold up, but it didn't matter. MVP Ethan says winners should get every card in the game. The thing of it is, these players are so good, they probably already have that, to be honest. I like where your head's at, but I don't know that it would necessarily help these guys. They're the best of the best. They pretty much already have every card.
All right, here's the 2-2. One away here in the top of the 6th. Swing and a miss at 102. Whew.
They should give Robert and I every card so we have a fighting chance.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I should get my own 99 card.
Now, how cool
As
would
Randy
that be?
Johnson sends one to second. They'll throw the flip to second, and that retires the side.
Look, they put my lanky body in the game
That's
already.
right.
So
I
I've been
remember a couple of
fortunate
years
enough.
ago.
Yeah, the 2019. So I was very, very lucky there. But I will say the best part of that was the nameplate that had Charlotte's picture on it.
Ah, that's great. That's great. All right, here's Nick Castellanos facing Randy Johnson off the bench. And that means we're going to see yet another pitcher for Zazzy here as he tries to claw his way back.
He's trying.
In this game 4, looking for any kind of spark to chop into this deficit.
Winners should get a free poker lesson from me. Big Buck, that would not be as valuable as it would have been, say, 12, 15 years ago. Back when I was playing every single day for like 8 to 10 hours. The game has definitely passed me by. Sorry.
Oh, Mike Trout sends one deep.
Fish boy to fish
Crowner's
boy.
Crowner's Mike Trout is able to make the catch, and there's 2 down. All right, if you're Zazzy, Paul, and you're down 5-1, you're batting here in the bottom of the 6th, what's the mindset here?
You're just trying to grind out some base runners here. You're not panicked, and hopefully, and listen, you're 17 years old too, and I understand that it's a lot easier for me to remain calm from this end. But he needs to also understand that, like, it's not over if he does lose. You never want to have a loser mentality of, like, I'll just mail this one in. But he doesn't have to, like, fight for his life here because he knows there's another game too. So that does give you a little bit of relaxation that you don't have to, like, freak out. Because if you get too panicked, then you're gonna lose your head. You're gonna start swinging at everything, you know. That's kind of what separates these folks from us, is that a lot of us, you know, run-of-the-mill folks, we do panic when we're down and we start making worse, taking worse at-bats than we did when we are dialed in.
All right, count full here to George Brett.
Oh, he gave him the heater.
Yeah, he got
challenged him.
That. He challenged him, and he lived to tell the tale because George Brett got under that, and it's a lazy fly ball, and that's going to retire the side. We move on to the top of the 7th, and we are staring at a deciding Game 5. Here's Mike Trout, 2 for 3 with a couple of doubles. And for the first time, we see Mariano Rivera in this championship series.
And he's got both guys, both guys put him in with Mo. And obviously, I figured we'd see him for Zazzy just because he's burning through pitchers left and right. Oh, wow. Comes in
Rivera.
and immediately dusts him.
Yeah, Rivera with a big strikeout there of Mike Trout. Now Kyle Farmer, who's 0 for 2, starts him off with a ball inside. It's 1-0.
Not the closer points out that this is when Zaz makes his comebacks. Exactly. The 6th, 7th inning, this has been the pivotal point for Zazzy. So he needs to get...
But that is roped, but George Brett, backhanded stop.
Okay, George.
And that's out number 2.
There you go. So 2 quick outs. He wants to put up a quick 0 here, and then the bottom of the 7th is when he comes out to play. That's going to be...
Here's Roberto Clemente. Diving stop by the shortstop. Throw across to first in time. Zazzy
awesome.
with spectacular defense. And we go to the bottom of the 7th inning stretch time.
Zazzy with the snazzy play there. That was fierce. I like that.
We've seen some excellent defensive plays from both of these players in this championship series, as that one is sent foul. It's 1-1.
I know there were some OP dives, you know, and they've been working on toning those down. That was just a clean dive there at short. That was awesome.
Great play.
That was just
Meantime,
a nice,
Frank Thomas
slick
is down
play.
1-2. Got him.
Swung through it there. And he's, by the way, Kreiner's sticking with RJ. He's really kind of in a groove right now. This is one of the first times that we've seen RJ really dominate deep into the game. He's had some great starts to games, but into the 7th here for Kreiner.
Yeah, he's got 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. He's given up just 2 hits and 1 run.
That's nasty. Joey Bougie said he wants to get that Kreiner tutorial on how to clip something in a millisecond. We're all still marveling.
That might be the most impressive thing we've seen all day.
I want a clip
Kreiner.
of him taking the clip. If you weren't here with us, he made a diving catch by Trout, which was brilliant. But literally as he was finishing the dive, he was already saving the clip. And the smoothness and quickness of it was super impressive.
All right, so Polanco is run at full. It's 3-2. 2 outs, bottom 7. Here's Randy Johnson's payoff pitch. That ball is smoked to left, and it is out of here. Zazzy showing some life. A 2-out solo homer in the bottom of the 7th, and the lead is cut down to 3.
This is the finals. Zazzy's up 2-1. He's trying to come back here to win it all. 3-1, while Kreiner's trying to force a 5th game. Our 3rd place winner, D. Ernl, won a 3-game set 2-1 over Juksta. So we have at least 2+ innings left, but maybe another game after that in this summer circuit. It's been amazing, and I know this final here is going to be sweet because Zazzy, this is when he comes alive, 6th, 7th, 8th inning area.
And Johnson has fallen behind 3-1. He gets that strike in there. It's now 3-2. Payoff pitch
I like it.
to Escobar. Got him.
He swings right through it. Wow, that's surprising. I love that he took that pitch to force him to throw 2 straight strikes, but then he just whiffs on that one. That surprised me.
Yeah, he's challenged Zazzy a couple times with fastballs in these last couple of innings and hasn't paid for it. So it's 5-2 as Kreiner now bats in the top of the 8th. You take a look at his bullpen. Hader and Halladay, the lefty and the righty, getting loose.
So
in
he's got
Kreiner's bullpen.
He's got the full bullpen ready to go, and we see O'Day lurking there, who we haven't seen at all. He's also got Treinen. Frank due up here. He does have a homer on the day. This is Kreiner's best card. He'll be looking to get that run back, which he's done, or which he did the last time
Chopper
Zazzy
to
scored.
third. Brett Fields fires, and there's one down.
No
the
face
switch hitting catcher, 1 for 3.
No future of the franchise cards amongst these teams. Nope. There's some good ones out there, but they chose to go a few different routes. A lot of tops now love. But a good mix overall for sure. This Posada, of course. There's never been such thing as a bad Posada.
Yeah.
Give me a bronze version, you know. I'll literally take any Posada you got.
Very glitchy swing. I love a good switch hitting catcher as well. As Posada sends that one back, and it's now 2-2.
The only thing he doesn't do well is run, and you can take care of that.
Got him.
Nice pitch there. He froze him up. Because you don't have to worry about how well he runs because he usually hits dingers.
Let's talk about how good Mariano Rivera has been thus far in his almost 2 innings of work, although that ball sent to center field. Trout drifting back.
He's been fantastic. This has been huge. This is exactly what Zazzy needs. He's been burning through pitchers, trying to stay alive here, and we needed to know where he was going to find some zeros from somebody that hadn't been pitching for him.
That's
There's
a
shot.
sharply hit ball to right,
Gone.
and it's gone.
That's got to be it for RJ.
Here comes Zazzy.
That's got to be it for RJ.
Zazzy cuts the lead to 5-3.
With Perez coming up, Halladay will come in. He's going to go for that front door cut piece. Gets a strike, 0-1. As Lamb Chop points out, you can only use 395 or higher, and they're all 95.
That's a rope
shot
to left,
it'll
but
hold.
right at Eduardo Escobar. Tough luck for Zazzy there, as that's a loud out number 1.
Yeah, unless you were just OP with one of those future franchise, it's hard to use them over like a Frank or George Brett, somebody like that. So I get it.
All right, so we will have a pinch hitter.
Yep,
Here's
it'll be Brandon Marsh. So no more Mo. Of course, he can't give up an at-bat there, so he had to take Mo out. That was not even a question there.
And that's a cutter on the outside corner. It's 1-1.
So Zazzy, go ahead.
Ooh, good take.
That was a great take.
Wow. Once again, if you're just joining us, the left-hand corner of your screen, that's our status graphic, shows you where things stand. And Brandon Marsh is going to be standing at first base after a 1-out pinch hit single. So Zazzy leads 2-1. That's why he's got the 2 baseball emojis next to his name. He's also got that batting icon. That means he's at the plate. Kreiner trailing in this series 2-1. He only has 1 baseball emoji next to his name.
He's been Brandon Marsh has been a pinch hitter extraordinaire for both ball clubs.
Got him to chase on a sinker to low it in.
That's huge.
All right.
Homer here would obviously be
tying
crazy.
run at the plate in the form of Mike Trout. Down on the count, 0-2.
Good take.
Spits on that
Good
splitter
take.
there.
I think he
Really
knew that was
great take.
coming. Can he hold
Trying
on
to
the
get
cutter?
him to chase. Oof.
Boy, he
Sends
almost ripped
one
that down
foul.
the line.
Excellent speed at first in the form of Marsh.
Down an in-sync piece. Spits.
That misses low. It's 2-2. He's going to go up and in now.
With the cutter,
Here's the
front
2-2.
door. That frozen one,
Got
yeah.
him.
He was frozen on it again, but realized too late. He's like, oh no, I have to swing at this because it's going to be a strike. That pitch has been huge for both players at different points today. That front door cutter up and in. It's like a non-cutting cutter, but in the right zone, it actually works to freeze him.
All right, so George Brett ahead in the count 2-0. Tying run at the plate. That's in for a strike. It's game 4 of the championship series.
Oh,
Grounded to second. Story. Fields. Spins. Fires.
all right.
That retires the side.
Well,
But not before Austin Riley
rips one.
cuts the lead to 1. Now, Steve Cishek will come on in the ninth to try to keep it a 5-3 game for Zazzy. Obviously, Kreiner looking to add some big insurance runs here as we go into the ninth inning.
As much, he got the
And
run
I
right
think he
back.
might have gotten
He
that
did.
insurance. That run gets right back.
Oh, it's
No,
off the wall.
It's off the wall.
Wow. It was right at that jut there, like a little bit to the left, and it's a homer. So close there. And can he strand this runner now? No, I don't
Over
think
the
so.
head of George Brett.
Actually, no, that won't score him. So it's going to be runners at
Runner-
the corners. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
The runner had to freeze.
Absolutely, with
means
that
he's-
jump.
Yeah, he's only going to advance a single base. But runners at the corners
Cishek is in.
and no one out.
So he has to pitch to this batter. So you go lefty here. You could have gone Jock or Marsh. He's going to go Marsh. I mentioned Marsh has been the pinch hit god for both these guys. He's got a couple hits for each, I believe. Uh-oh. Oh.
Brandon Marsh.
He
High
hung
fly
a
ball
splitter. That will
towards
score the run,
corner.
though. Or should.
Runner tags. Throw home, not in time.
That's a pretty good throw, all things considered. That shouldn't have
Really
been
good.
that close. I know close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades, but that was a pretty darn good throw there.
Over the head of George Brett. It's another base hit for Mike Trout. It's another extra base hit for Trout. Looked like a little bit of delay by the left
Yep.
fielder to field that ball. At any rate, second and third, one out, and Kyle bleeping Farmer.
You got a base open, and you could force a double play there, too. I wouldn't intentionally walk him, but I would be very, very careful. He's going to leave Cishek, who he deemed his favorite reliever, in favor of Gossage. I might have stuck with the junk baller, but we'll see. Kreiner's got Farmer up 0 for 3. Seeing Farmer go 0 for 4 would be huge and unexpected. Good take there. I'm definitely whiffing at that all day. Oh, Kreiner doesn't usually miss ones like that. Kyle Farmer looking to make a dent here. He's been excellent throughout the afternoon.
Payoff pitch.
Uh-oh.
High fly ball.
Kyle
Deep
Farmer.
left field.
That's gonna
Over the
score
head
two.
of the left fielder. That is going to plate two, and Kyle Farmer comes through again.
He's unreal. He's truly unreal. Can we get a Kyle Farmer supercharge in honor if Kreiner wins it?
Perfect,
that's a shot.
perfect.
That's gone.
That is out of here. And Kreiner starting to open it up here in the ninth inning. Roberto
Yeah, he
Clemente, 69th home run, which is
Nice.
nice. And it's now 10-3.
Very nice.
I think we're going to be playing a game 5, boys.
It's starting to look that way, you know. Never say never, and I will not call it over until Zazzy expires his 27th out. But you know, the betting odds are strongly in Kreiner's favor that we got a game 5 here, folks. And I'll tell you what, we deserve it as spectators here because these guys have been putting on an amazing show, and we want that 5th game. We would max out, by the way, on games. It'd be 3 for each semi.
That's
3
right.
for the third place, and then 5 for the finals, which I love. I want to see it go the distance there. It's wonderful.
As
But
Jorge
again,
Posada steps to the plate. He's down to the count 1-2.
Still work to be done.
Remember, Kreiner was 3 outs away from being eliminated in Game 3. Zazzy had a lead. I believe he had Randy Johnson on the hill.
Yep, and Castellanos
Randy Johnson
said,
on in the 9th, and Kreiner was able to come back and win. And now he's just 3 defensive outs away from forcing a deciding Game 5 here in this Summer Circuit Championship Series. And it will be Mariano Rivera,
who is fresh for Kreiner as well. They both put Mariano Rivera in between this game here.
We did have a couple of lineup changes from our players, including Mariano Rivera. There's a chopper to short. Farmer
who
makes the play.
Don't you mean Kyle Farmer? You mean Kyle Farmer, right? I don't know who Farmer is.
Yeah, Kyle bleeping Farmer.
Exactly.
Tell Marte 0 for 3.
That's going to be
First
2 quick
pitch
outs.
Swinging. Yeah, 2 quick outs.
I got to be honest. I'm so impressed with MLB being able to make a good Mariano Rivera. I remember before he came in the game, people wanted him in. I was like, I love Mo, and he's cool, but how are they going to make him effective as a one-pitch guy? And they've done a brilliant job with it.
Fly ball, left field. Escobar squeezes, and that's it.
Boom.
Game
We're
5,
going to Game
boys.
5, baby.
We'll see you tomorrow night. Well, Paul, we will have a deciding game. All of the series thus far today have gone the distance, and that will now include our championship series.
I mean, come on. It had to be. We knew even when Zazzy went up 2-0, Kreiner was not going to go down without a huge fight, and here we are. We get a Game 5. It all comes down to this. Couldn't it be any better? Like, seriously, this is exactly what we would have wanted if we were writing a script, and we're going to get it. So I'm very excited. My question for you, though, Robert.
Yeah.
Do we see any sort of different starters? Or do we go back to one of the Halliday or Johnson for both?
I think that's a very good question. Look, far be it from me to try to put myself in the shoes of these excellent players. I would go with Randy Johnson. Yeah, he's been roughed up by teams, but he is the most devastating card. The velocity plays, and if he starts to get roughed up a little bit, you take him out immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw what happened last game where Kreiner actually got quite an extended out. He might have pushed him one batter too far there when Casti got to him. Meanwhile, Zazzy wasn't able to get as much out of him. But we've seen game to game where the previous performance doesn't necessarily carry over. So it doesn't mean Halliday will get busted this time up or that RJ will be dominant again for Kreiner. It's a fresh slate. And the way these guys hit, nobody's safe on the mound.
All right, let's recap and show you what happened. Kreiner wearing the blue tops got it started early, and Frank Thomas again goes deep.
Early and often, we're going to see another 2-run shot here to make it 4-0 in the first. Zazzy had to be feeling bad, but credit to him. Honestly, he really kept this in check. You're going to see it go to 4-1 now. So at least he got that scratch on and said, okay, I'm back in this. He did give that run right back, and that happened a couple times to Zazzy, which had to be crushing. But he kept staying in this, kept fighting. This was a great play here. And then watch.
Yeah, watch. There he goes.
Look at how quick.
He saves the clip.
Fast.
He is a wizard on the sticks.
The forethought to save the play that quickly was incredible. Then there's a strikeout, back-to-back punchies. Johnson was in his bag there. There's another diving play. Excellent throw there by Marte. And then there was a big shot. That made it 5-2, but again, I believe Kreiner bounced back from that one. This one was that the Castellanos one?
I thought that was Austin Riley.
Oh, you're right. Pardon me. I think he makes it.
That's a big out there.
Strikeout there. And then we saw that one played top 9. That would score the run to make it 6-3. And then all of a sudden, things just kind of start to open up there. Kyle Farmer starts to be Kyle Farmer. And it was all she wrote, basically.
Here's end of game. And GG's. And we will have now a deciding Game 5. Kreiner has now won 2 in a row, Paul. What's the mindset here for Zazzy as he tries to reverse the trend?
I hope they're both feeling great. They should be. They both played their butts off to this point. We got a Game 5. I think they both probably figured it was going to be a Game 5. However we got here, Zazzy can't be beating himself up for having a 2-0 lead and quote-unquote blowing it. You didn't blow anything, okay? You're still here. You still have a great chance. Don't worry about those losses. And if you're Kreiner, you're rolling. You were down 2-0, backs against the wall. You've won 2 straight, and we know he's got ice water in his veins. We've said it 5 times tonight. So I can't wait to see this game. I really can. I think it's going to be wonderful.
All right, Game 5, just around the corner. We're going to step aside, let you catch your breath. We're going to do the same, but we'll be back right after this. Deciding Game 5, Kreiner and Zazzy, just around the corner. Stay with us. A best of 5 has now become a best of 1. Alongside Paul Sporer, I'm Robert Flores. Thank you very much for joining us on Twitch and on YouTube. We are well into our 7th hour of coverage here of the Grand Circuit Finals of the Summer Circuit of MLB The Show. Paul, Zazzy, Kreiner, Game 5, winner take all, just moments away.
This has completely lived up to the hype. We have some of the best players in the community. Zazzy making a name for himself, pushing Kreiner to the brink. Kreiner coming back from the 0-2 deficit to force a Game 5. Robert, I can't wait. Like I said, you couldn't have scripted it better, and now we get our Game 5. And it will be a Randy match, by the way. I just want to see. I just saw that on the lineup screens.
Okay, good to know. So our players are ready. They asked for a little bit of a break before this fifth deciding game, and you're right. I do not blame them whatsoever. Remember, Kreiner dropped the first 2 games. He has since won the last 2, and that brings us to our 5th and deciding game, and we are about to get underway. It will be Zazzy and Kreiner, and it's Randy Johnson for both players, and Roberto Clemente getting it started for Zazzy. He is the visitor. Kreiner, the home team. He is in his normal red jerseys and white pants. Zazzy, the visitor, he's got the Bret Hart colors. Best there is, best there was, best there ever will be. Black and pink. And leading off with Roberto Clemente.
I like the double Randys here. I figure, don't complicate things. It is the best player, the best pitcher. It is your best chance at having multiple shutout innings. I think this is the right move for both. Don't get too cute with it.
2-2 count to Roberto Clemente. Kreiner was trailing in the 9th inning in Game 3, but he was able to pick himself up off the mat and rally to win Game 3, and then pretty much dominated in Game 4. Here's a high fly ball. Deep right field. Clemente going back, and it's gone!
Oh!
Zazzy with a leadoff oppo pop from Roberto Clemente, and he jumps out to a 1-0 lead. And Paul, look, I'm not going to put too much stock into it, but considering how those last 2 games were for Zazzy, I think jumping out in front is important at this stage.
Exactly. It's just, if anything, just to calm you a little bit. They did ask for that break there, maybe to kind of calm their nerves. Getting a 1-0 lead, even if it's before Kreiner bats, it does calm you down a little bit here for Game 5.
If you're just now joining us, remember, lower left-hand corner of your screen, that tells you 2 things. 1, the status of the series, and who's batting. So the 2 baseball emojis indicate that both players have won 2 games in this series, and there's a rope to left, but right at Escobar. And the bat icon, as it would suggest, would tell you who's at the plate. All right, here's Frank Thomas, who has been excellent for both players.
Yes, he has. He's going to hit it to Kyle Farmer, though, who's also been excellent, by the way.
Absolutely.
We cannot say enough about him. He's been truly incredible.
Over 4,100 people here on Twitch and many more on YouTube. Thank you for joining us here on this Father's Day, this Championship Sunday.
Getting a beautiful show here from our 4 competitors. They've just really done a brilliant job, all 4 of them. Shouts to Diurnal and Juke, our 3rd and 4th place finishers, respectively. They played their butts off today as well.
You know what? Someone in the chat has correctly pointed out that things are happening so fast and furious. Zazzy, I believe, moved George Brett either out of his lineup or down in the lineup.
Oh, okay.
So that is a great call. I want to make sure.
Yes.
I don't know who. Yeah, Mike 19 mentioned that in the Twitch stream, so I appreciate that. That's a great call by you.
And, he'd been neutralized a bit, and of course, I imagine Zazzy assumed that RJ would be the pick here. So go ahead and move Brett down a little bit. Maybe you don't want him getting as many at-bats against the lefty. That's a shot.
That ball
It's
is
2-0.
scorched to left field, and it is 2-0. Zazzy, 2 solo homers to start Game 5. Wow.
Oh, it's Gary Sheffield, so there it is. That's who he's got in for Brett.
There's one significant lineup change there. Zazzy going with Gary Sheffield. What do you make of the move?
I like it. Again, Brett, he's going to be neutralized by RJ for at least half the game. So why not get a righty in there? He tried it with George. George had some good plays. Remember the diving play to end an inning and then the home run. Obviously, he had some impact, but I like the move here. I think it's aggressive, and I like that take. Sheffield now on the 2-2 pitch from RJ. Good take there. What's he bring in now? Goes with the two-seamer away. Oh, he realized last second that he was going to get rung up maybe. And actually, it would have been ball 4, but that was too close to take. I agree with the swing. And then, oh, he hangs that one, but he's too early on it. When your eyes get so big on those and you're like, I'm going to crush this, but you're almost too early. Not almost, you literally are too early. Payoff once again. And then he rolls over there to Farmer for the easy out, and that'll end the inning. But 2 homers give Zazzy an early 2-0 lead in this decisive Game 5 here. This is for all the marbles, folks. $15,000 is the grand prize that they are fighting for here. Nobody's going home empty-handed, but you want that title and you want that 15 Gs. It'll be Trout leading off against RJ. And that's a shot. It's 2-1, baby. Perfect, perfect. Get out of here. I don't think that one's landed until Tuesday. I mean, I did see it land back there, but just go with the joke that it's not going to land until Tuesday. Let me live. 112 mile an hour exit velo. Absolutely disgusting. So RJ already punched here. Now he has to face Kyle Farmer, arguably the best player in baseball. Arguably. I'm just saying. And we've got... Oh! I thought he got on that pitch, but you see the PCI is just a bit off there, so not quite. 1-1 pitch now, and he swings through that two-seamer to make it 1-2 as I bring Robert back in here. 1-2 count after a Trout homer. Instantly cuts the lead in half. Good take there. Pick it up at 2-2. Robert, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you very much. Here's Kyle Farmer. Man, that is, again, I know I've said it numerous times, but I just marvel at how quickly they can get to pitches on the inside part of the zone and then do damage with it.
Trout's homer went 490 according to chat.
Oof.
Oh, and he gets it with the strikeout on Kyle Farmer. You don't see that often, folks. I'm not joking at all. Kyle Farmer, if you're just joining us, has been an absolute god for Kreiner today. So to get a strikeout there is pretty colossal. I'm hearing that this excellent performance, let's see what happens with that one. It looks like it's going to be a fly out for the second out of the inning. But I'm hearing this Farmer performance has impacted his price in the market, which is kind of wild.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I love that.
Our viewers are thinking to themselves, I've got to get my hands on Kyle Farmer.
Right? There might be some flip opportunities there if you want to grind out a handful of stubs.
There's a high fly ball sent by Frank Thomas. No problem for Mike Trout. And that retires aside. Kreiner gets one back on a mammoth home run from Mike Trout, and it's 2-1 after 1. 6, 7, and 8 due up for Zazzy, and it's Jorge Polanco. Randy Johnson has been quite prevalent throughout this tournament. And it's 1-1. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss at 102 miles per hour.
1-2 to Polanco. Good take there.
Here's the 2-2 from Johnson. There's a chopper to Austin Riley. Fire across to first, and there's
Good
one
play
down.
there. Riley been staying busy there at the hot corner.
You know, we were asked earlier what's been the most impressive card that maybe, or the most surprising card of the day, and I would put the Austin Riley card.
I'm okay with that. That's a shot, though. That's going to be 3-1.
That ball is out of here. And just because I'm showing emotion doesn't mean I hate your team. Salvador Perez, 3-1.
There's another candidate for biggest surprise of the day. And it's not even so much that people, there's Riley again making another play for the second out. It's not even that people don't know that Sal Perez cards are great. It's just that against all the other diamonds that have been here, to see a gold live series dominating has been impressive. And that will end the inning there on the ground out. But Zazzy gets that run back, and he's kind of doing to Kreiner what Kreiner did to him last game, where when he got the run, he's instantly said, "Now, let me get that back from you." But it's very, very early here. We're just in the bottom of the second. Posada up now, 0-1. Ooh, he almost dotted that one. It'll be 1-1.
And you love the Posada card. That has been a
He's been
card
fantastic
that has
today.
had massive, massive production.
D. Scranton says don't sleep on Trevor Story either, and that's 100% true because of the damage
Great
he's done
call.
against righties,
Yeah,
which has been
that's
the
a good
biggest
call, D.
surprise there.
Yeah, good call, D. The fact that Story was doing that damage against the righties, as you said, the numbers against lefties, eye-popping, and you don't expect him to do damage against righties, but he certainly has. Meantime,
Including
payoff pitch to Posada, and
It's
that
3-2.
is out of here.
It's 3-2
Kreiner.
with the aforementioned Story coming up as well.
And Kreiner answers and pulls within one. Lil B, these are not God squads. There are some high diamonds throughout their lineups, but there are some live series, some gold players, even some silver cards, live series cards. So it's not a pure God squad. These guys
And I
are
like it
just
that way,
that
personally.
good. And me too, absolutely. As he lines out to center, and there's one away.
You know, they're already, they're the draw, the players that we're watching. Cards don't need to be at the highest end. I like watching the team building. I like seeing the Kyle Farmers, the Austin Rileys, the live series, Nicholas Castellanos. The stories built around that stuff is way more fun than just all 99s. And it's to each their own. If somebody else prefers all God squads, that is a fine opinion to have. I just don't see it that way personally.
Here's a payoff pitch, or 2-0 pitch, 3-2 game here in the bottom of the second as Escobar bats with one away. There's a hot shot speared
Nice
by the
play.
shortstop.
I see.
And there's two down.
Interesting question from Raven. How many hours do you think you've put into this game to get close to this level? Do you think you have to put in this game? I mean, I cannot even fathom. I asked Kreiner a bit about what kind of volume he puts in. He said it used to be just an absolute ton, but now he's probably plays about 10, 12 hours a week, which is still a pretty good number. But
that seems low to me. Why does that seem low?
Because, I mean, for his talent, but I think because he's built such a level that 10 to 12 hours a week still keeps him sharp. I'm sure there are ebbs and flows there. Sometimes he's up at 20, 25 hours. Other times, maybe if he's got like a family vacation, it's, 6, 7 hours.
Past the diving shortstop, and it's a 2-out base hit for Kreiner in the bottom of the second. It's just game 5.
But there is no number of hours for me, and I'm not even saying that to be like self-effacing or show some humility. At my age, there's just certain limitations that you have that you can only reach so high of a level at a particular age. Plus, I'm already blind, so I got that working against me too.
Well, Randy Johnson flies out to end the inning, and we go to the top of the third. Here's Roberto Clemente.
So both RJs pitching, giving up a few runs. It's all been home run damage so far, unsurprisingly. But I imagine that both guys still feel pretty confident in RJ because, they've missed a few pitches, but they aren't giving up big rallies. I feel like these guys usually make the move when they've allowed 3-4 hits in an inning as opposed to maybe just a solo shot here and there.
All right, here's the 2-2 as Johnson misses inside.
No, at age 40, you simply cannot be as good as a teenager. You're just not going to have the same hand-eye coordination or reaction. It's not an excuse. It's just a stone-cold truth. It's science.
And both of our players are 17 years old.
Yep.
Zazzy from Toronto, Canada.
It's not coincidence that all these finalists.
That's a dot.
That's such a gross pitch. It's no coincidence that the finalists are all like 22 and under every time we do this, Robert. It's not happenstance.
Comes up empty there. It's 0-1.
That's a gross pitch. I could tell it was going to be a strike right away. Oh, my goodness.
97 two-seam on the black. Trout down on the count 0-2. Looks at a slider in.
Okay, well, I don't quite think Tom Brady is the same thing as a video game. Is Frank Thomas? Oh, I saw Frank Thomas down to 446, and I thought that was Kreiner's. I was like, no shot he's dropped 40 points, but it's Zazzy's. As we get 2 outs here. Oh, and he goes for that one. That one was close, but I thought he was going to take it. He does put a decent lick on it.
All right, here's Frank Thomas. Frank Thomas 0 for 1. That was chopped foul. One and 2 count. 2 outs, top 3. And Thomas just gets a piece to stay alive.
He's trying to stay alive there.
Here's the 1-2.
Good take.
Really good take on a splitter low in the zone. Count even at 2 and 2. Backs him off the plate, and that runs it. Payoff pitch from Randy Johnson. Pitch number 54. Sharply hit to Farmer. He's there. Throw across to first, and that retires the side. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Zazzy leading 3-2. Kreiner coming to bat with Mike Trout, who has already gone deep. Randy Johnson starts him off with a ball inside. It's 1-0.
This boy,
ball is smoked to right.
Tie game.
Second
this
homer
game is tied.
Ties the game. And in game 5, we're tied at 3.
Unbelievable.
And that's going to be
I mean,
all.
believable as can be, but at the same time, I just marvel at these players. Trout tearing it up. It's Farmer time.
Mike Trout has gone deep twice. It's 3-3, bottom 3. In dealing with Kyle Farmer. That cutter misses low. And
This
away.
It's
2-1.
This is an interesting development that RJ's already out here in the 3rd.
Yep.
But Zazzy was here last game, and he found some guys. You know, I wonder when he's going to go to Mo, because Mo had such a good game last game. I wonder if he'll trust him again to make some to have some key outs for him.
To Kyle Clemente on deck. Still no one gone in the bottom of the 3rd.
Full count pitch. Oh, and he's going to run that one down the line. That's what
That is
happens when
going to
you're
go
Kyle
down the
Farmer.
line.
That's what happens when you're Kyle Farmer.
And
Wow.
Kyle Farmer is aboard again. That'll bring up Roberto Clemente. Look at where that pitch was. Underneath the hands, and a sinker at 96. Jeez. And that ball is deep to right field. Going back.
Oh,
right
I thought
fielder
they had
will
more
make the
juice.
catch.
I didn't see the PCI there. That was definitely not as good as I got fooled by that one. I will definitely own that one.
That'll bring up Frank Thomas.
I'm honestly like really eager to see like how many more runs we get here in these next 3 innings, because you know it's going to set up for a great final 3 innings or so. So will we be, you know, are we going to be looking at our first double-digit scores for each team type of game, or will there be some settling down in the middle innings?
And Frank Thomas will send one sharply to center field, right at Trout, who will make the catch.
That was ripped.
Farmer will have to hurry back to first. The other thing is, Paul, is that our players are now approaching their 8th hour of gameplay.
Yep.
We started at noon Eastern, and it's now 7:30. This should end the inning. 7:30 Eastern, so 7.5 hours of gameplay here in this deciding Game 5.
That absolutely weighs on you. There's just no way for that not to start, you know, having an impact.
Here's Eduardo Escobar. Swings and misses. It's 1-1. Pitch number 57 from Randy Johnson's misses low and away. It's 2-1.
That's kind of what I'm
Escobar
looking.
1 for 1.
That's kind of what I'm looking at next. Is, you know, when does this Johnson come out? How much longer can Kreiner trust him in this 3-3 game? I thought he was going to straight take there and force 2 strikes. Instead, he follows that one off.
Here's the payoff pitch.
Oh.
Got him to chase. That's out number 1. And this will bring in Gary Sheffield, who was inserted into the lineup for the first time this series for Zazzy.
Don't forget Gary Sheffield, a late addition here for George Brett.
That's right.
Surprise change.
George Brett had started every game of this series, but in the deciding Game 5, Zazzy goes with Gary Sheffield, who lines out. And there's 2 down. Here's Jorge Polanco, grounded out in the second. Johnson about to deliver his 64th pitch. Misses low. It's 1-0. Do have a pause in the action here. Game tied. Series tied.
It's all coming down to it. I love that it's tied here.
And that is hit hard but foul.
It just feels like we're going to go into the 9th either close or very tied and get, some major dramatics. That's gone.
Although that ball is well hit to left center. Zazzy's back on top. A solo homer for Polanco. It's 4-3.
Sal Perez been a absolute all-star for Zazzy. And I think he got moved up. I believe he was batting 8th. He got moved up to 7th. That's a shot.
That is going to split the defense. That's going to roll all the way to the wall.
That'll be a double even for Perez.
Yeah, Salvador Perez does not run well, but he's in with a 2-out double. Now a mound visit. They're going to intentionally walk Trevor Story to bring up the pitching spot with 2 down here in the top of the 4th.
He's going to stick with Halladay.
Interesting. What do you make of
2
this?
outs. I don't like it.
Okay.
You got a runner
How
in
come?
scoring position. I think you go for the opportunity. I know there's 2 outs, but I take my shot here with a key righty against Randy and hope I get that runner in. But if Halladay's who he has the most confidence in.
I thought that might
close,
sneak
though.
past Austin Riley.
Woo.
Instead, he grounds out, and that ends the inning. But Zazzy back on top, solo homer. It's now 4-3.
He did have a
7
lead,
and 8.
so that probably made it feel better for him. But I would have definitely made the move.
As you see, a lefty and a righty in the bullpen for Kreiner. The lefty is Hader, of course. The righty is Halladay. Zazzy's Halladay on for another inning of work, working with a 4-3 lead. Bottom 4. Ooh, that sounded good, but foul. We'll see if this move, the decision to keep Halladay in the game, costs Zazzy. He does get out number 1 right here.
And there was no guarantee that he was going to get a base hit there either. So, you're playing probabilities on all this sort of stuff. You're just trying to give yourself the best chance to win. Chad asking what position Gary Sheffield's in. I actually don't know. That lineup change was not reported to us. We were just kind of seeing it. So we have to try to figure out where he's at defensively.
Ooh, sword from Eduardo Escobar. It's 0-2. Good take there. It's 1-2 on the curveball. It misses low and in. Here's the 1-2. That also misses low.
Not rooting for anybody. Just rooting for a good game.
Bottom 4. Tied.
That's a
or
shot.
Zazzy leading
Face it.
4-3, and there's a 1-out knock in the bottom of the 4th.
Eduardo.
Series tied at 2 as Escobar comes up with another knock, and here is Austin Riley.
Eduardo Escobar stays hot. Good take there by Riley.
Tremendous production out of the bottom of the order. Escobar and this batter here, Austin Riley.
2-2 is the series. It's a 5-game set. So this is it. This is for all the marbles here. Dot.
Nice pitch there. Sinker catches the corner. It's 1-2. Appeal over to first. They got him. They ring him up. And we are going to have a pinch hitter. Jock Peterson will pinch hit for Randy Johnson. So that's all for Unit. Swings and sends that one foul. It's 0-1.
RJ done for both. And Kreiner might go to Halladay. Those have been the top two guys that we've seen pretty much throughout the tournament, not just these two, but the other two participants as well. Those two pitchers were getting the most love there from the right hand and left hand side. Oh, he got down, went down and got that one.
Deep to right center field.
That
Going
one might
back is
carry?
Trout. Will it carry?
Oh.
No.
Oh, it's off
but
his
he
glove.
dropped it. It's off his glove. A
Oh.
run will score. How does Trout not make that catch?
Oh, that's tough.
I mean, that's at least gold level fielding out there.
Yep. I mean, it's a long run. It's and
But
that's a shot.
perfect.
Oh.
And wow, what a turn of events. A turn of events here in Game 5.
That's a turning point, folks.
Triner's or Zazzy's Trout ends up costing him run, and then Kreiner's Trout ends up delivering a big home run. It's now 6-4.
Brutal.
Wow.
Brutal.
I'm throwing the controller. I mean, that's
I'm pretty
that's me.
displeased.
I'm throwing the controller, man. Good gracious. It's 6-4 going into the 5th. Zazzy was this close from getting out of the inning. Trout makes a good effort to get to the ball, but it goes off his glove, and then next batter, Trout goes deep.
I mean, that, like, obviously if Kreiner wins and Zazzy doesn't ever get it tied again or take the lead, that is going to be the turning point. Like, there's just no two ways around it.
Jeez, man. Zazzy has got to be the sickest man in America.
That's tough. I mean, that's just really tough.
Hey, but give credit to Kreiner. He took advantage of that miscue. A run scores, and then he follows that up with a big shot from Trout. So
Absolutely.
give him credit.
Absolutely. I mean, that, like, it's, what can you do? I mean, you try to run it down. Sometimes they don't make the play.
All right, here's Mike Trout trying to make up for his miscue out in the field. And that's a tough play. Yes, that's a tough chance. But that's gold-level fielding, and it's Mike Trout.
Yeah.
But as John Sterling says, that's baseball, Susan.
Chat loves that.
All right, so hot shot.
Riley's
is
not
there.
afraid of
Riley,
it. I swear
on the
he
other
plays
hand.
in. He plays in at the hot corner and just snuffs out all these plays.
Austin Riley's defense, on the other hand, has been sterling throughout this series. All right, so 2 down here, top 5. Here's Frank Thomas. Sends that one foul. Here's the 1-1 to the big hurt.
So we got a double Halladay matchup right now, and then we'll start to get into the bullpens a bit. Very curious to see if anybody can find somebody that gives them, 2 strong innings.
Ooh,
Swings through that one to end the inning.
So due up in the bottom of the 5th, Clemente, Thomas, and Posada, as Kreiner tries to add to his 6-4 lead here in Game 5 of this championship series. $15,000, among other things, going to the first place winner.
Oh.
That cutter sent foul. PCI, good placement there. Swing timing was late. Looks at a ball inside to even the count at 1. Remember, Zazzy won Game 1 and 2 before Kreiner won Game 3 and 4 to stave off elimination. That ball sent foul, and the count runs full. Obviously, Zazzy's very frustrated, but
of course.
He's an excellent player. He's an excellent player, and there's still plenty of time. Deficit is not that big.
It's 3 runs
it
here.
Just got bigger.
It did. But it's 3 runs. Like,
Roberto Clemente, perfect.
Like, it stinks how it came about, right? A dropped play that you don't have control over. It's not like he could have hit X to catch it at the spot or something like that. He did get he got the raw end on variance there. But if you take yourself out of it mentally in the bottom of the fifth, then you can't just blame it on that. And I don't think he will, by the way. So I'm not coming at Zazzy 1%. I think he is going to keep his head in it and be fine.
Smoked.
That's going to be
crushed.
gone.
It is gone. Kreiner opening things up here in Game 5. It's now 8-4.
It's 8-4 here. When Kreiner gets dialed in, he is just tough to touch. But same goes for Zazzy. And if he has his run, like, there's just no way 8-4 is what this is ending at, you know? And I still wouldn't be surprised if there's multiple lead changes. We're literally in the bottom of the fifth. There's so much game left here. That'll be a ground out there for the first out of the inning.
It's almost like the NBA. What do they say about the NBA? Everyone makes a run, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of this game with these two players.
Yes.
Kreiner's in the midst of a run right now. And there's another base hit, opposite field pop. Can Zazzy now respond with a run of his own before things get out of hand as Trevor Story has another hit?
We don't always see that in real baseball, but in video game baseball where runs are more plentiful, absolutely. I love that comparison. Everyone makes a run. You see it in college and pro basketball big time, but we also see it here.
We are going to have a pitching change. Here's Aaron Loop.
So interestingly here, Loop, that's ground ball. Oh,
that's knocked down by Thomas. He'll throw to second for one. Back over to first.
Oh,
not
they
in time.
almost still had it. Wow. Wow.
So nearly a double play to get out of this inning, which has been a brutal inning for Zazzy.
It really has.
When you consider what happened in the top of the fifth, or what happened in the bottom of the fifth, excuse me. And that ball sent deep to center field. Trout going
getting
back.
Over his head. Oh, he makes that catch.
Sure, you'll make that play. Oh, sure, Mike Trout.
I mean, that one's pretty tough, too.
That was a hell of a catch. All right, so we go to the sixth.
I mean, the previous one doesn't impact this one. I understand the jokes being made there, but two separate events.
All right, so top six. Zazzy has work to do. Down 8-4. He's got Escobar, 4, 5, and 6 here due up in the sixth inning.
Good take.
Two from Halladay. Got him. Pulled the string.
Oh.
Here's Gary Sheffield. Inserted into the lineup late for this game 5, 0 for 2. It's a 1-1 count. That one is sent foul. He's down to the count 1-2.
So obviously, you know, unless you're getting runners on, you can't get this all back on one swing. So you really have to start chiseling and worrying about base hits right now.
Hot shot. Austin Riley knocks that down, recovers, and plenty of time to get the runner.
No
and
problem
there's two
for Riley
down
on that one.
Here's Jorge Polanco, 1 for 2. 2 down here. Zazzy trying to climb his way back, trailing 8-4 in the top of the sixth.
Halladay is going to...
There's a liner to
get
left,
out of the sixth.
But Escobar is there, and that retires a side. We go to the bottom of the sixth. Kreiner trying to add to his 8-4 lead. And it looks like we are going to have a pitching change, or excuse me, a pinch hitter. No, he's going to have Roy Halladay hit for himself here with
Interesting.
the lead.
I mean, he's dealing with them. I feel like he feels good. He's like, hey, you know, I've got a 4-run lead. I'm cooking with Halladay. Let me run with him. I actually don't mind this. Oh, that's going to drop
And
too. Oh, my
that
goodness.
is going to be trouble.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just fair. It's a single for Roy Halladay.
Oh, haters will say it's scripted. Oh,
Man, everything going Kreiner's way here in Game 5.
it sure is right now.
That
And that's a two-run
ball
shot.
is crushed. Kreiner turning this into a laugher at Laughing Mountain as Mike Trout goes deep, and it is 10-4 Kreiner in Game 5. From 3 outs away from being eliminated in Game 3 to now leading 10-4 in the deciding Game 5. Hey, we have to ask, are we getting into mercy territory here?
I mean, it's not off the table. But, you know, Zazzy's one inning like this away from completely flipping this game, of course. We know that. We know that. So, you know, I'm just not ready to call it yet. Obviously, he needs 2 outs here like you wouldn't believe. He's never needed 2 outs more than he does right now.
Yeah, 2 outs away from getting out of this inning. Here's Roberto Clemente, who
one.
also went deep, but he grounds to second, and there's out number 2. Man, the story of this game for me is that ball is sent deep to right, playable.
That'll do it.
The story for me has been Mike Trout.
Yep.
The good and the bad.
Yes.
And everything in between.
He really has for both sides, obviously, crushing the ball and then trying to chase down that long run there in center field. It goes off his glove and really opened things up for Kreiner. And it has to be a heartbreaker for Zazzy. But it's not over. Again, if you let yourself just be in the mindset that it's over, he's had comebacks. He can get in a groove himself. So, you know, he's just got to try to piece a few things together here.
Yeah, he's looking for traffic, obviously. Top 7, he's down 6 runs. Roy Halladay. And there's a sharply hit ball, but Mike Trout is right there. And there's one down.
You know, a 2-3 run inning right here would go a long way. 10-6, 10-7 just feels so much better.
And we will have a pinch hitter. He'll bring in Francisco Lindor. Francisco Lindor was in Zazzy's Game 1 lineup, but he has since been put on the bench, and now he's in a pinch hitting role here in the deciding Game 5. Comes up empty there. It's 1-1. Swings and misses. It's 1-2. Kreiner has found a nice little rhythm with Roy Halladay in these last couple of innings.
Absolutely.
And look at Kyle Farmer ranging to his left, making the play.
He's too good. Oh, my goodness, he's too good. He really is.
We'll have another pinch hitter in the form of Brandon Marsh.
Look at that average, 533. He's been a pinch hitting goon.
Well, Zazzy needs him right here. Looking for traffic, looking for anything to turn this around. And I don't think that's going to do it. Clemente settles underneath. Side retired. 7th inning stretch time here in Game 5. Kreiner leading 10-4
Stretch time.
in this winner-take-all.
All right, here we go.
Lindor will replace Trevor Story at short. Brandon Marsh. Let's see, is it Brandon Marsh? No, Brandon Marsh was the pinch hitter. Trevor Hoffman is now coming out of the bullpen to face 5, 6, and 7. Posada, Marte, and Escobar. That ball sent deep to center field. Going back is Trout. This has been an adventure. But he'll make the catch nonchalantly. And there's one down. Trevor Story 1 for 3. I believe he's gone deep.
Trevor Story's a goon, that's why. Trevor v. Trevor here.
Here's the 1-1 from Hoffman. Which closer's song was better, Trevor Hoffman or Mariano Rivera? Rivera went with Enter Sandman.
I'm gonna go Enter Sandman.
Hoffman with Hell's Bells.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Enter Sandman. They're both iconic, of course.
All right, so there's quickly 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. Zazzy trying to keep this game to a reasonable deficit. And just as I say that, that's perfect destruction. Escobar goes deep again. It's 11-4. Wow. Goodness gracious.
He's a machine. He's an absolute machine, and this is why he is widely regarded as the best player in the community. Zazzy hasn't, like, fallen apart or melted down or choked. Kreiner is an absolute goon. And I mean that in the best way possible.
This display is something else. Remember, he won the last event, the fall circuit. So he's trying to make it 2 consecutive tournament championships. There's a chopper up the middle. That will get through for a base hit. Absolutely insane what Kreiner has been doing here in these last 3 games.
Who's he going to here? Brandon Marsh, the pinch hit goon.
I'm thinking of adopting Kreiner just so I can have him at my house to teach me how to play.
That's the play right there.
Absolutely. I'm going to talk to his parents immediately and see if I can get that done. And this is going to fall for a base hit. Headed to third.
But he's only playing.
The runner.
You know, he's not playing as much every week now. So, I mean, he might not have time to teach you. He's already great.
Good point. All right, look at Mike Trout. He's 4 for 4. Multiple bombs. And
that's getting in the gap.
Is he making a bid for another one? It's going to be an extra base hit. It's going to bring in 2 more runs. It's another extra base hit for Trout.
I think that's ball game, isn't it?
And it's now
it was 13, not 14. Sorry, I thought 2 runs scored there.
We are definitely approaching mercy territory.
There it is.
And this might do it.
That's going to do it, folks.
This might do it.
Oh, he's out. He got him. He got him. We called it too early. Oh.
Mike Trout caught at the plate.
And there we go. I made fun of Chad for calling it too early, and then I call it too early, and they have to throw out there. So I'm going to eat that L right there.
Wow. Hey, give Zazzy credit, you know?
He doesn't stop. He's not quitting.
Hey, he's still playing. I respect that.
Of course, because he's still in this, as long as he still has outs.
It is absolutely highly unlikely that he comes back to win, but he's still fighting. He's not rage quitting. He's still going, and I respect that. Case in point, there's a double down the line for Roberto Clemente.
As long as he's got outs in the bag, he's gonna give it his all.
All right, here's Trout 0 for 3.
What if that spurs him? Seriously, what if he scores like 6 right here and just like totally makes it a thrilling ninth? Like, I wouldn't even be surprised. Obviously, the odds are low, but I wouldn't even be surprised. Big swing through right there.
As Mariano Rivera gets out number 1 here in the top of the 8th. All right, here's the replay from earlier. Look at this. Remember, mercy territory in play. Trout throwing out.
Trout. That's sick.
It's a great play.
Great work on the replay there, too.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Good job in the booth there. Back to live action. Runner is tagging and headed to third. So there's 2 down. Here comes Eduardo Escobar.
How much was Zazzy hoping that Eduardo Escobar would boof that one the way Trout did, considering how much worse of a fielder Eduardo Escobar is than Trout?
Yeah, great point. And that ball.
What about that one?
Sent deep to left field. Escobar turned around a little bit funky, but he was able to make the play, and that retires the side. So we go to the bottom of the 8th. Kreiner on the verge of wrapping this one up. And with it, the $15,000 first place prize, along with many other goodies. First pitch swinging here. And quickly, there's 1 down here as Mariano Rivera works in the bottom of the 8th.
He can either score here or get through this inning and then shut it down in the 9th. But it's getting close now for Kreiner. He has to be thinking about it. There's just no way that it's not on his mind at this point, yeah?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And also think about and it was brought up in the chat a few seconds ago, these guys, look, I'm not saying this is the same as playing real baseball or running 5 miles, but there is a
there's a mental drain.
Toll.
Absolutely.
As
the thing of it is,
out.
Anybody who denies it just hasn't been through it. Played. Nobody thinks video games are the same as getting out on the field. Nobody does. But if you don't think there's any sort of drain to it, that's ball game.
High fly ball, Posada.
No, it's not. I keep trying to call it. I keep trying to finish the game, and I'm wrong. Left and right. Posada right there off the wall.
Second.
Well, it's Posada. He got that piano that you mentioned.
Yeah. No, but there is a skill set that these players have. Reflexes. Speaking of which,
that one's gone. Okay,
forget about it.
And it's another righty homer for Trevor Story to completely end the game.
And that's it. That's all. It's over. Kreiner is a two-time champion. Congratulations. Paul, he came off the mat, was down 2-0, ended up with a reverse sweep.
He hit the reverse sweep. What is this, out of the park baseball? My OTP heads know what I'm talking about there. You knew he wasn't going to go anywhere. Crazy thing is, it was down to the last 3 outs for Zazzy as well. Remember, he had Randy Johnson on the bump and a chance to shut it down. Kreiner battled back and then won 3 straight. What an effort by him. What an excellent showing by Zazzy, too. Do not take anything away from him. And if you spend time focused on choke or flopped or anything like that, you really miss the point of this wonderful tournament and how well Zazzy played. Hats off to Kreiner, though.
The story isn't what Zazzy did not do. I think it's what
Kreiner did.
It's what Kreiner did.
Yep.
Now, it started great for Zazzy. He got a couple of homers in the first.
He had to feel great.
Mike Trout, right off the bat in the home half, goes deep. Then in the second inning, more long ball. But soon after,
3-1.
Yeah, soon after, it turned into Kreiner's favor big time.
It did.
Starting with Jorge Posada.
It started with Posada here, and I thought he hit another one there when I tried to call it there at the very end. But he hits that one. Trout goes Oppo Taco here to make it tied at 3-3, and then he just started to unload. Now, this one came right back, and Zazzy said, all right, I'm back in this, 4-3. But you're going to see here eventually. This is the play. That's the pivotal play right there. It changes everything. Because he drops that one.
Yeah, look at the scoreboard. Zazzy was ahead 4-3. There were 2 outs. Mike Trout gets his glove on that ball but can't squeeze it. And from there, seemingly, Paul, it opened up the floodgates for Kreiner.
It really did. And, how can you not be demoralized by that if you're Zazzy? That's one of those plays that's just out of your control, and we're going to see the barrage here that he just puts on. And then this is the capper, the walk-off by Trevor Story. I'll tell you what, is it Trevor Story or Kyle Farmer, the player, or the series MVP for Kreiner?
Now, that's a great point. As you take a look at how we started the day with our final 4, eventually go to 2, and there was only 1 left standing. It's the 17-year-old who is a fan of the Washington Nationals, hailing from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He's now a two-time champion, Paul Sporer, and it's my man Kreiner. A dominant performance in those last 3 games.
He was absolutely excellent. By the way, I love the poll in the chat. Who was the MVP, Kreiner or Kyle Farmer? And Kyle Farmer won like crazy.
Yeah, Kyle Farmer, as we said, he was a revelation in this series, and I'm sure a lot of you in the chat are gobbling up his card right now. In fact, I think, Paul, you did it earlier, right?
I got it right away. Once I saw what Kyle Farmer was doing, I've been a little bit behind on my tops now, and I said I'm going to cut the line here. I'm just going to go ahead and pay for it, and I had to do it.
All right, we want to remind you that the viewer's choice.
Got a great surprise here.
Yeah, a great surprise here. Check this out. You can get the Summer Circuit Winner's Choice Pack in the show shop for free. Not right now, but starting Tuesday. So not tomorrow, but on Tuesday, you can choose 1 Gold Live Series player item from a pool of standouts that were used by Kreiner on his way to the top. It's available for 1 week. Celebrate Kreiner, the Summer Circuit, and MLB The Show Esports. I think that's pretty cool, Paul.
I think that's really neat. I wonder if Trevor Story is going to be the main focus there. There'll be multiple options to pick from, but I think you got to pick Story just kind of in deference to how excellent he was.
What were your big takeaways other than Kreiner's big performance and big championship win?
I mean, honestly, it really is just how much of a machine he is, because we saw it yesterday when he came back from the 6-0. We saw it here when he came back from 2 games to nothing. He's just never out of it. And not only is he already known, Kreiner, as one of the best players in the league, if not everywhere, but also the comeback kid now. He's really developing a reputation for his comebacks in addition to his elite skill already. So just an amazing showing by him. Great work by Zazzy, Diurnal, and Juke as well.
Yeah, congratulations to all our competitors. We started the weekend with 64 players, but only one is left standing, and it's Kreiner, who wins again. He's a multi-champion, this time winning the Summer Circuit Grand Final. Congratulations to Kreiner. You're unbelievable, man. Hey, and thanks to all of you watching us on Twitch and on YouTube. You kept it light, you kept it funny, and more importantly, you kept Paul and I entertained. Paul, this was great fun, man. I can't wait to see where this franchise, as far as an esports perspective, where it goes from here.
Let's do it again in the fall, Robert.
You got it. All right, for everyone in front of the camera and behind the scenes, I'm Robert Flores. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on MLB Network bright and early, 10 a.m. Eastern. Thanks for watching, everyone.